A man in a dark robe stood in a deep, lush forest under a canopy of trees. This was the Stardew Forest of the Duluo continent. He stood at the shore of the Lake of Life, located in the core area of the forest. The Lake of Life was crystal clear, but the waterline was far below the shore. It looked like it would dry up at any moment. Its surface rippled as the man said to himself, with a gloomy expression, that the water was lessening. He wondered whether the lake could feel that the end of days was approaching. His appearance was that of a handsome middle-aged man with strands of golden hair on his face. A woman in a jade-colored gown approached him, and with a respectful tone, addressed the man as Beast God. When he heard this, the Beast God's body trembled. He clenched his teeth in agony as he replied, "Beast God?" Everyone gathered before him was all that was left of the spirit beasts. His voice rose as he asked how he could be anyone's god. As he said that, his aura exploded, unleashing 3 red spirit rings. The force from his powerful aura shook the surroundings. Everyone gathered remained silent, even the woman who stood behind the Beast God. She then said that it had been 10,000 years since a human named Huo Yu Hao established the Soul Pagoda. But as for the spirit beasts, they were already nearing extinction. With golden light blazing in his eyes, the Beast God bitterly said that humanity had already grown too powerful for the spirit beasts, and that the Stardew Forest was the only haven left for their kind. If the current state of things continued, the spirit beasts would only be able to walk the path of extinction. The woman agreed silently. Suddenly, the ground began to tremble, and bubbles rose from the lake. The tremors became more intense as the woman in the jade robe loudly asked what was happening, and if the humans had started their attack. The rest of the spirit beasts gathered around the lake became anxious. A man named Xiong Jun shouted that they should fight to the death, and suddenly transformed into a giant bear. The Beast God sensed a familiar aura and called Xiong Jun to calm down because the humans were not attacking. "Finished, finished, finally finished." A loud voice was heard as the giant silver claw and a pair of draconic wings broke through the ground. The area was also filled with bright silver light, and an oppressive power was felt by all beasts and made them kneel with reverence. The Beast God also knelt respectfully, greeting the silver dragon. The silver dragon roared and said that because he had awakened, the day of destruction had come for the despicable humans trying to exterminate them. The Beast God reported that the humans had become too strong, and even he was no match for the humans' spirit mechs. He said that the science and technology of humans managed to suppress all the spirit beasts. The silver dragon replied that they first had to understand humans in order to destroy them. He then commanded all the spirit beasts to follow him, and said that because their world was about to be destroyed, they would conquer the world of humans. The silver dragon spoke those words as he turned to exit the forest. With each step, his size shrunk until he took a human form. Everyone living in the Duluo continent possessed something called a spirit essence. Spirit essences were a part of the body and took the form of either animals, plants, or even tools. If someone's spirit essence were a hoe, their farming abilities would exceed those of others. If one's spirit essence were an animal, then one might possess some of the abilities of that animal. Due to this, spirit essence became the most crucial factor in everyone's life. However, there was something else that was more important: possession of spirit power. This type of energy could nourish and upgrade the spirit essence. Everyone had spirit essence, but only 1 in 1,000 possessed spirit power. Having spirit power was equal to becoming strong. A spirit essence that possessed spirit power could be cultivated and upgraded. In the history of the Duluo continent, the most respected profession was that of a spirit master. Because of this, everyone wished for their children to awaken their spirit essence at the age of 6, in hopes that they would manifest spirit power. If a child possessed spirit power, their family's lives were transformed, and they would benefit from it. Glorybound City was a small town on the border between the ocean and the eastern coast of the Sun-Moon Federation. The day was hectic because it was the annual Awakening Day. The street in front of the Red Mountain Academy was crowded up to the eastern city walls because everyone and their children were there for the awakening ceremony. A young boy with black hair and beautiful eyes arrived with his middle-aged dad. He was excited about the awakening ceremony and asked what spirit essence his dad thought he would awaken and if he would have any spirit power. The boy's name was Tang Wu Lin. His dad, Tang Ziran, replied that it all depended on luck. He promised that he would always love his son, regardless of the outcome. Tang Wu Lin's name was called a while later, and his face filled with excitement. He was dazzled when he entered the awakening chamber at Red Mountain Academy. The building had 7 floors, and he had been brought into the 3rd. He gazed at the strange decorative engravings on the floor, the wall, and the roof. They gave a bizarre feeling that made him restless. A spirit master was waiting for Tang Wu-lin on the 3rd floor. He seemed whimsical as he asked Tang Wu-lin to relax and stand in the middle of a circle. He suddenly noticed Tang Wu-lin's beautiful eyes and drew close to admire them. He then remarked on how perfect it would be if Tang Wu-lin's spirit essence were related to the eyes. He asked if Tang Wu-lin had heard of spirit eyes, which was the spirit essence of the first master of the spirit pagoda. He asked Tang Wu-lin to concentrate and be quiet because they were about to begin. He released his energy, and the circle beneath Tang Wu-lin shone brightly as the light in the room gathered at his feet. The power felt warm as it entered his body, giving him the feeling of being electrocuted. Seeing Tang Wu-lin in pain, the spirit master wondered why such a reaction occurred. He thought Tang Wu-lin's reaction to the awakening process was exaggerated, even for people with weak bodies. He saw a golden mark appearing on Tang Wu-lin's forehead. From it, a pattern spread throughout his body. Tang Wu-lin's palm emitted a pale blue light, and light blue grass appeared. Finally, his spirit essence was revealed. The spirit master was disappointed to see that it was blue-silver grass, a spirit essence that he considered to be trash. He quickly recovered and congratulated Tang Wu-lin for possessing a spirit power of rank 3. He said that although his spirit essence wasn't strong, Tang Wu-lin was still 1 in 1,000 and could strengthen his spirit essence if he cultivated it. Tang Wu-lin was sad. He knew that blue-silver grass was a trash spirit essence, and more so, the worst trash. The spirit master encouraged him by saying that the founding ancestor of the Tang sect, the legendary Tang San, had a blue-silver grass spirit essence, climbed to the top with it, and defeated the most powerful enemies 20,000 years ago. Tang Wu-lin remembered that the legend of the founder of the Tang sect was well known, so he remarked that the spirit essence of the Tang sect's founding ancestor was the blue-silver emperor. The spirit master was embarrassed to see that the little guy was not easily tricked. He admitted that the blue-silver emperor evolved from blue-silver grass, and that if Tang Wu-lin wished to become a famous spirit master, he had to do his best. Tang Wu-lin thanked the spirit master and left the awakening chamber. His body felt like it had been torn apart. He was disappointed with his blue-silver grass, but clenched his fist with determination. No matter what, he would not give up until he became the most renowned spirit master in the Duluo continent. His dad was waiting for him outside and encouraged him, saying that Tang Wu-lin had done his best and that he had blue-silver grass and spirit power, making him even more unique. The father and son went back home. Tang Wu-lin skipped the meal and went to bed, still depressed about his martial spirit. His mother, Lang Yue, suggested that they give their son some space to calm down, while his dad sighed and said that it would not be easy for Tang Wu-lin to become a spirit master with his blue-silver grass and spirit power of rank 3. He could only imagine the pressure their son was going through. Tang Wu-lin was born into a family of commoners. His mother was a housewife, and his father was a repairman specializing in soul machines, with an income just enough for his small family. Tang Wu-lin had a good relationship with his parents, who often doted on him. Of course, they didn't know that the reason Tang Wu-lin did not eat wasn't just because of disappointment. He was tired and was still in pain from the awakening ceremony. He fell fast asleep. In the middle of the night, he tossed and turned on the bed, and his skin flushed pink as his body temperature increased astonishingly. His blood pressure rose to 3 times that of an average person. The golden patterns on his body reappeared and extended from his head to his toes. They circulated thrice and disappeared. His body emitted a strange faint sound before everything returned to normal. In his dream, Tang Wu-lin stood in a field of blue-silver grass. A colossal object suddenly fell from the sky, and its golden mouth swallowed him. He woke up covered in sweat and realized it was just a dream. He went for dinner, and his dad noticed that he ate 4 times his usual amount and was worried that Tang Wu-lin could be stress-eating. Tang Ziran said he understood his son's pressure and said he did not have to become a spirit master or attend spirit master classes. Tang Wu-lin showed his resolve by saying that he knew how ordinary his spirit power was and that there would be many challenges. But that would not be enough to stop him. He would become a spirit master, earn money, and buy good food for his parents. His parents shed tears of joy at their son's thoughtfulness. On the long-awaited day of enrollment, Tang Wu-lin formally joined the Red Mountain Academy's Spirit Master class alongside other 6-year-olds to begin their education that would continue for 9 years. His dad was too emotional and tried to comfort him one last time. With eyes filled with confidence, Tang Wulin told his dad that he would be fine and that there was no need to be worried. At the entrance of the Spirit Master class, the Academy's teachers waited to receive them. The Spirit Master class students were treated vastly different from those in the regular classes. They learned the everyday class culture and education and were guided in utilizing their spirit power by professional teachers. They eventually became respectable Spirit Masters. When that happened, they would enter a secondary institution in the future. His class had 15 students, a considerable number for Glory-bound City. They would be his classmates and companions in the new life that had begun. A small freckled boy named Wan Yun Chao asked what Tang Wulin's spirit essence was. Seizing the opportunity, Tang Wulin proudly displayed his blue-silver grass like the Tang sect's founding ancestor. The small boy laughed and said the blue-silver grass was a trash spirit essence. Tang Wulin could not accept the mockery and asked whether Wan Yun Chao's spirit essence was any better. Wan Yun Chao revealed that his spirit essence was a knife. He claimed that if he cultivated to the rank of title Dao Luo, he would be known as the Knife God. The boy then began a crazy rant about how he would chop up Tang Wulin like vegetables. As classes started, Tang Wulin reflected on the weakness of blue-silver grass and how arduous the journey ahead would be, but, as he said, he would not let any of that stop him. A pretty lady greeted everyone and introduced herself. Her name was Lin Shimeng. She was the new homeroom teacher and would be in charge of the class until graduation. She asked the class to take turns introducing themselves, including their names, spirit essences, and spirit power. It was soon Tang Wulin's turn. The other kids could not contain their laughter after his introduction. They laughed at his weak spirit essence and low spirit power. He was embarrassed, but remembered that he would not give up. Once the laughter ended, Lin Shimeng started the lesson and introduced the different classifications of spirit essence and said she would guide the class on how to train and increase their spirit power. Spirit essences were classified into two types, tool types and beast types. The spirit essences that manifested on the body were beast spirits, and those that manifested separately from the body were tool spirits. By cultivating spirit power, the spirit essence could be upgraded. After the spirit power reached rank 10, then one would be able to become a spirit master. Spirit masters could similarly be classified into two, battle spirit masters and utility spirit masters. Those that used combat to train their spirit powers were called combat masters, and those that used spirit weapons were called weapon masters. Listening to Lin Shimeng's explanation about spirit power and spirit masters, Tang Wulin's resentment slowly disappeared. All the knowledge was like a magnificent new world opening its doors to him. He had unconsciously stretched his hand, and his teacher teased him about wanting to give her a high five. Tang Wulin was born in a peaceful house. He had loving parents who doted on him in every possible way. His parents would neither scold nor hit him even when he made a mistake, but would instead guide him patiently. His first day of school was highly depressing because of his tender upbringing. Tang Wulin had never experienced the feeling he got when his classmates mocked and laughed at him. His classmates called him Little Grass Classmate to ridicule him. Even his teacher barely paid attention to him when she guided the other students. His dad once told him that success was 99% hard work and 1% talent. Since his spirit essence wasn't strong, he had to work harder than anyone else. In the evening, Tang Wulin walked home slowly, and his stomach rumbled with hunger. Lunch at the Red Mountain Academy was free, and he ate a lot too, but he was still hungry. His classmates gave him an annoying nickname. They called him Grassy Rice Bucket because of his great appetite. He walked home and thought about the tasty meals that his mom had made. Along the way, he saw a little girl at the side of the road. He had never seen her around and wondered whether she was a beggar. She had silver hair and bright, beautiful purple eyes. Tang Wulin was mesmerized by her beautiful eyes. A group of delinquents approached her. They asked her about her parents, where she was from, and whether she was hungry. The little girl was scared, and Tang Wulin noticed. One of the delinquents picked up the little girl, and she screamed for help. Tang Wulin quickly jumped to the rescue and demanded the girl's release. One delinquent kicked him in the back, but he was brave and stood in their way. The delinquents grew tired of his persistence and threatened him with a knife. But he stood his ground and said he was a spirit master and was unafraid of them. One of the delinquents realized that if Tang Wulin was a spirit master, he was in the Spirit Pagoda's records. If anything happened to him, the federal government would investigate the matter, and they would be in trouble. The delinquents walked away and cursed their terrible luck. When they were out of sight, Tang Wulin comforted the little girl and promised to protect her. He asked her if she knew where her parents were, but she shook her head, indicating that she didn't know. He then asked for her name, and she took a moment and said that her name was Nar. Tang Wu-lin thought that because of the girl's lovely appearance and sweet voice, she was probably not from the mainland. Suddenly, both of their tummies made rumbling sounds. Tang Wu-lin asked her if she was also famished. She was silently embarrassed. Then he suggested she come to his place for dinner because his mom made great food. He took her hand and led her away. When they got home, Tang Wu-lin told his mom about the incident with the little girl and the gang of delinquents. He then asked her to make something nice for them to eat. Lang Yue saw this as an opportunity to show off her exceptional skills as a chef. Lang Yue insisted that they first had to clean up before they had anything to eat. In the bath, Tang Wu-lin asked his mom why Nair seemed different from him. Lang Yue explained that it was because Nair was a girl and he was a boy. His mom initially thought it was okay for them to shower together because they were both 6-year-old kids. Still, after noticing Nair's shyness, she decided they would bathe separately in the future. At dinner, Nair tried the food and thoroughly enjoyed it. Tang Wu-lin soon joined in. Tang Ziran came home later that evening and found that the kids were stuffing their faces as his wife made even more food. He too joined in, and that night's dinner became the most thrilling they had ever had at the house. Everyone ate until they passed out, unable to have any more. Tang Wu-lin watched his mom leave for the administrative government office with Nair to learn more about her parents. He watched Nair reluctantly as she left. He returned to his room and thought about what he had been taught in class that day. He learned about meditation and decided to try it. Tang Wu-lin achieved the first step of meditation, which was tranquility. Afterward, he felt his blue-silver grass spirit essence and spirit power. With his mind, he forced the two to maintain the connection as he continued to meditate and entered the blue-silver grass world. He could sense some of the world's blue-silver grass. Although the spirit beasts were almost on the verge of extinction, the blue-silver grass still covered the earth. It was tenacious and was the most abundant plant on the continent. Tang Wu-lin was faintly aware of tiny existences in the air, which his body absorbed and merged with his spirit power. The fusion gradually increased his spirit power. After some time, he woke up from meditation, and his body felt calm and relaxed. He felt like his body had been wrapped in countless blades of blue-silver grass. Tang Wu-lin was startled when he opened his eyes and found his dad beside him. He went on to tell his dad about his experience trying out meditation for the first time. Tang Ziran was proud of his son's comprehension speed. He commended Tang Wu-lin's bravery when he defended Nair from the delinquents. He then told his son to ask for help next time. And to be brave, one did not have to be reckless. Tang Wu-lin was teased for bringing a girl home at a young age. He asked about Nair, and his dad explained that her parents could not be found despite going to the administrative office to investigate. Tang Wu-lin asked his dad to let Nair stay at their house. He said that he would take care of her. He went to the living room and found her seated, looking docile. He was happy to see her and asked whether she would stay at his house. He said that he always wanted to have a little sister. When his mom told him that Nair would be going to the orphanage, Tang Wu-lin said that he wanted her to stay, even if it meant that he would have to eat less. Lang Yue told her son that he could not force Nair to stay with them, but had to ask her instead. He did just that, and after some persuasion, she agreed to stay. The reality was different, as the kids could not control their hunger. They had 3 days' worth of food in one meal. The two big eaters scared the parents with their bottomless stomachs. The house only had 2 rooms, so they had to share. Nair went straight to bed. Tang Wu-lin enjoyed the feeling of meditation. It made his body feel refreshed and light, and he couldn't wait to experience it again. When he was about to begin, his dad asked to speak with him first. Tang Ziran admired his son's determination to become a spirit master, but he warned of the hardships. He talked about how spirit masters in the past killed spirit beasts to obtain spirit rings. But now, the spirit beasts were all but extinct. After 10,000 years of research, spirit souls were discovered more superior to spirit rings. High-level spirit souls could grow and could be artificially manufactured. Different ranks of spirit souls could give a spirit master 1 or more spirit rings. Commoners like Tang Wu-lin's family could only buy spirit souls from the spirit pagoda, but they were expensive. Tang Ziran could only provide for his family, but with the addition of Nair into the family and how much the kids ate, his meager salary was not enough. Tang Wu-lin was surprised because he did not think this was a problem. He then asked his dad what they should do. Tang Ziran reminded him of Uncle Mang Tian, a renowned blacksmith. He had asked Uncle Mang Tian to take in Tang Wu-lin as an apprentice every day for 2 hours for 3 months. Tang Wu-lin would afterwards have the skill to earn some money. Tang Wu-lin immediately accepted to become an apprentice blacksmith and said he had always wanted to work hard for the family. Tang Ziran left his son's room and found his wife waiting for him in the living room. She said their son was still very young and asked why he had to be given such a huge burden. Tang Ziran replied that becoming a spirit master was difficult because their son only had the blue-silver grass, and forging was a valuable craft to build his son's character. If he could not become a spirit master, he had a fallback plan. The following day, Tang Wulin met his mom after school. She hugged him, making him feel embarrassed in front of his classmates. She had come to take him to meet Uncle Mang Tian. Glory-bound city was small, so it took them 20 minutes to walk there. They stood outside a door with a sign, and Lang Yue called out to Uncle Mang Tian, who responded and walked toward the door. He was a tall, middle-aged man with an intimidating aura and a haughty look in his eyes. His deep voice made Tang Wulin nervous. He asked Lang Yue to return after 2 hours. He then looked at Tang Wulin and asked him to enter the shop. Tang Wulin followed the man into the workshop. Uncle Mang Tian quickly gave him the basic rules of the workshop. He then asked Tang Wulin if he knew anything about forging. Just as he expected, the boy was clueless. He told Tang Wulin he wanted to avoid taking him as an apprentice. But since Tang Ziran insisted upon it, he decided to try it. However, if Tang Wulin failed, he had to leave immediately. He gave Tang Wulin the task of hitting a metal plate 500 times on both the left and right sides. A machine would count the strikes only when the right amount of strength was used. Uncle Mang Tian added that if the boy failed the task, he would not need to return the following day. Tang Wulin asked if he should switch between his left and right hands, but his uncle ignored him and walked away. He decided not to worry and got started. Once the machine counted his first strike, he tried it with his left hand, and the count went up again. He completed the task and went to report. He decided to get his uncle's attention, but the man was occupied. He finally gave up and decided to tap his uncle's shoulder. Uncle Mang Tian was startled and fell off his chair. He was angry at the boy for tapping him suddenly and asked why he wasn't called instead. Tang Wulin awkwardly explained his futile efforts to call his uncle. Mang Tian regained his composure and asked the boy whether he had given up because it had only been half an hour since he received the task. They walked back to the machine, and Mang Tian was shocked when he saw that the monitor indicated 1,000 strikes. Each of the hammers that Tang Wulin used weighed 5 kilograms. According to Mang Tian's calculations, even a full-grown man would find it challenging to complete the task. His initial plan had been to use the task as an excuse to send Tang Wulin away. He did not expect the boy to complete 1,000 strikes. Mang Tian was still in disbelief and asked Tang Wulin to demonstrate his strikes. He was impressed by Tang Wulin's fluid strikes that did not use any skills. He noticed that Tang Wulin showed great perseverance and determination for his age. As he was deep in thought, he saw one more thing. Tang Wulin's strikes were getting faster and more powerful. The boy was a true prodigy. Lang Yue came back for her son after 2 hours. Mang Tian said that he had accepted Tang Wulin as his apprentice. He asked her to bring him to the workshop every day at the same time. He also gave her a medical cream for Tang Wulin's swollen hands. When they returned home, Tang Wulin cheerfully told Nair that he had passed the forging test and could start learning. He asked her if she could remember her home, but she still had no memory. He comforted her and promised to work hard to become a powerful spirit master and protect her. She smiled for the first time. Because of his injured hands, Tang Wulin could not even eat alone, so Nair offered to feed him. Their parents walked in on them and felt awkward. Tang Wulin's parents argued about his apprenticeship in a different room. Lang Yue did not want her son to go back to the workshop. However, Tang Ziran convinced her that since their son had received the acknowledgement of Uncle Mang Tian, a master blacksmith, he was unusually gifted. Later that evening, Tang Wulin revealed his spirit essence to Nair. She asked him if she would also possess a spirit essence in the future, and he replied that everyone had spirit essence and that she would learn about her spirit essence at the awakening ceremony when she was 6. When he finished speaking, he fell fast asleep. Tang Ziran wanted to treat his son's bruised hands with the medicine that Uncle Mang Tian had given. He inspected his son's hands and was surprised to find nothing unusual. Lang Yue said that their son's hands had been severely injured. He thought that she was exaggerating. He did not notice the golden light slowly fading from his son's forehead. At breakfast, Lang Yue asked about the condition of her son's hands. Tang Wulin replied that not only had his hands recovered, but he also felt they had grown stronger. Tang Ziran wondered if that was an ability of the blue-silver grass. Tang Wulin said goodbye to his mom and Nair and left for school with his dad. He was excited because they would be learning about spirit essences that day. 3 years had passed, and Red Mountain Academy's Novice Spirit Master class was about to graduate. Wan Yun Chao, the self-proclaimed future knife god Du Luo, asked Tang Wulin whether he had received the news that their classmate, Zhao Xiaolong, had broken through to rank 10 spirit power. Tang Wulin was at rank 9, and his class already had 6 students at rank 10. Wan Yun Chao was one of the 6 that had cultivated to rank 10. If the students did not reach rank 10 before graduation, they were sent home without receiving any recommendation letters from the academy. Recommendation letters were proof of one's talent, and if one reached rank 10 after graduation, many more tests were required for admission to the intermediate academy. Tang Wulin was already at the peak of rank 9. His homeroom teacher Lin Shimeng was surprised by his progress despite having blue-silver grass as his spirit essence. He could not be compared with other geniuses, but he was already a miracle-like existence. Lin Shimeng discovered that Tang Wulin was talented at meditating, so he progressed quickly. Nair did not change much in the 3 years, but unexpectedly, her spirit essence had not yet awakened. Her condition was rare in the entire continent. Thus, she could only go to a regular school. Tang Wulin would wait for her every day at the gates of her school. Her beauty made her female classmates jealous and also intrigued her male classmates. Tang Wulin got into many fights to protect her from bullies. He beat them up, but because he was in the Spirit Master class, he did not receive much punishment. He instead became famous, and nobody at Red Mountain Academy dared to bully Nair anymore. Afterward, he went to Mang Tian's workshop, where he worked hard, earned money to buy her food, and saved the rest to buy his first spirit soul. Tang Wulin eventually relieved his family's financial burden with his own hands. That day at the workshop, he caught up with Brother Long, who was Mang Tian's only other apprentice. The 3 of them ran the blacksmith workshop, which received many orders. The apprentices took the easy orders, but the master handled the complicated ones. Tang Wulin kept his forge clean and organized. He practiced hammering for 3 months in the early days and mastered the basics. As he grew stronger and more skillful, he began using heavier hammers and worked on simple smelting tasks. After a year, he forged simple components and progressed to more complicated parts. Mang Tian was stricter on Tang Wulin. However, he took good care of the boy because of his personality. In his 3 years as an apprentice at the workshop, he never complained, no matter how difficult the work became. That was what Mang Tian appreciated most about Tang Wulin. The boy was tenacious. Tang Wulin had mastered the 100 refinements technique and needed to master the 1,000 refinements technique. For this, he needed to remain tenacious. In forging, the more metal was refined, the less impure it became. Of course, the metal first needed to be good enough. Tang Wulin was already proficient with the metals that needed 100 refinements. He had received a unique pair of 1,000 refined tungsten hammers from his master that first year. Each of the hammers weighed 80 pounds. Ordinary people would find it difficult to lift a single hammer, but the boy could swing each of them with little effort. He did not realize just how talented he was. On the day his master gave him the hammers, he was recognized as an official blacksmith. After 3 years of hardship, his emotions and personality were more mature than others of the same age. He began to like his work. Swinging the hammer every day felt refreshing. While forging, he sometimes entered a unique state that allowed him to feel the resonance between the metal, the hammer, and himself. Each time he entered this state, the components he forged were excellent. Even his pessimistic master praised him. Tang Wulin was excited to return home after the day's work. His master quietly admitted to himself that the boy's talent surpassed his own. Back home, Tang Wulin celebrated with his hands in the air because he had saved up to 30,000 Union coins. The money was finally enough to buy a spirit soul. Even his dad was surprised at how much money the 9-year-old had raised. Later, Tang Wulin said he was tired and wanted to sleep. His dad said he could no longer share a room with Nair once he was 10 years old because things would become complicated. As Nair slept, several multicolored light spots intertwined and converged on her body. The lights entered her forehead and her body glowed. She seemed to grow taller, even though she had not changed much in the last 3 years. Tang Wulin was outside meditating as he sat on a patch of blue-silver grass. Countless blue light orbs gathered from everywhere and steadily entered his body, nurturing every cell. He felt like he had entered a blue sea, with numerous faint voices around him calling his name. The air was filled with a scent of blue-silver grass, and in his perspective, everything appeared to have a strange blue hue. He suddenly realized that he had finally broken through to rank 10. He excitedly told his mom about it when she looked for him that evening. He returned to the house and informed his dad about the recent breakthrough. He was in high spirits because things had started to go well for him. He had finally saved up enough money to buy his first spirit soul and broke through to rank 10, which was the minimum requirement to become a spirit master and fuse with a spirit soul. Nair was expressionless as she sat near him. He asked her if there was a problem, but she replied she was fine and asked him to take her to the beach. At the beach, Tang Wu Lin said that the place had once been beautiful and that there was a legend that nature punished humans because they hunted many ocean spirit beasts long ago. Nair remained silent as they walked, holding hands. When he asked why she was quiet, she separated from him and with teary eyes asked if he would miss her if she left one day. He was surprised by the question and asked whether she was leaving. She said that she was only talking about a hypothetical scenario. He replied that he would miss her because she was his only sister. He spoke about the plans he had made for the time he would enter the intermediate academy and wanted to bring her to the same city he would be moving to. He promised to always be by her side, no matter what. Back home, Tang Wu Lin was nervous about the spirit soul he was about to buy. He asked his dad whether he thought he could fuse with it. His dad teased him for being too nervous because he only had 5 bowls of noodles. Tang Ziran said that it did not matter what kind of spirit soul his son got, because he was different from ordinary people. He had become a spirit master, which meant their family life would improve. Tang Wu Lin was nervous as he left with his dad the following day to buy his first spirit soul. Nair watched him go with a look of longing. The spirit pagoda had a broad reach. Not only had it spread throughout the continent, but it was also present in the Duluo continent and 2 others several millennia ago. Because of its importance to spirit masters and its revolutionary research into artificial spirit souls, its status rose drastically to its current state. Throughout the 3 continents, the spirit pagoda had the most significant power. Glorybound City also had a branch of the spirit pagoda. It was 3 stories tall. For Tang Wu Lin, it was the promised land of his dreams. When they entered the building, Tang Wu Lin found the same whimsical spirit master from his awakening ceremony. The spirit master assured him that he would get him a good spirit soul so the boy would not think of him as a source of bad luck. He explained to Tang Wu Lin and his dad that they had 3 options to obtain a spirit soul. There were 73 of the 10-year white spirit souls, which cost 70,000, and 11 of the 100-year yellow spirit souls, which cost 1 million coins each. The last option was a random draw with a chance to get a 10 or 100-year spirit soul, costing 30,000 union coins. The latter option was by far the most affordable to Tang Wu Lin. The spirit master warned him, however, that there was a chance to draw a dysfunctional spirit soul or one unsuitable. Tang Ziran suggested to his son that they should return once they had saved up more money. Tang Wu Lin said it was unnecessary and would go with the random draw. He did not want to stress his parents, and because his spirit essence was just blue-silver grass, he hoped that heaven would bless him with a decent spirit soul. The spirit master felt that Tang Wu Lin was more thoughtful and capable than his son. He decided to help the boy by giving him a free mental power test. He told Tang Wu Lin that because it was his first time choosing a spirit soul, he would formally become a spirit master once he fused with it. The spirit pagoda would record his mental power, the rank of his spirit power, and the spirit soul he had. He said the stronger the spirit soul, the more mental power was required to communicate with it. Tang Wu Lin was given a device to wear on his head and was asked to relax as his mental power test began. The spirit master pressed a button and watched as the numbers on the monitor changed rapidly. The spirit master was astonished by Tang Wu Lin's score of 38. He said that out of all the people he had tested in the previous years, Tang Wu Lin had the most potent mental power. The spirit master promised to prepare the test report for Tang Wu Lin because he was going to the intermediate academy in the future. Tang Wu Lin was confused by his score, so the spirit master explained the different ranks of mental power. At the spirit genesis stage, rank 30 and below was the beginning level. Rank 30 to 60 was the intermediate level, rank 60 to 90 was the high level, and 90 to 100 was the peak level. The Spirit Master said that although he was a rank 28 Spirit Grandmaster, his mental power was only 87. Tang Wu Lin was impressive because his mental power had already reached the intermediate level of Spirit Genesis. At that level, he could perfectly fuse with a 100-year Spirit Soul. However, whether he could get one depended on luck. In class, he learned that a strong Spirit Soul could increase a Spirit Master's rank after fusion. And if the Spirit Soul were too weak, its ability would also be weak. It was finally time for the random draw. Tang Wu Lin stood before an old machine with many glowing spheres containing Spirit Souls. The spirit master asked him to press the red button once he was ready. Tang Wu Lin's ever-steady hands of a blacksmith shook with anxiety. He pushed the button, and the machine started circulating the spheres. His heart raced. He knew that once the machine stopped, his fate as a spirit master would be sealed. The circulation finally stopped, and the sphere containing Tang Wu Lin's spirit soul rolled out. The spirit master handed him a device and instructed him to press a button to shine a light on the sphere and release his spirit soul. When Tang Wu Lin did so, the sphere turned transparent, and he could vaguely see its contents. The sphere emitted a white glow that indicated the spirit soul within was the 10-year type. Tang Ziran was disappointed with the outcome. He felt that the heavens did not care about his son. Tang Wu Lin stared at the sphere as it opened to reveal a small grass snake. His dad found the situation to be outrageous. Everyone knew the common grass snake. It was small, harmless, and indeed the weakest of its species. Tang Ziran's rant frightened the little grass snake, which quickly hit its head. The spirit master gravely informed Tang Wu Lin that his spirit soul belonged to the dysfunctional type mentioned earlier. Tang Wu Lin's mind went blank then, and he did not know how he returned home. The parting words of the spirit master were that because the spirit soul had been activated, it needed to be fused within the next 24 hours. Otherwise, it would die. He said whether Tang Wu Lin fused with it depended on his decision, but abandoning the spirit soul was still acceptable. The dinner table was quiet that evening, and Tang Ziran tried to encourage his son by offering to buy a suitable spirit soul. With a downcast expression, Tang Wu Lin replied that it was unnecessary. He went to his room, sat on the bed, and hung his head low. When he awakened his spirit essence and discovered that it was blue-silver grass, he did not cry because he had spirit power, and as long as he had it, there was still a chance. When his dad said there wasn't enough money to buy a spirit soul, he did not cry. Instead, he worked hard for the money. He still did not cry when his classmates played outside, and he spent his days hauling large hunks of metal in Mang Tian's workshop as his arms hurt. He faced all his challenges with a smile, but at that moment, he couldn't do it anymore. Although he wanted to hold them back, his tears poured out, and they drenched the little grass snake. He almost broke down completely when Nair appeared close to him and held him in her arms to comfort him. He later calmed down and asked Nair to leave the room because he wanted to fuse with his new spirit soul. He did it because he did not want to burden his parents. Nair was relieved to see Tang Wu Lin smiling again as she left the room. Tang Wu Lin opened his heart to the little snake and accepted it. He felt the snake's anxiety seeping into his mind. It was the kind of anxiety that contained traces of dependence. The spirit fusion had officially begun. The stronger the spirit soul, the more intelligent it was. Some were even able to communicate with their masters. But in Tang Wu Lin's case, those were just legends. The mental power of the little snake was too weak, so it did not show any sign of resistance. Although his blue-silver grass was a trash spirit essence, Tang Wu Lin's mental power greatly affected the fusion process. He was surprised to find that the fusion was already complete. He felt like his spirit power had increased. Suddenly, he was overwhelmed by the aura surging from his body. His body became hot, as if it was about to explode. Golden marks appeared once more on his body, and at the same time, thin golden lines also appeared on the surface of his blue-silver grass and the body of the little snake. The golden lines intertwined and embedded themselves in the blue-silver grass like a skeleton, making it resilient. The scales of the little snake also emitted light. All the golden lines gathered towards a scale on its forehead. With this transformation, Tang Wu Lin's mental power increased rapidly, and his spirit power instantly increased by 1 rank. Tang Ziran returned home and found Nair standing in the doorway to Tang Wu Lin's room. She asked him not to interrupt the spirit fusion. However, because it had been almost 8 hours since Tang Wu Lin began his spirit fusion, his dad decided to check on him to see if he was all right. He found that Tang Wu Lin had lost consciousness on the floor after the fusion. Once Tang Wu Lin regained consciousness, he told his dad that the little snake suited him well, and his dad had no reason to worry. His dad said it was a reason to celebrate with a party, as his mom asked him how it felt to become a spirit master. Suddenly, Uncle Mang Tian appeared out of nowhere, scaring everyone. After apologizing for the intrusion, he asked Tang Wu Lin to show his spirit skill. He repeatedly asked until everyone gathered and eagerly waited to see Tang Wu Lin's spirit skill. His dad even brought popcorn. Tang Wu Lin agreed and closed his eyes to concentrate. He opened them, and a light flashed in his eyes as he released his spirit essence. The majestic aura spread, filling the entire room with blue-silver grass. The scent was very pleasant. Although he only had a 10-year spirit ring, its flickering white light caused Tang Wulin to have an enchanting appearance. His charisma was that of a spirit master. Even with a single spirit ring, spirit masters were more exceptional than ordinary people. Tang Wulin's parents were giddy about how cool their son was. Mang Tian thought that the vines of the blue-silver grass were weak until he pulled on one and was shocked by its toughness. He complimented Tang Wulin's spirit essence and said it was extraordinary. He said that it looked fragile but was unexpectedly strong. Tang Ziran and Lang Yue tested it and found that Mang Tian's words were valid. The blue-silver grass was too tough for them to break. Mang Tian got serious and took off his shirt, embarrassing Lang Yue. He grabbed the vine of blue-silver grass as he said that the strength of blacksmiths was different from that of ordinary people. However, the result was unchanged. He still could not break the vine with brute force. He decided to use his true strength. According to Spirit Master rankings, 0 to 10 were Spirit Scholars, ranks 11 to 20 were Spirit Masters, and after every 10 ranks, they gained new titles. They were Spirit Grandmaster, Spirit Elder, Spirit Ancestor, Spirit King, Spirit Emperor, Spirit Sage, Spirit Duluo, and the peak with 9 spirit rings was titled Duluo. Mang Tian was a spirit ancestor with 4 spirit rings, 1 white 10-year ring, 2 yellow 100-year rings, and 1 purple 1,000-year spirit ring. His first spirit soul was a 10-year white rabbit. His second and third were yellow 100-year hammers, and the last was a little brown 1,000-year bear. His spirit power surprised everyone. He grabbed the vine and tried to break it again, but found it challenging. He then noticed that there were golden lines inside the vine. At the same time, Tang Wulin felt dizzy, and his spirit power decreased. This revelation shocked his uncle, who told everyone that the blue-silver grass spirit essence had mutated. The news surprised Tang Ziran. Tang Wulin wondered what it meant for spirit essence to mutate. His uncle explained that spirit essence could mutate under exceptional circumstances, such as fusion with extremely suitable or unsuitable spirit souls, or spirit rings, or receiving stimulation from something else. There were excellent and harmful mutations. There was a possibility of a strong spirit essence becoming weak, and a weak spirit essence becoming strong. Mang Tian explained that he had a friend with blue-silver grass and had fused with a snake spirit soul. His friend's blue-silver grass mutated into thick vines but remained fragile. Tang Wulin's mutation was different because even after his uncle used the strength of his first spirit ability, he still could not tear the vines. He said that as long as Tang Wulin still had enough spirit power, he could not tear apart the blue-silver grass's vines. Tang Wulin's spirit essence had undergone an excellent mutation. However, he was cautioned that an opponent could take advantage of his weakness in combat and deplete Tang Wulin's spirit power. He recommended Tang Wulin use his blue-silver grass as a whip. Before leaving, Uncle Mang Tian encouraged him that he could work hard as a blacksmith and earn enough money to buy whatever spirit soul he needed. Later that night, Tang Wulin sat with Nar and admired his little grass snake. It had a golden scale on its forehead. Tang Wulin named his new partner Jingguang, which meant gold light. Nar remained silent with a sad expression. Tang Wulin discovered that the effect of meditating in a place filled with blue-silver grass was far more significant than meditating at home. He was uncertain whether it was because of his spirit power or spirit essence mutation, but his spirit power increased significantly when he meditated. His mom found him meditating outside and told him that Nair had left. His mom then showed him the letter that was left behind. In it, she thanked Tang Wulin for caring for her and said she had to return home since she had regained her memory. Tang Wulin's mind went blank after he read the letter. His emotions became chaotic, and he was left speechless. He tried looking for her, calling her name as he ran through the streets, but he could not find her. In the distance, she remembered his smiling face. He had always been there when people bullied her. No matter how strong they were, he persevered. She reminisced about their time together as 2 figures took her away. Nair also left behind a small silver necklace, but to Tang Wulin, the gem's value was incomparable to his sister. That night, he did not sleep. He had also skipped a day of work at the blacksmith workshop. Tang Wulin received a recommendation letter from his homeroom teacher. With it, he could apply for the Intermediate Academy. Anyone who could become a Spirit Master while still in the Novice Academy was guaranteed entry into the Intermediate Academy for further studies. They only needed 1 spirit ring to do so. The letter also meant that his time at the Red Mountain Academy had ended. He remembered Nair's question that day on the beach and felt like he had lost the whole world. Tang Wulin was late arriving at the workshop. It rained heavily outside, and his master worried about him because he had been distracted lately from his work. Mang Tian wondered whether he had been too strict on the boy. Tang Wulin arrived and apologized for his tardiness. He explained to his master that it was because he had things to take care of at his school. Mang Tian warned him that he would become the new janitor for the workshop the next time he was late. In reality, he knew about the graduation. Tang Wulin explained that he would no longer be able to learn under Mang Tian because he would be going to East Sea City to attend the Intermediate Academy. Mang Tian promised to assign him to one of his blacksmith workshops at East Sea City. Tang Wulin was happy because he would remain his master's apprentice. He was encouraged and promised to work hard. Mang Tian reminded him that he still had to get through the test of the 1,000 refinements technique. Tang Wulin was excited that he would finally learn the method. They started with a strength test for Tang Wulin. The strike strength of his left hand was 483 pounds. Mang Tian was speechless. He wondered how the boy's strength had improved so much. He asked Tang Wulin to concentrate and repeat the strike. The boy did as he was told. He raised the hammer and brought it down as a golden light flashed in his eye. The heavy strike created a thunderous sound, which scattered Mang Tian's senses. He felt this strength was enough to shake heaven and earth. This time, the strike strength was 543 pounds. Mang Tian's mind was blown away. He regained his composure and agreed to teach the 1,000 refinements technique. Tang Wulin asked if there were any special tricks, but his master said he only needed to use his heart. Heavy silver was a rare metal formed thousands of meters below the sea. It was hard but became flexible in extremely high temperatures. It was also a good conductor of spirit power. High-quality heavy silver could increase the effectiveness of spirit power by 5 to 10%. It wasn't easy to work with because of its high density and weight. Tang Wulin began working on the chunk of heavy silver as his master watched him. He was focused and found his rhythm quickly. Mang Tian was focused entirely on the metal and did not notice the golden ray of light in Tang Wulin's eyes, whose swing had the silhouette of a golden dragon in its wake. The 1,000 refined tungsten hammer in his hand had already become a part of him. Tang Ziran walked into the workshop to look for his son because it had gotten late. He found his son working on the chunk of heavy silver as Mang Tian experienced pure bliss from the boy's forging. Tang Ziran asked for an explanation of what was going on. The light from the forge filled the entire room. Tang Wulin was soaked in sweat because he had been working for a long time. The heavy silver had become more concentrated, and its volume had slowly decreased by 15%. Tang Ziran had an indescribable feeling in his heart as he watched his son hard at work. Tang Wulin already possessed the aura of a great blacksmith. He struggled as he continued to work on the metal, but persevered because his efforts would have gone to waste if he had stopped at that moment. With one final strike, he completed the task. In his father's eyes, he was no longer the child that followed him around. Mang Tian saw that the forging was over. He rushed forward, held Tang Wulin's hand, and slashed his wrist. The blood was then spilled onto the 1,000 refined heavy silver, which emitted a bright light. Tang Wulin lost consciousness as the metal cooled down with newly engraved patterns on its surface. His master called him a prodigy and said he would cause an uproar in the blacksmith world. Tang Ziran carried his son back home, wishing he could only raise him normally until he was grown up. Nair called Tang Wulin to hurry up for breakfast. He woke up yelling for her to wait for him, but soon realized it was only a dream. At dinner, he returned to his old way of stuffing his face. He then asked his dad what his master had said the previous day. His parents were overjoyed that he was back to his old self. His dad told him about what his master had said and that they needed to go back to the workshop that same day. When they arrived, they found that Mang Tian had just returned from his bath. Tang Wulin was thrilled to see the chunk of 1,000 refined heavy silver he had worked on earlier. He felt like he was one with it, as if he could almost communicate with it. His master explained that the 100 refinement technique purified and enhanced the metal's quality. However, the 1,000 refinement technique created a spirit and gave life to the metal. He further explained that blood sacrifice linked the blood vessels to the 1,000 refined metal. There was a rule in the blacksmithing world that blood-sacrificed metals belonged to the blacksmith who forged it or the blood's owner. That meant that the heavy silver now belonged to Tang Wulin and could only be used by him. He was stunned that his master had given him something so valuable. Mang Tian asked him to forge the heavy silver into 2 hammers. It was already late, so Tang Wulin was asked to return the following day. 3 days later, the 1,000 refined heavy silver hammers were finally completed. Mang Tian was eager to see the special effect of the 1,000 refined hammers, so he asked Tang Wulin to test them. Tang Wulin held his hammer and gave the metal a light tap. 3 sounds were heard instead of 1. Mang Tian was surprised. Tang Wulin had a dumb expression. His master asked him to try a heavy strike. The result was the same. 3 resounding bangs were heard instead of 1. Mang Tian was dumbfounded. He had just witnessed the peak special effect for 1,000 refined hammers. Not even he had ever produced such a special effect. He felt that the little brat was a monster. Tang Wulin asked what the 3 sounds meant, and Mang Tian replied that it was the stacked hammers effect. He explained that blacksmiths used blood sacrifice for their first 1,000 refined tools because it had an excellent special effect. The blood sacrifice connected the metal with one's blood vessels, pushing the awakened special effect to its limit. Almost all blacksmiths had their first 1,000 refined work become a pair of forging hammers they would use throughout their lives. Mang Tian warned that Tang Wulin must never reveal his treasure because he had refined the highest grade special effect for his hammers. Mang Tian also gave him a pair of metal hoops containing 1/8 of a cubic meter of space, enough for the hammers. They were storage spirit tools that Mang Tian had forged with heavy silver. They had no spirit power batteries, therefore they could only be used by spirit masters. He tried to reject them because he had already accepted the heavy silver. However, his master insisted he takes them instead of carrying the hammers on the streets. He also asked Tang Wulin to visit one last time before departing for East Sea City. East Sea City was the second largest city on the shore of the Sun Moon Federation's East Sea. It was an essential transport and resource hub. The city's buildings had a simple and unsophisticated style. The Sun Moon Federation paid particular attention to the several thousand-year-old buildings and made them historical landmarks of the city. As soon as the trains stopped, the station momentarily became hectic, with people squeezing their way to the exit. Tang Wulin tightened the straps on his bag and followed the stream of people out of the station. He had never been to a large city before and was very tense. He couldn't help but look around curiously at his surroundings. He was just a 9-year-old boy, alone in a big city. He followed the crowd when it suddenly split into 2, bringing a luxurious car into view. A man in a black suit stood beside the car. He looked in Tang Wulin's direction and respectfully called out to his young master. Tang Wulin was shoved aside by the man in the black suit as a young man stepped out from behind him. The young man had short brown hair, stylish clothes, and deep green eyes. He was ushered into the luxurious car by the man in the black suit who called Tang Wulin a bumpkin and told him to watch where he was going. In his heart, Tang Wulin thought that the young man was arrogant and that people in the city were impolite. He remembered his mom's note and decided to open it. His mom had written the words, "Don't talk to strangers." He read the message just as a strange, middle-aged man approached him. He quickly got away from the stranger. After searching, Tang Wulin found a sign that read East Sea Academy. He saw a table below the sign with a few people seated behind it and approached it. A girl seated at the table introduced herself as Liu Yuxin. She asked him whether he was there to register, to which he affirmed. She then invited him to fill in a registration form with his details. She was surprised that Tang Wulin was 9 years old and had blue-silver grass at his spirit essence. He thought that Liu Yuxin would make fun of him, but she was impressed that he had reached rank 11 with his blue-silver grass. Tang Wulin was curious and asked her if she knew any other people with the same spirit essence as himself. She said that many spirit masters had it, and that he would soon discover that spirit essence wasn't that important because his spirit power and talent with the mechs mattered. Afterward, he was ushered into a bus to attend the academy. Liu Yuxin spent the trip lecturing him about many things. She reminded him there would be an entrance exam after he was assigned to his class. She also wished him good luck. Her enthusiasm made a significant impression on Tang Wulin. He arrived at the academy and went to his assigned dorm room. The room already had 2 occupants. One was taller than Tang Wulin, with short hair and a thick build. The other was thinner in comparison and wore glasses. Tang Wulin walked in and introduced himself. The frail-looking student introduced himself as Yun Xiao. It was the larger student's turn to introduce himself, but instead he ordered Tang Wulin to clean the dorm room. Tang Wulin agreed because he didn't know the situation. The bully's name was Zhao Changxi. Yun Xiao asked him why he was bullying the new kid. He replied that he had to show that he was the boss. He then started to empty Tang Wulin's bag. The contents of the bag were scattered on the floor. Among them was a white blanket with a purple flower embroidered on it. Nair made it for him. Tang Wulin's eyes flashed with anger. He stared coldly at the bully and told him to pick up the scattered belongings. Zhao Changxi got closer and tried to intimidate him, saying that he was the boss of the dorm room and threatened to make Tang Wulin clean every day. Tang Wulin was enraged. He clenched his fist and threw a powerful punch that sent the bully flying out of the window. Yun Xiao was scared by Tang Wulin's display of raw strength without utilizing spirit power. He wondered about Tang Wulin's origin. A moment later, someone's foot appeared through the doorway and stepped on the white blanket. The foot's owner had a spiteful expression as he said that the room looked crude with its broken window and referred to the white blanket as a filthy rag. Tang Wulin recognized him as the arrogant young master he had met earlier in the city. Zhao Chongxi's spirit essence was a Titan ape, so his bones were naturally stronger than his peers. By the time he was 9 years old, he was already heavier than an ordinary adult. However, Tang Wulin defeated him with one punch without using his spirit essence. Yun Xiao hid in a corner, scared, senseless. He pitied the new guy who had also trashed Tang Wulin's embroidered blanket. Tang Wulin threw another punch as he angrily yelled at the young master to remove his foot from the blanket. The outcome was different from before. The young master evaded Tang Wulin's punch and tripped him. The world spun around for Tang Wulin as he flew through the doorway with momentum. The young master was proud of himself when Tang Wulin charged at him again, seemingly unharmed. Time and again, Tang Wulin's punches were evaded. He was even kicked and sent crashing into the top bunk bed, which shattered instantly. He asked Tang Wulin if he had had enough as he accidentally stepped on the blanket again. Tang Wulin could not contain himself and released his spirit essence in anger. He used it to hold the young master in place as he charged with another punch. The young master was surprised when he realized that the blue-silver grass was too strong for him to break. He yelled for Tang Wulin to stop, but the explosive punch sent him flying through the door unconscious. Tang Wulin picked up his blanket and brushed off the dust. The 4 boys were summoned to the director's office later. His name was Long Hengshu. He reprimanded them for fighting on the first day of school. He started with Zhao Chongxi, whose spirit essence qualified him to be placed in Class 3 despite his low spirit power. But because of his bad behavior, Director Long placed him in Class 5. Next was Yun Xiao, who was also placed in Class 5 despite never having fought. He was punished for not stopping the fights. The arrogant young master was also placed in Class 5 for starting a fight. It was finally Tang Wulin's turn to be punished. Director Long commended him for his bravery and said that a man needed to be able to fight. Considering that he had been provoked first, Tang Wulin would be let off the hook, but was also placed in Class 5 because of his inferior spirit essence. The director informed the boys that they would be charged for the damages they caused. Back in the dorm room, the arrogant young master was not satisfied with the outcome of the fight with Tang Wulin and challenged him to another. The young master's name was Ji Xi. Tang Wulin reminded him that they still had to pay for the damages, and their families would be troubled. The young master said he did not care but could pay for everything if Tang Wulin agreed to fight him again. They decided to fight the following day at the sports field. Mang Tian had given Tang Wulin the address to his workshop in East Sea City. The workshop was empty. Therefore, Tang Wulin could use it freely. He needed a job and had to register with a blacksmith association. As long as he passed the exam, he could join the association. When he arrived, he was greeted by a pretty receptionist who teased him until he said he was there to take the exam and had to see Master Chen Yue. She was surprised that he was looking for the Grand Master. He showed his recommendation letter from Mang Tian as proof. He followed her to the elevator heading for Master Chen Yue's office. She escorted him into the office before leaving. Tang Wuling was surprised by the difference between his master and the man before him. Chen Yue seemed more friendly and easier to talk to. He was Mang Tian's old friend. Unlike the latter, the man teased him by asking if he was his friend's disciple and said he looked like a girl. Once Master Chen Yue was done messing around, he took Tang Wulin to register. He looked at the boy's registration form and noticed that he was only 9 years old and had come to take the blacksmith evaluation exam. Tang Wulin was among the youngest candidates ever examined by the association. Xian Yue was curious about the kind of apprentice his old friend had found. In the examination room, Tang Wulin was required to select a metal for refining. He would be graded according to the metal ore chosen and its degree of purity. He would be promoted to a rank 1 blacksmith if he scored more than 60 points. He decided on the heavy silver ore. Xian Yue was impressed that the boy had chosen to refine the most challenging one. He was indeed Mang Tian's successor. Mang Tian had given Tang Wulin the pair of 1,000 refined tungsten hammers. He used them for the exam. As soon as he began, Master Chen Yue was impressed with his strength and technique. Loud clanging sounds could be heard in the halls outside the exam room. Some staff believed that Chen Yue was giving the boy a demonstration. The president of the Blacksmith Association, Mu Chen, arrived with his daughter, Mu Shi. She had come to take the rank 2 blacksmith exam. Mu Chen, the overprotective father, asked that his daughter be given only female examiners. His doting annoyed her often, so she asked to be given an exam room with handsome examiners. Her dad protested, but she threatened not to speak to him for a week if he continued to annoy her. He watched his daughter leave for her exam when he was distracted by the rhythmic forging sound from Tang Wulin's exam room. He thought that it was someone taking the rank 4 blacksmith exam. He asked who was taking the exam and was shocked to learn that it was a 9-year-old boy. He was eager to see the boy, as he recalled that he was around the same age when he took his first blacksmith exam. He was about to enter Tang Wulin's exam room but decided against it because he had created a rule in their association that refinement could not be interrupted. Instead, he decided to watch his daughter's exam. Tang Wulin completed the refinement successfully, using the 100 refinements technique to increase the purity of the heavy silver. Chen Yue was impressed by the high level of refinement that Tang Wulin achieved in just a short period. He thought the boy was comparable to the president when he was that age. The second stage of the exam was the forging test. Tang Wulin was required to make a small or medium-sized part. Therefore, he quickly used the ore he had just refined. He poured all his experience and knowledge into creating the piece. He completed his exam and was asked to return after a few days to receive his official Blacksmith Association ranking. The opening ceremony was held at East Sea Academy's sports grounds. The event was held once a year, and students from the intermediate and advanced academies attended. After the ceremony, new students were placed into their classes. As expected, Tang Wulin and his roommates were put in Class 5 of Year 1. It was the smallest class, having only 20 students. All the students of Class 5 had gathered, heads hanging low. It was a pathetic sight, even for Tang Wulin. A man with stylish clothes and long blue hair appeared before them. He had a cold, powerful aura. He welcomed them into their new classroom and declared that although they were the worst among their peers, he would turn them all into the best. His name was Wu Changkong. He then asked his new students to take turns introducing themselves, stating their names, their spirit essence, their spirit power rank, and the kind of spirit master that they wanted to become. It was Tang Wulin's turn to introduce himself, and as expected, his classmates laughed at his spirit essence. Wu Changkong immediately silenced the class and said there was no trash spirit essence, only trash people. He said they had to consider their individual qualities before calling others trash. It was ZC's turn to introduce himself. His spirit essence was the Light Dragon Dagger, rank 10 spirit power, and an agile attack-type battle spirit master. His classmates were impressed, and some called him a genius. Wu Changkong dismissed the class and asked them to prepare for his different teaching style. He said if they were scared of hard work, fatigue, or pain, they should change schools or think of a way to change classes. Shi called Tang Wulin and reminded him of their promise to have a duel. As they left the classroom, they ran into Liu Yuxin. She was the senior student that helped Tang Wulin register. Wu Changkong had a nickname among the students. They called him the Cold God. Liu Yuxin, being one of his many adoring fangirls, asked Tang Wulin to take secret photos of him. She explained that Wu Changkong was the school's most powerful teacher. Not only was he handsome, but he was also very knowledgeable and a good teacher. He was a powerful spirit emperor with 6 spirit rings. The boys arrived at a clearing on the school grounds to have their duel. Each released their spirit essence. Tang Wulin noticed his opponent had a yellow 100-year spirit ring. His opponent had superior speed. Therefore, Tang Wulin planned to tie him up with his blue-silver grass. He could not see his opponent's spirit skills the last time they fought, so he held back. ZC had an overconfident expression before speed blitzing Tang Wulin. He held the Light Dragon Dagger to his throat and coldly said that if it had been a real battle, he would have already taken Tang Wulin's head. He quickly slashed Tang Wulin's legs and disabled them. Because of the ruthless attack, Tang Wulin's face grew dark, and a powerful golden aura erupted from his body. His expression turned fierce as his eyes radiated golden light. The tyrannical aura scared ZC. He thought his eyes deceived him. The sight in front of him had to have been an illusion. Tang Wulin suddenly closed the distance and launched ZC with a punch. He then lost consciousness immediately. ZC opened his eyes with a swollen face and found himself back in the dorm room. He learned from Yun Xiao that Tang Wulin brought him back after their duel. After dinner, Tang Wulin returned to the dorm room and found Yun Xiao alone. Yun Xiao asked how he beat up Xie despite having lower spirit power in their duel. Tang Wulin didn't know. He could remember his body erupted with overwhelming power. He wondered whether it happened because he was injured. He thought that perhaps it had only been a dream. Wu Changkong informed Class 5 they had a dueling practice lesson that day. The first match was Tang Wu Lin versus the reformed bully, Zhao Changxi. The latter was excited to take revenge for his previous loss. This time, he would at least release his spirit essence. Xi was on the sidelines, keen to see the secret behind Tang Wu Lin's incredible power. Zhao Changxi was once again sent flying at the start of the match. Tang Wu Lin and Xi won all their matches until only they were left. It was the semi-finals, ZC versus the Cold God. Wu Changkong took off his belt, making the girls excited. Xi realized that his teacher intended to use the belt as a sword. The belt had been injected with spirit power, turning it into a frightening weapon. The Cold God signaled that the match had begun. ZC was calm and used his speed to attempt a surprise attack. He left speed mirages as he rushed toward his opponent. He planned to use his speed to find a chance to attack. When he thought he had found one, the Cold God countered him with a downward slash of his belt sword. Xi was frozen as the belt rested loosely on his head. He was amazed by his teacher's speed and strength. Wu Changkong had only used a small amount of spirit power, but it was enough to overwhelm Xi. Meanwhile, Tang Wu Lin succeeded in taking the photos Liu Yuxin had requested. In the final round, Xi faced Tang Wu Lin. They released their spirit essence. While Xi had his light dragon dagger, Tang Wu Lin was armed with his pair of 1,000 refined heavy silver hammers. Xi was surprised by the hammers and thought his opponent would be slower. He planned to use his speed as before and aimed for his opponent's back. Tang Wu Lin's eyes were shut as he concentrated on sensing the incoming attack. When his opponent drew closer, he turned to face him and swung. Xi dodged. However, the sheer force of the attack left him both scared and amazed. He felt he would have become a meat pancake a moment earlier. The hammer strike surprised everyone, including the Cold God. Tang Wu Lin kept his eyes shut and swung accurately yet again. Xi was forced to dodge once more as the hammer narrowly missed him. He jumped back in panic, wondering how Tang Wu Lin kept up with his speed. Tang Wu Lin wasn't as fast as Xi. However, because he was good at forging, he imagined his opponent as a metal that needed refining, allowing him to feel Xi's properties and capture his movements. The explanation infuriated Xi because he had been treated like an object. Once more, Tang Wu Lin was speed blitzed and had his back slashed. Xi was disappointed that the golden light from their previous duel did not appear. Wu Changkong stopped the fight and declared Xi the winner. He addressed the class and said they ought to understand that a strong physique was the foundation of many things, and they couldn't rely on spirit power alone. He pointed out that Tang Wu Lin, whose spirit essence was blue-silver grass, had performed well in his duels and reached the final round. The battles made the Cold God conclude that the entire class was trash, including the two finalists he referred to as generals picked from dwarves. He dismissed the class before announcing they would begin physical training the following day. He then asked to speak with Tang Wu Lin and Xi in his office. At the office, Wu Changkong asked whether Tang Wu Lin's blue-silver grass had mutated and whether the toughness was maintained by spirit power. Tang Wu Lin replied affirmatively to both questions. The Cold God also asked about the pair of hammers, to which Tang Wu Lin explained that he had been learning to become a blacksmith as a backup career. Xi thought he would be praised, but was asked why he kept his twin spirit essence a secret. Despite his enhanced spirit power, he had difficulty fighting Tang Wu Lin. Wu Changkong finally brought up the main topic, the class promotion contest, where lower-ranked classes could challenge higher ones and swap rankings if they won. Class 5 ranked lowest among the first-year classes and could continuously challenge the others. The Cold God wanted the two boys to represent Class 5 and fight their way to the top after receiving his training. Tang Wu Lin visited the Blacksmith Association after the day's classes. He would finally receive his rank 2 blacksmith medal and start working. He arrived and was ushered into a room where the association president awaited him. He nervously greeted the president as he respectfully lowered his head. Master Chen Yue encouraged him to receive the medal. President Mu Chen proudly announced that Tang Wu Lin had broken the association's youngest second-rank blacksmith record. He pinned the medal to Tang Wu Lin's uniform and encouraged him to work hard. Mu Shi, the president's daughter, was the only unhappy person in that room. Her record had just been broken. Her father quickly cut her off when she tried to challenge Tang Wu Lin. President Mu Chen did it to protect his daughter from the humiliation of losing. Master Chen Yue led Tang Wu Lin to the second floor, where he could receive rank 2 blacksmithing tasks. He explained that blacksmiths could freely accept tasks, but only within their rank. He then gave Tang Wu Lin a spirit communication device with his contact information already added. Tang Wu Lin returned to the dorm room and meditated. The following day, he was stopped by a gang of senior students on his way to breakfast. Behind them was Mu Shi, who came to challenge him to a forging contest. One of the senior students attempted to bully him, but was sent flying with a single punch. Mu Shi suddenly attacked with a kick to Tang Wulin's chest. He felt as if his chest was on fire. She had used her spirit essence in that last attack. She demanded that he compete with her at blacksmithing if he wanted to continue studying at the academy. Tang Wulin had managed to bind the senior students with blue-silver grass. However, they had begun breaking their restraints, causing his spirit power to deplete rapidly. Suddenly, ZC appeared behind Mu Shi, threatened her with his dagger, and asked her to leave. She instead provoked him by asking what he would do if she refused. ZC released a powerful killing intent in response to her calling his bluff. Director Long interrupted the fight and summoned all the students to his office. Mu Shi tried to explain her innocence, but ZC called her out for having ulterior motives. Director Long finally asked for Tang Wulin's explanation. Tang Wulin explained that the older students bullied him, and he retaliated. Director Long had taken the side of the senior students. Fortunately, Wu Changkong appeared in the director's office to defend his students. He threatened to beat up their teacher, Director Long, if they continued to bully his students. He then left the office with Tang Wulin and Shi in tow. They thanked him for helping them. Tang Wulin also thanked ZC for coming to his aid when he was cornered. He said that they could be counted as true friends from then on. The lesson that day was physique training. All Class 5 students had to run 10 laps around the sports field. If they complained, they would be forced to run in heavy armor. During the 5th lap, ZC, who wore heavy armor, could no longer catch up with those ahead. He was an attack-type spirit master who relied on explosive strength but had low stamina. He was about to collapse from fatigue when Tang Wulin caught and supported him to continue running. A beautiful girl appeared before Wu Changkong. Her name was Gu Yue. She was meant to enroll at the Intermediate Academy, but had missed the application period. The Cold God said that he was not in charge of recruitment. However, he set the condition that she could enroll if she could beat ZC in a duel. ZC was asked to stop running and prepare to fight Gu Yue. When the two combatants were ready, their duel began. ZC was the first to launch a quick attack. Gu Yue was surprised by his speed but created a tornado barrier to push him back. ZC thought that Gu Yue had a wind-type spirit essence and was easy to deal with. Gu Yue attacked him with ice blades, catching him completely off guard. After distancing himself from Gu Yue, he wondered who she was because she seemed to have a twin spirit essence. Gu Yue followed up with a fireball. It made a small explosion on the ground after ZC dodged. Even the Cold God was surprised by her ability to wield multiple elements. On the other hand, Gu Yue was frustrated that her attack had missed its mark. The Cold God watched the fight intently. The mysterious new girl had already shown the ability to control 3 elements. ZC looked at her with surprise. He wondered how it was possible for someone so young to have 3 spirit essences. In his eyes, Gu Yue was no ordinary girl. She stretched out her hand, and the ground beneath ZC instantly sank, trapping his leg. This was yet another of her abilities. Wu Changkong was impressed that she could also control the earth element. Shi found himself in a predicament. His opponent had rendered his speed useless and also mocked him for it. Gu Yue quickly followed up with a volley of ice blades. Tang Wulin shouted about the danger, while Wu Changkong prepared to announce the victor. Suddenly, the attack was nullified. Shi looked determined as he sliced through the ice blades at lightning speed. Gu Yue was stunned. Shi received praise from Wu Changkong for his skill with the dagger. That last-second counter gave him the confidence to taunt his opponent, saying that she had underestimated him and that her attacks could not touch him. Gu Yue ignored the blatant provocation and launched her next attack, which glowed brightly and flew toward her opponent. ZC assumed the attack was another ordinary fireball when it exploded mid-flight and released a dazzling light that obscured his vision. The resulting scene was comical, with ZC slashing at empty air and Gu Yue casually striking a victory pose. The Cold God finally announced the victor. Gu Yue had become a member of Class 5. She delivered her recommendation letter and explained to Wu Changkong that her spirit essence was the Elementalist. It could control light, space, earth, ice, fire, and wind elements. Wu Changkong said that her spirit essence was unique. He then asked her whether she had any elemental specialty. She replied that she could only raise her compatibility with them. Afterward, she was asked to join the rest of Class 5 in their exercise. She ran alongside Tang Wulin and asked why he wore heavy armor. He replied that, according to their teacher, doing so would increase training efficiency. He then introduced himself and complimented her abilities. She modestly said that she was only good at controlling the elements and would benefit significantly if she understood her spirit essence better. ZC ran behind the two with a dissatisfied expression. Unable to remain silent, he complained about how casually Gu Yue spoke and said that her spirit essence was strange. The two quickly began bickering while looking at each other with annoyance and disgust. Director Long sat alone in his office, cursing the cold god. He considered Wu Changkong arrogant, supercilious, and uncultured. Earlier that same day, the director had been threatened and humiliated in front of his students. With a fiery expression, he swore to make the cold god apologize to him. He heard a knock on the door, and Wu Changkong entered his office. The arrival surprised him, and he nervously asked whether his earlier rant had been audible. Director Long was taken aback when Wu Changkong apologized. The cold god he knew apologized to no one. Furthermore, his teaching style did not follow the school's curriculum. He respected no one at the school, and his good looks made every male teacher envious. Director Long was flattered by the apology and took it as a show of respect. While the director was caught up in his thoughts, Wu Changkong went straight to business and delivered Gu Yue's recommendation letter. He asked the director to complete the entry procedures and add Gu Yue to Class 5. Xi was still in a foul mood at lunch from his argument with Gu Yue. He asked Tang Wulin to stay away from her to avoid being placed in a group with her during the upcoming class promotion contest. Their roommates, Zhao Changxi and Yun Xiao, joined the conversation, with the former asking Xi what he would do if their teacher chose Tang Wulin and Gu Yue for the contest. Yun Xiao casually pointed out that Xi had already lost to Tang Wulin twice out of the 3 times they had fought. Zixi was so enraged by that last comment that he released his spirit essence and prepared to attack. Meanwhile, Gu Yue approached Tang Wulin and offered a meal. She said she was already full. He quickly accepted the gesture. The infamous grassy rice bucket could never reject a free meal. Gu Yue was pleased and smiled sweetly at him before she left. Zixi went on another rant and said that Gu Yue was trying to get close to Tang Wulin. Zhao Changxi playfully commented that the situation was fishy. In the afternoon, Class 5 had another intense physical training session. They collapsed after only 15 minutes. Gu Yue, on the other hand, looked relaxed. Because of her spirit essence, the elements naturally cared for her. The wind made her light on her feet. Light helped regain her energy, and fire replenished her power. The earth improved her perseverance, and the ice element allowed her to remain cool-headed. Every element was aiding her with the training. Wu Changkong invited Tang Wulin, Xi and Gu Yue to a special training session. They were the most suitable to represent their class in the upcoming class promotion contest. He said that the trio would receive special training from him every day and that he would base each training session's contents on the previous one's results. He began analyzing their qualities and suggesting improvements. The first was Tang Wulin, who needed better control over his spirit essence. He was also advised to try coordinated attacks using his spirit essence and hammers. Zixi was fast enough for his rank, but his physique needed to be improved. His current abilities could not allow him to endure, let alone win battles of attrition. Gu Yue had exceptional control over the elements. However, her weakness was that she was well-rounded. She needed to specialize her elemental control. Wu Changkong concluded his analysis and declared he would be their opponent during their upcoming sparring session. The 3 were surprised at their teacher's words and thought they had heard him wrong until he affirmed his words by urging them to use all their strength to fight him. He said that whoever performed poorly would have their right to participate in the class promotion contest revoked. To his surprise, Gu Yue immediately declined Wu Changkong's proposal. She said she did not want to affect anyone's position because she had recently joined the class. The air around the cold god changed as he asked how bold she was to decline his teaching. Tang Wulin immediately tried to ease the tension. He thanked Gu Yue for being considerate of him as he was the weakest of the group. He said their teacher was right about winning being the most important thing. He promised to work harder and would be allowed to compete if his strength were sufficient. Tang Wulin's emotional intelligence surprised both his teacher and Gu Yue. The tension had successfully been diffused. They soon started sparring with their teacher. Zixi dashed towards the cold god and attacked with his light dragon dagger. Wu Changkong used only a wooden sword to block and parry the attacks. Tang Wulin attempted to coordinate their attacks by warning Zixi about his intention to throw a hammer. Zixi shouted back that their battle tactics should not be said aloud because their enemy would hear them. He also asked what Tang Wulin aimed at because the thrown hammer had completely missed its mark. It was Gu Yue's turn to attack. She sunk the floor beneath their opponent's feet, hoping to trap him as she had previously done to Zixi. However, the cold god was too experienced. He used his spirit power to float mid-air with a dignified pose. Gu Yue launched a barrage of fireballs at him, but he held ZZ by the scruff of his neck like a kitten and used him as a human shield. The fireballs exploded on impact. Ji flew out of the flames sporting a new afro and crashed into Gu Yue. The two were knocked down. Only Tang Wulin was still standing. Wu Changkong quickly appeared before him and attacked. Tang Wulin realized that his teacher was incomparably faster than ZC. He entered a state of extreme focus as he shut his eyes and imagined that his opponent was a metal that needed to be refined. He concentrated and could feel the movements of the cold god and found a rhythm for using a heavy strike. With his left hand, he gripped the hammer tightly and swung with all his might. Wu Changkong was surprised by the speed with which the hammer descended. He blocked it with the tip of his wooden sword. The collision made a crisp sound as the tremendous recoil knocked back Tang Wulin. Shi was surprised by the force of the recoil. At the collision, Wu Changkong felt a strong wave of power passing through his wooden sword. Although Tang Wulin's strength could not yet rival his own, Wu Changkong had not released his spirit essence and merely used a small portion of his spirit power. He felt the wooden sword shatter, and with that, he ended the sparring session. He then picked up Tang Wulin's hammer and remarked on how it held many surprises. When Shi asked what surprises a hammer could have, Wu Changkong casually handed it to him and asked him to try it. The hammer fell to the floor. Shi could not bear its weight and found it incredibly frustrating. Despite his best effort, he was unworthy to lift the hammer. Wu Changkong estimated that both hammers weighed 300 kilograms. Tang Wulin shyly said he was a blacksmith and used the hammers for refining. His teammates gave him weird looks because of his absurd strength. The cold god extended his arm and asked Tang Wulin to use all his strength to move him. Despite his impressive strength, Tang Wulin could not make his teacher budge. He released a powerful aura as he exerted himself, changing the airflow in Gu Yue's opinion. Wu Changkong told Tang Wulin to give up, but the boy gritted his teeth as he expressed his unwillingness. Wu Changkong smiled and called Tang Wulin a fool. He said that he liked fools. He finally approved their participation in the class promotion contest. Tang Wulin, Shi and Gu Yue underwent a mental power test. The results were exceptional. ZC's mental power was 29. Tang Wulin's mental power was 44. The results placed them in the middle range of the spirit origin rank. ZC could not hide his surprise because he thought his score was impressive. Tang Wulin kept silent about his previous result, which was 38. His mental power had increased significantly within a short period. As impressive as the results were for their age, nothing prepared them for Gu Yue's result. Her mental power was 119, far above their own. While they were still at the Spirit Genesis stage, Gu Yue was in the second stage, Spirit Connection. Ji found the result ridiculous and said it must have been a machine error. Once again, he started bickering with Gu Yue as Tang Wulin awkwardly watched. Spirit Connection was when the mind and heart could communicate. When one reached Spirit Connection, they could control their spirit power at will. They could then fuse with 2 yellow or a single purple spirit soul. One of Wu Changkong's personality traits was that he was stricter with his students the more he valued them. Therefore, instead of commending the trio for their exceptional mental power test results, he called them a useless disappointment as he walked away. They were completely drained within 10 minutes of that day's training session. When the boys returned to their dorm room, Ji asked whether Tang Wulin was okay. They looked haggard when they returned. Tang Wulin's spirit communication device rang, and he reluctantly answered. The call came from Uncle Mang Tian. He asked why Tang Wulin had received job requests and had yet to complete them. The boy replied that he had been occupied with special training from his teacher every day. Mang Tian was surprised by the news considering Tang Wulin was only a first-year student. He asked the boy to meet him at his workshop the following day to continue their discussion. Tang Wulin fell back on his bed. Shi stared at him with a puzzled expression. He asked about Tang Wulin's spirit communication device, which was the latest model. Tang Wulin had previously said that he was poor. When Shi stated the device's price, their roommates called Tang Wulin a big spender and wanted to be close friends with him. Tang Wulin explained that it was one of the benefits he had received from the Blacksmith Association for being a Rank 2 blacksmith. His roommates were amazed by his talent. ZC was excited and asked if Tang Wulin would be willing to refine metals for him when he reached the rank of a Grandmaster. Tang Wulin asked whether Shi wanted to be a mech master. Zishi replied affirmatively and revealed that he came from a family of mech masters. He naturally wanted to become one. The idea intrigued Tang Wulin, who then asked about the requirements. Jisi explained that the development of spirit mechs had recently changed trends. The current trend was small spirit mechs, which were no different from armor. He explained that all divine-ranked mech masters created their spirit mechs. Tang Wulin asked whether they were also blacksmiths, to which Jisi explained that the spirit mechs were custom-made by divine-ranked blacksmiths to have high compatibility with their owners. He then asked what level Tang Wulin's skill had reached. Tang Wulin answered that he could perform the 1,000 refinements. Jisi was overjoyed and asked him to make mech parts for him exclusively at the market price. After some persuasion, Tang Wulin promised to do so. Jisi called him a good brother and said he would protect him from then onwards. Tang Wulin arrived at Mang Tian's workshop and was excited to see his master. Mang Tian examined the 1,000 refined heavy silver hammers and explained that Tang Wulin could no longer rely on training to improve his skill after learning the 1,000 refinements technique. It was important for him to increase his spirit power. When Mang Tian was trying to get Tang Wulin's contact information from Sen Yue, the delay caused him to be strongly interested in how the boy was doing. Even the president of the Blacksmith Association inquired about Tang Wulin's situation. President Mu Chen was one of the 10 saint blacksmiths and was famous in the blacksmithing world and throughout the continent. Mang Tian watched as Tang Wulin worked, and he thought about how much the Blacksmith Association valued the boy and had high hopes for him. Mang Tian was happy for his apprentice from the bottom of his heart. However, he felt it was sufficient that he knew about the boy's true skill. That was why he did not allow Tang Wulin to show his ability to perform the 1,000 refinements technique. Mang Tian was selfish that way. He wanted no one to take his precious apprentice away, but still maintained a cold facade with him. The class promotion contest was East Sea Academy's annual event. The students from the Academy's year groups competed against each other. Those who performed exceptionally well would be documented in the school's archives, which later helped them enroll in other advanced academies. The contest had ample rewards. The best performers had their class ranking changed, and their homeroom teacher was rewarded. The first day of the contest drew the least attention because the weakest classes competed. Naturally, Class 5 was scheduled to compete on that day. Class 4's homeroom teacher, Kong Yuan, approached Wu Changkong and complimented him for having an orderly team. He said that Class 4 was undisciplined in comparison. He asked the cold god to be lenient and at least allow his class to maintain its ranking. Wu Changkong felt his false modesty and shot him a glance before turning away and treating him as heir. Director Long asked whether both teachers had completed their preparations. Wu Changkong said Class 5 would send 3 students. Kong Yuan summoned his team and urged them to show their strength as the rest of Class 4 cheered. They were the first to enter the ring. Wu Changkong had a dark expression as he told Tang Wulin, Xixi, and Gu Yue that their special training would become 10 times more difficult if they lost. The trio's fighting spirit was instantly ignited, and they released a fierce aura that intimidated those around them. The Class 4 homeroom teacher was deeply angered by Wu Changkong's cold attitude and promised to teach him a lesson. Director Long signaled for the match to begin, and Class 4 took the initiative to release their spirit rings. The one leading their coordinated attack was Jia Long. He shouted as his body transformed. Gu Yue calmly analyzed their opponents. She said that just like them, their opponents belonged to the assault, agility, and support systems. There was nothing random about their selection. Tang Wulin observed their opponents' refined formation, which showed careful training. Class 4's team wondered why their opponents looked like they did not intend to fight. However, they quickly dismissed the thought and attacked. Jia Long transformed into a giant wolf warrior and charged at Class 5. The onlookers were worried that Class 5 could be in danger because they appeared not to have made any battle preparations. Jia Long launched a fierce attack on Tang Wulin, but was instead sent flying with one punch. He crashed into a nearby building and lost consciousness. His body reverted to its original form. The students in the audience were shocked and wondered whether Jia Long had slipped. Director Long stood with his mouth open. Zhao Changxi unconsciously touched his face as he recalled Tang Wulin's formidable fist. Zixi's eyes flashed as he vanished and appeared behind his opponent. He held his light dragon dagger to his opponent's throat and used a joint lock to restrain him. Gu Yue also restrained her opponent by planting him neck-deep into the ground. Director Long wondered how the match ended when it had barely begun. He declared Class 5 the winner and raised its rank to make it the new Class 4. He could not help but acknowledge that the cold god's teaching ability surpassed his imagination. He regretted placing ZC in Class 5. He originally did so to increase the strength of the class and make the promotion contest more exciting. However, Class 5's power had grown too strong to control. Tang Wulin and Shi were elated. Their team exhibited frightening power despite not being under anyone's direct command. Director Long and the whole teaching staff of East Sea Academy began to watch Wu Changkong's class closely. Once the match was concluded, Wu Changkong confronted Kong Yuan for being discourteous. He then turned and walked away as Kong Yuan shed tears in frustration. The first day of the contest was over, and Tang Wulin began to accept Rank 2 blacksmithing requests. Each request brought him a salary of up to 30,000 Union coins. After a few months, he had already earned over 10,000 Union coins. He was confident he could afford a second spirit soul with his progress, and unlike the last time, he could choose a spirit soul that suited him. In the evening, Tang Wulin dressed and left the dorm room. He met Zici, who had invited him to the city to visit a fun place. Tang Wulin asked to know where they were going, but turned to leave when Zici gave him a cryptic answer. Zici quickly offered to buy delicious food, and Tang Wulin agreed instantly, making Zici accuse him of only thinking with his stomach. Gu Yue found them and asked to accompany them. Tang Wulin was surprised to see her. Zici and Gu Yue exchanged glares and began bickering again. Zici lost the confrontation, and Gu Yue said he would buy everyone food. Zici protested to no avail as they left together for the city. He said that their destination was a place close to his heart. The trio arrived at East Sea City's Street Food Avenue. Their view overlooked the brightly lit street. The atmosphere was exciting, and the night sky bloomed with fireworks. Tang Wulin commented on how crowded the street appeared and how hungry he felt. Zici teased by calling him young master, and said he would treat his two companions to all the food they could eat. The offer surprised Tang Wulin, but Shici assured him that because it was only street food, he could afford to pay for however much he could eat. Gu Yue looked annoyed as she pulled Tang Wulin to leave with her. Shici protested her actions as Tang Wulin asked whether they should wait for him. Gu Yue was annoyed by Cici's arrogance and accused him of showing off his wealth. She sighed because it was difficult for her not to hit him whenever he spoke. She argued with him over who would have Tang Wulin accompany them. They pulled each of Tang Wulin's arms in a tug of war. Tang Wulin was in a dilemma when the sound of their rumbling tummies interrupted them. They finally stopped and followed Zici to a street food shop. The owner of the shop joyfully greeted Zici. His eyes teared up as he hugged Zici. It was a touching reunion. Zici called him Uncle Li. The emotional scene surprised Tang Wulin and Gu Yue. They never thought Zici had such a tender side. Gu Yue awkwardly sighed and commented on how Zici became energized when he saw Uncle Li. Uncle Li turned toward the kitchen and promised to return with his best dish. Tang Wulin was amazed by Zici's expression. It was serene, as if nothing could go wrong in the world. It was the first time he saw Zici in that state. The food finally arrived. Its enticing aroma made the trio salivate with anticipation. Tang Wulin spared no time and ate a piece of beef. The rich flavor overtook his taste buds, and he froze in place. Zici took a bite and was mesmerized. Gu Yue thought the boys were fussing over nothing until she tried the food. She, too, was sent to a new flavor-filled world that was previously unknown. She felt like her body was bathing in a hot spring of beef stew, making her feel relaxed, happy, and fulfilled. The trio ate their fill. Zici admitted that it had been many years since he last ate so happily. Tang Wulin expressed curiosity about Zici's name. Zici had a distant look in his eyes, and his expression gradually turned sad. Uncle Li appeared and patted his head, reminding him not to let his smile become a hurt expression whenever he visited the shop. Zici was brought to tears by the comforting words as his companions looked at him with deep concern. His mother named him. She said the reason was that she was grateful for the encounter that allowed her to meet his father. They had met years ago, fallen in love, married, had children, and were very happy. However, their happy days gradually changed. Zici's father worked all day and did not even have time to see his wife when she was ill. Zici wished his father had been present before his mother passed away. His father returned when it was too late. Zici resented his father for allowing her to die with regrets. With tears in his eyes, he recalled how his mother often brought him to Uncle Li's shop. He began to express his dislike for his name when Tang Wulin interrupted by asking him not to be sad anymore. Gu Yue, however, had her way of comforting him. She pulled his cat-eared beret over his head and chided him for crying, saying she would let him treat her some more. She then said she wanted to see the night market in the city, which would be Zici's treat. ZC was once again baited into another bout of bickering as he was too angry to remember his sadness. The duo stared daggers at each other as Tang Wulin bade goodbye to Uncle Li. Shishi alternated between doing the same and glaring at Gu Yue. Uncle Li promised to prepare special side dishes for the kids the next time they visited his shop. Once they were gone, he felt relieved that ZC had made two great friends. Gu Yue indiscriminately bought from a street food vendor and pointed at ZC to pay. Tang Wulin jumped cheerfully in the background with a bowl of Dragon Balls. The delicious stuffed beef brought warmth and satisfaction to Tang Wulin and his companions, making them grow closer to each other. Tang Wulin also showed the demeanor of the god of cuisine and led Gu Yue and Shishi to eat from one end of the street to the other. The trio strolled around, bought, ate, played, and forgot about their troubles. They soon returned through the street as ZC bitterly complained that his wallet had been emptied. They saw a small crowd gathered outside Uncle Li's shop and wondered whether it was a performance. ZC squeezed through the crowd and saw Uncle Li accosted by a thug. The thug's boss, Guang Long, extorted businesses on the street for protection money. Uncle Li explained that he was willing to pay. However, his wife was extremely ill. Guang Long was a spirit master, emboldening his goons to act as they pleased. The thug raised his fist to Uncle Li when ZC caught his hand with fierce eyes and called him human trash. Uncle Li pleaded with him to run away, but ZC stood his ground. The boss finally appeared. He seemed to wear an iconic costume as a gimmick. He was powerful but self-obsessed. He turned serious when he saw the trio in front of him. Tang Wulin was perceptive and noticed the sudden change in Guang Long. He worried for ZC's safety. Guang Long's demeanor had completely changed. An intimidating aura surrounded him as he stepped forward and extended a hand to grab ZC. Before ZC could react, Tang Wulin charged with a clenched fist and threw a punch. Guang Long was surprised by the sudden attack but managed to block it. ZC and Gu Yue quickly acted as Tang Wulin bound Guang Long with his blue-silver grass. Zishi held his dagger at their opponent's throat and threatened to kill him if he did not apologize to Uncle Li and compensate for his losses. Tang Wulin and Gu Yue relaxed while Guang Long's thugs worriedly called to their boss. Guang Long smiled calmly and said that he would show his true abilities. ZC was thrown off the man's back. He was shocked that his light dragon dagger could not pierce his opponent's skin. Guang Long released a powerful aura along with 2 yellow spirit rings. He was a spirit grandmaster, allowing him to suppress the trio with his spirit power. He asked them whether they thought they could be arrogant because they were spirit masters. As Tang Wulin attacked, Gu Yue instantly sunk the ground at Guang Long's feet. Zishi delivered a cross slash with his dagger, leaving a reddish shape on the opponent's chest. Guang Long grinned at the weak attack and tore his shirt. Zishi was once again disappointed by the ineffectiveness of his attack. While he was distracted by the thought, his opponent sent him crashing to the ground. Tang Wulin swung his hammer and struck his opponent on the head. Guang Long defended himself with his spirit power and sent Tang Wulin flying because of the recoil. He followed up with a punch that sent Tang Wulin flying. Guang Long freed his foot from the ground and walked toward Gu Yue. Tang Wulin stood between them, blocking their opponent's advance. He encouraged Gu Yue that she had no reason to fear because he was there. Guang Long had to go through him to get to her. He promised to protect her. His selflessness touched Gu Yue. Guang Long grabbed his head and shouted that he would teach him a lesson before throwing him with great strength. Shishi jumped into Tang Wulin's path and broke his fall. Tang Wulin felt like he had crashed into a meat wall and opened his eyes to find ZC behind him. Zishi asked whether he would be thanked for the save when Tang Wulin winced in pain and said that the light dragon dagger had pricked him. ZC apologized and withdrew it as a familiar golden aura erupted from Tang Wulin's body, surprising everyone around him. His eyes radiated golden light as golden scales appeared on his right arm. This time he was conscious of the changes happening to his body. Guang Long wondered about the strange golden aura that made his body tremble and disturbed his spirit essence. He gritted his teeth, determined to shake off the intimidation. His body size increased as he threw a punch. Tang Wulin caught the punch with his right hand. He glared at Guang Long as a golden light flashed in his eye. Guang Long froze in place, and GC's mouth was wide open. Tang Wulin clenched his left fist and threw a heavy punch that drove his opponent's face into the ground. The onlookers were stunned by the terrifying display of power that they had just witnessed. Tang Wulin's fierce eyes had a faint golden glow as he stared at his defeated foe. Uncle Li's shop had been destroyed during the fight. He was quite magnanimous and thanked them for eliminating his oppressor. When they returned to the academy, Tang Wulin and Xie Si planned to ask Wu Changkong to help them understand the secret behind the golden light and scales. They went straight to his door and knocked. Wu Changkong answered and asked what had brought the boys to his room at that late hour. They had stood there silently, unable to look at his teddy bear pajamas directly. After the explanation, the teacher requested that because the golden light and golden scales appeared after the light dragon dagger stabbed Tang Wulin, they should recreate the conditions for him to see. ZC was required to stab Tang Wulin with his light dragon dagger. When he did so, a brilliant golden light shone around Tang Wulin's hand, and golden scales partly covered his arm. Wu Changkong was astonished. He had never seen anything like it. He stretched out his hand again and asked Tang Wulin to try and move him again. When the boy did so, Wu Changkong mentioned that his power had more than tripled. The cold god finally gave his verdict. He said that Tang Wulin did not possess a twin spirit essence, nor was it a mutation or spirit fusion skill. He admitted that he was completely clueless about the boy's situation. He admitted his ignorance so confidently that he surprised the boys. He advised Tang Wulin to increase his spirit power quickly because his strange skill used much of it. He also warned them that if they lost a match in their class promotion contest the following day, the difficulty of their special training would be increased 15 times. Wu Changkong's class was the dark horse of the competition. A considerable number of the teaching staff at the academy had taken notice of them, including Director Long. Class 3's homeroom teacher, Ye Yinggrong, approached the cold god. She was popular among male students because of her beauty. As expected, Wu Changkong ignored her and threatened his team with tougher training sessions if they lost. Class 3's team was a set of identical triplets. Tang Wulin wondered why they made him nauseous. The match began. The triplets jumped high into the air, and a pair of wings appeared on each of their backs as they took flight. Their spirit essences were identical. They each had Battle Eagle. One of them declared that the entire sky was their territory. Tang Wulin was annoyed by his words and retorted. In anger, he launched ZC at the airborne triplets. ZC flew as he shouted in protest. The eagle triplets mocked him by saying he was seeking death by going up there and that he had been thrown off the mark. To their surprise, he did not fall back down. An icicle appeared mid-air and supported him. With it, he dashed and used the light dragon cross slash against one of the eagle triplets, instantly defeating him. Many more icicles appeared, and ZZ used them as footholds to hunt his airborne prey. With a vicious expression, he dual-wielded his daggers and eliminated another opponent. The last foe realized Gu Yue's role in his brother's defeat and rushed to attack her. Gu Yue calmly asked Tang Wulin whether she should counter the opponent, but he volunteered to do it instead. Zhao Changxi was on the sidelines with a dreadful expression. He knew what was about to happen. Tang Wulin took a moment to warm up because his opponent's speed could not compare to that of the cold god. Once again, he defeated his opponent with one punch. The victory made their class the new Class 3. Ye Yinggrong and Director Long were completely speechless. They wondered about the kind of magic Wu Changkong had used. After the match, Tang Wulin ran around with a grumpy ZZ on his back. Gu Yue giggled as she watched them goofing around. Wu Changkong dismissed his class in an aloof manner. He left the trio to discuss their experiences from the previous match. Xie began by saying that Tang Wulin had been impulsive. Tang Wulin had an innocent expression. Xie asked how he could not know his strength. Tang Wulin apologized for his impulsiveness. Gu Yue asked whether Tang Wulin knew about her icicle skills. He admitted that he did not. Ye Yinggrong walked nearby and overheard their bickering. She was surprised that they had not formed any plan of attack and had instead been winging it the entire time. They won their match despite having communication problems. She thought that their strength was frightening. She then called her sister to report what had transpired in the match. She said she was certain that her sister's class would be the only one capable of defeating Wu Changkong's class. Her sister replied that she would have her revenge against the cold god. Tang Wulin and Xi were meditating in their dorm room when Yun Xiao suddenly rushed in with a look of panic. He reported that a large gang waited outside the school's gate with photos of the trio and demanded they be brought out. Xi was furious when he remembered Guanglong from their night out in the city. Tang Wulin asked him to calm down. He said the gang had gathered at the academy's gate, knowing it was a Spirit Master Academy. Therefore, they could not be taken lightly. They informed Wu Changkong about the events of their night out. Meanwhile, Director Long and a few staff members confronted the gang at the gate. The gangsters were armed with illegal spirit tools that reduced the gap between ordinary people and spirit masters. Director Long was instead worried about the man who stood before him. He was the East Sea City's Mech Brigade captain, Guang Biao. The Mech Brigade was an elite force stationed at East Sea City by the Union. Moreover, Guang Biao was a spirit emperor with 6 spirit rings. He said that because the trio hurt his younger brother, they should be handed over to him for an investigation that would be done at his place, failure to which the gang would force their way in and capture them. Director Long stood his ground and rejected the unreasonable demands. Guang Biao was enraged and released a terrifying aura along with his spirit rings and spirit essence, the armored dragon. Director Long was intimidated by the terrifying man before him, whose massive spirit power scorched the ground. Guang Biao shouted that he would rush into the academy if the trio were not handed over at the count of 3. At that moment, a chilling voice was heard. Along with it came a cold gust of wind. It was the cold god, Wu Changkong. The cold completely froze the blazing hot air in an instant. Wu Changkong held a sword in his right hand. Its tip was like an autumn spring. Its light flowed like a waterfall. His white clothes and blue sword floated in the air like an immortal. The sword was Wu Changkong's spirit essence, the Skyfrost sword. Guang Biao said that the cold god was only showing off and demanded to know who he was. Wu Changkong released his spirit rings and a great wave of his cold aura. He too had 6 spirit rings, however 2 were black. The 2 were 10,000-year spirit rings. His eyes emitted a mysterious purple glow as he said there was no need to fear because it was too late. Guang Biao was determined to shake off Wu Changkong's intimidation. Dark scales appeared on his arm as the aura around him became stronger. His power shook the ground. He was determined not to lose to the cold god, who possessed a 10,000-year spirit ring. Guang Biao felt there was nothing to fear, and he would show his true colors. He shouted at Wu Changkong and threw a powerful punch. As he attacked, he was shocked to see the mysterious purple glow in his opponent's eyes. He wondered whether the cold god came from a certain place. Wu Changkong immediately countered with his Skyfrost sword. Guang Biao was sent flying by the heavy blow, which shattered his armor. He felt as if the cold energy from the sword was drilling into his bones. Guang Biao planted his feet on the ground as he struggled to regain his balance. With an indignant look, he chose to drag out the fight. Suddenly, a tyrannical sword aura descended upon him. His eyes widened in shock. When he regained his composure, he found the cold tip of a sword had stopped inches from his face. He was on his knees and had been thoroughly defeated. Wu Changkong looked at him with cold indifference as he held the sword. Director Long saw the purple glow in Wu Changkong's eyes. He too was shocked and had the same thought as Guang Biao. A lackey came forward and asked Guang Biao whether they should return with spirit mechs. He denied the request and asked them to return. He did not think the East Sea Academy would have such a strong spirit master. He knew that even if he tried spirit mechs, he would still be unable to defeat the cold god, hence his decision to retreat. The academy had not yet settled down at midnight, and everyone was chatting excitedly about the day's events. Tang Wulin had already entered into a state of meditation. Instead of being excited like everyone else, he had a complicated feeling in his heart. A part of it was because he had witnessed his teacher's power, and the other was the pain coming from inside his body. Guang Biao released a dragon's cry when Wu Changkong defeated him in one blow. The cry caused a huge wave of emotion to emerge from Tang Wulin. He could only interpret the feeling as sympathy or even rage. One thing was clear, those feelings made him very uneasy. He struggled to meditate and found it difficult to calm down. When he drifted into a deep state of meditation, he found himself in a pitch-black world. A brilliant golden light suddenly appeared in the distance and caught his attention. The golden light drew closer as a disembodied voice called to him. When his eyes adjusted to the light, he was shocked to see a gigantic golden dragon with blue rings of light around it. He asked for the identity of the voice that spoke to him. The disembodied voice replied that it had been waiting for him for a long time. Tang Wulin then asked whether he was dreaming. The voice replied that maybe it was a dream, and although it did not know its identity, it was certain that it was a thread of divine consciousness that had been left behind specifically to guide him. The voice said that itself and the golden dragon were a part of his body. Tang Wulin asked whether the dragon was living in his body. The voice said it was not just any dragon, but a dragon king. More precisely, it was the Golden Dragon King. He then asked whether the Dragon King was his spirit essence, and the voice replied that it wasn't, but rather it was, in a sense, a disaster for him. The voice explained that the energy of the Golden Dragon King was too great for Tang Wulin's body to bear, and if the power were unleashed fully, the boy would die. When Tang Wulin heard the explanation, his face was filled with dread. He asked whether it was a definite possibility that he would die. The voice replied that it would not be there if it were the case, and only by following its instructions would he have a chance at life. However, things would not be easy for him. Tang Wulin asked what he needed to do to survive. The voice said that his presence in that space was proof that he could already feel the Dragon King's power and was qualified to assimilate the energy of the first seal. If he wanted to live, he could only open the seals individually and gradually assimilate the Dragon King's power. The voice explained further that he needed to be physically strong and obtain external aid. Tang Wulin needed to gather 3 items to strengthen his body before his 10th birthday: 100-year ice crystal fruit, 100-year scarlet flame fruit, and 10 drops of blood from a 100-year spirit beast with a dragon bloodline. The following day, Tang Wulin asked Ji Si about the price of the items he had been asked to gather. Ji Si said the items could be found in auctions, costing between 10 and 20,000 Union coins, depending on their quality. He said that the 100-year quality cost more. Ji Si offered to take him to the auction house to look for the items and promised to help his best friend. Director Long had a disheveled appearance as he announced the next match of the class promotion contest. Wu Changkong's new Class 3 would face Class 2 of the first years. The Class 2 homeroom teacher shouted to his team to take down their opponents instantly, using their strongest attacks. The match barely began when the Cold Gods trio sent the Class 2 fighters flying. The onlookers complained that they did not have a chance to see the spirit essence of anyone from Class 2. Wu Changkong had become the Academy's main attraction. Everyone had started discussing whether the first year's Class 1 could withstand his class-crushing streak. Cici and Tang Wulin were dressed up for their trip to the auction house when Gu Yue appeared and asked to accompany them. Naturally, she began bickering with Zici about the matter. Zici finally relented when she threatened to ask the Cold God for extra special training for the weekend. They arrived at the auction house and found an elegant layout with glass display cases everywhere. Tang Wulin looked around excitedly and commented that everything looked luxurious and high-end. Ji Si smugly remarked that the auction house sold the world's highest-graded treasures. He led them to the elixir section, where Tang Wulin would find the items that he needed. Tang Wulin was excited to find a display with an ice crystal fruit and a scarlet flame fruit. Ji Si explained that both fruits were only of 30-year quality. Those of 100-year quality could be found on the second floor of the auction house. Tang Wulin was disappointed because the prices on the first floor were significantly higher than those that Ji Si had quoted. ZC speculated that perhaps the prices of elixirs had recently increased. He suggested that they should go to the second floor. At the auction house, the higher the floor, the greater the value of the displayed items. People could not freely move between floors because the treasures within were extremely valuable, and the auction house had to guarantee the seller's safety. Shishi explained they needed to pay 100,000 Union coins to go to the second floor. Tang Wulin assumed it was a cash deposit. However, ZC corrected that it wasn't a refundable fee. He added that the security fee for going to the third floor was 1 million Union coins. The East Sea auction house had a few hundred floors. Not even ZC's dad knew what was at the top. Later that evening, as Tang Wulin bade his companions goodbye to leave for Mang Tian's workshop, the trio heard a mocking voice calling to them. A student with long dark hair and a patronizing look stood before them. He said he had come specifically to see them, since he had not paid much attention to them before. ZC knew it was an obvious intimidation tactic before the match with Class 1 the following day. The Class 1 student laughed off ZZ's hostility and turned to walk away, reminding them to use all their strength and to avoid being nervous. ZC gave a daring reply to him. He sneered as he said that Class 1 should take a class photo by the end of the day, because they would be known as Class 2 after the upcoming match. ZC's taunt angered him. He turned to face the trio with a menacing expression and introduced himself. His name was Wei Xiaofeng. He promised to teach them a lesson the following day and released his spirit rings. Ji Si was surprised to see 2 spirit rings. Wei Xiaofeng was a spirit grandmaster despite being only a first-year student. His power was equivalent to Guanglong. Xi realized the young man before them could not be messed with. They had a difficult fight ahead of them. Tang Wulin left for the workshop after the trio agreed to scout the Class 1 team they would face. He did not have time to harbor fear in his heart. He had to obtain the 3 specified items before his next birthday. He thought to himself how he wanted to live and grow stronger. His parents would never find his death acceptable. He arrived at the workshop and found Mang Tian inspecting the quality of his most recent work. Mang Tian observed that the quality had improved. He then glanced at Tang Wulin, who laughed nervously in response. He then asked the boy to tell him what had happened to him recently. Tang Wu-lin's hesitation to speak was met with Mang Tian's unwillingness to drop the matter. He said that he had watched Tang Wu-lin grow and knew when something was wrong. Tang Wu-lin finally disclosed that he intended to take the rank 3 blacksmithing exam. When asked why, he explained that he needed money to improve himself. He needed more money to buy himself spirit souls, to obtain more 1,000 refinement practice techniques, and to eat better food at school. Mang Tian informed him that he was already at the level of a rank 3 blacksmith because he could perform the 1,000 refinements technique. He explained further that he did not allow Tang Wu-lin to take the rank 3 exam because he feared the boy would attract much envy and likely grow arrogant because of his talent. He then patted Tang Wu-lin's head and encouraged him to take the exam. He said the boy's status would increase after becoming a rank 3 blacksmith. He also promised to request the Blacksmith Association to hide Tang Wu-lin's identity, and finally asked the boy to keep a low profile in the association. Uncle Mang Tian disclosed that he had been stuck as a rank 6 blacksmith and could not enter the Saint Blacksmith realm for a long time. It was because his spirit power was insufficient. He explained that divine-ranked mech masters were required to have the power of 8 or more spirit rings. They needed to have reached the Spirit Duluo rank to qualify. He said he fully supported Tang Wu-lin's ambition to improve himself. He then delivered an envelope to Tang Wu-lin. It contained a letter from his dad. In it, Tang Ziran apologized to his son for letting him endure many hardships. He blamed it on his desire to live a peaceful life and his inability to help his son. He revealed that his true occupation was mech designer. Years ago, he went into hiding because one of his designs drew the attention of powerful people who wanted to control everything he did. Tang Ziran said he would return to his old trade for his son's sake. He enclosed 2 cards within the letter. One was Tang Wu-lin's identity card, and the other was a bank card, usable across the continent. The bank card contained 1 million Union coins, which Tang Ziran obtained as a down payment for being a powerful figures mech designer. The amount was enough for Tang Wu-lin to buy a 100-year spirit soul. Tang Ziran promised to add more money to the card once he earned it. He encouraged Tang Wu-lin to aim for the apex of power with his talent and not to look back, only move forward. He asked the boy not to look for them. They would find him once they could do so. Tears ran down Tang Wu-lin's face as he finished reading the letter. Mang Tian comforted him by saying their absence was only temporary. He said Tang Ziran was an excellent mech designer, and the powerful figure who took him was not ordinary. If Tang Wu-lin wanted to find his parents, he had to become strong. Tang Wu-lin had a downcast expression when he returned to the academy. He met Xi and Gu Yue and asked what they had learned about their opponent's team. Xi reported that Wei Xiaofeng was not the strongest fighter in Class 1's team. Moreover, every team member was a spirit grandmaster with 2 spirit rings. He likened it to fighting 3 Guanglongs simultaneously. Xi admitted that he felt overwhelmed. Tang Wu-lin grew frustrated. Even the ever-confident Xi looked troubled. Tang Wu-lin knew he had to do something if he wanted the fight to go in their favor. Just then, there was an emergency announcement from the Academy speakers about a massive typhoon that would hit East Sea City for a week. Class activities would be halted, and all students were required to wait in the safety of their dorms until the typhoon ended. For Tang Wu-lin, the announcement was music to his ears. He had a golden opportunity to find the 3 items he needed to release the first seal of the Dragon King. He knew that if he begged the Blacksmith Association, he would be able to find them. He spun on his heel and ran out after asking his friends to pass his regards to their teacher. He ran with teary eyes as he thought about how those he cared about left because he was not strong enough. His teammates would undoubtedly be burdened if he still lacked enough strength. Chen Yue was having a meal at a restaurant in the city when he received a call from Tang Wu-lin. After a brief moment, he suddenly rose from his seat in shock and sent a bowl flying when he heard the boy's request. Tang Wu-lin had requested an impromptu rank 3 blacksmith exam. President Mu Chen and his daughter Mu Shi sat across the table from Chen Yue. They were the unwilling victims of his outburst and looked like they had lost a food fight. Mu Chen asked for the cause of the excitement. Chen Yue reported that Tang Wu-lin wanted to take the rank 3 blacksmith exam. Mu Chen approved the request with a look of anticipation. Mu Shi asked who was being given the special privilege. When her dad gave an evasive answer, she angrily said it sounded like Tang Wu-lin. Mu Chen, Mu Shi, and Chen Yue left to meet Tang Wu-lin for the late exam. Tang Wu-lin arrived at the association headquarters and apologized for his late arrival. Chen Yue said that he too had just arrived. He let Tang Wu-lin catch his breath before leading him to the examination room. Tang Wu-lin was surprised that President Mu Chen and Mu Shi were already waiting for him. Mu Chun greeted him as Mu Shi stayed back with a dissatisfied look. She was annoyed that it had only been a few days since he was at the association to receive a Rank 2 medal. Mu Chun asked Tang Wu Lin whether he wanted to rest before taking the exam, to which the boy replied affirmatively. Tang Wu Lin meditated to recover his energy, while the president and Sen Yue waited and anticipated his performance. Like his previous exam, he was asked to choose the ore he would use. Once again, he chose heavy silver. Chen Yue was concerned while Mu Shi sneered. President Mu Chen, however, was intrigued. Tang Wu Lin was asked if he was certain about his choice. He took out his pair of 1,000 refined heavy silver hammers in response and declared his readiness. Chen Yue wondered when Mang Tian had given the hammers to Tang Wu Lin. Mu Chun knew that the hammers were heavy and grinned excitedly as he signaled for the exam to begin. Tang Wu Lin concentrated and swung his hammers. His 1,000 refined hammers' special effect manifested. The stacked hammers effect increased the refinement efficiency by reducing the required time. Everyone was surprised. Chen Yue wondered how Mang Tian had taught Tang Wu Lin. The president stared, amazed that the hammers were a product of Tang Wu Lin's 1,000 refinements. The boy was like a howling wind and torrential rain, steady as a mountain as he forged. His 3 months of accumulated knowledge and preparation, cultivating spirit power and growth, all vented in this one forging task. Once Tang Wu Lin completed the task, Mu Chun congratulated him for his blood-sacrificed 1,000 refined heavy silver hammers. His thoughts turned to his daughter. He wanted her to witness true strength. President Mu Chen declared that Tang Wu Lin was officially a Rank 3 blacksmith from that moment onward. Tang Wu Lin bowed respectfully and thanked Mu Chen. He then raised his head and made his request. Chen Yue later asked the president whether giving Tang Wu Lin the 3 requested items was all right. Mu Chun answered affirmatively, speculating that the boy must have encountered a bottleneck. Chen Yue then ranted about his jealousy of Mang Tian for having such a talented apprentice. He admitted that even with his spirit power and experience, he would have found it challenging to replicate Tang Wu Lin's performance. Mu Chun was in high spirits and called the boy a genius. He reminded Chen Yue to hide Tang Wu Lin's identity from other association branches. His tone turned serious as he said that Tang Wu Lin's ability to reach 1,000 refinements was not simple. He said that Mang Tian deliberately held Tang Wu Lin back for no other reason but to hope for the boy to become a saint-ranked blacksmith, enter the realm of spirit forging, and amaze the world with a single brilliant feat. Mu Chun revealed that Tang Wu Lin's talent was what he had been seeking for 30 years. He would be the only person capable of challenging heavenly refinements and becoming their generation's divine-ranked blacksmith. Tang Wu Lin rushed to Mang Tian's workshop through the heavy downpour. He arrived and dried off his clothes before settling down. Mu Chun told Tang Wu Lin that using the ice crystal and scarlet flame fruits simultaneously could strengthen the body. The blood from the dragon bloodline spirit beast was related to spirit essence. Tang Wu Lin wondered whether he was required to eat them directly. He turned his thoughts inwardly to ask the voice in his head, who had previously asked to be addressed as Old Tang. Old Tang asked whether all the items had been gathered. He asked if everything else was ready apart from the 3 items. Tang Wu Lin was puzzled by the question. Old Tang said he needed endurance, strength, courage, and perseverance. He warned that Tang Wu Lin would suffer tremendous pain when unlocking the first seal, and if he did not possess the mentioned qualities, he would not be able to complete the process. If Tang Wu Lin gave up halfway through, he would lose his mind irreversibly. Tang Wu Lin complained to Old Tang for withholding the information. However, he admitted that he had no choice but to get through it. Old Tang concurred. Tang Wu Lin had no choice in the matter. Old Tang said that the process was the equivalent of transforming the body. The boy had to endure the pain and allow the Golden Dragon King's soul within the seal to fuse with his body. Old Tang asked once more if Tang Wu Lin was ready. The boy thought about the fact that he no longer had a choice. He had to become stronger. Nair, his dad, and his mom had already left him. His companions were also facing a difficult situation. He had to become stronger for things to take a turn for the better. Once he found his resolve, he said he was ready and asked Old Tang to begin. Old Tang was pleased. He asked the boy to lock every door and window and ensure quiet surroundings. Tang Wu Lin followed Old Tang's instructions and poured the 3 items into a cup. Powerful energy was released from the cup, making it tremble. Afterward, the cup alternated between hot and cold states and made a cracking sound with occasional bursts of dragon cries. Looking at the liquid in the glass, Tang Wu Lin knew he had no time to hesitate. He quickly emptied the glass into his mouth. He experienced the hot and cold sensations. There was also a strange sweetness. He sat in a meditative pose as he felt his body heat up. He began meditating to adjust the state of his body. He could only get through the process with strength and persistence. His eyes flew open as he felt overwhelming power erupt from his body uncontrollably. He screamed as his body contorted from the intense pain. His body felt so hot as if it was about to burn. The pain was unbearable, and he felt like his head was about to explode. His body suddenly froze over. He was so cold that he found it difficult to breathe. He felt as if he was about to freeze to death. He gritted his teeth with determination. He knew that all would be lost if he gave up. He wailed in agony as another unbearable sensation overtook his body. He felt like thousands of insects were burrowing deep into his bone marrow. His body felt like it was getting bitten by countless insects. Sometime later, the workshop was quiet. Old Tang called the boy to ask whether he was okay. Tang Wulin responded weakly and said he almost couldn't endure any longer. He asked Old Tang whether it was finally over. Old Tang said it was only the beginning, and the three unbearable sensations would occur together next. If Tang Wulin could not endure, he would surely die. Tang Wulin had a strong will to live. He screamed as the next wave of pain flooded his body. A few days passed, and the typhoon ended. It was finally the day of the match with Class 1. Shi wondered about Tang Wulin's whereabouts. Gu Yue asked why he had not gone to the Blacksmith Association to ask for the address of Tang Wulin's workshop. Shi replied that the association had very strict rules to ensure the safety of its blacksmiths. It kept the address of the blacksmith private. When Wu Changkong arrived, Shi explained the situation to him. He promised to visit the Blacksmith Association later that night. However, Shi and Gu Yue had to step up and face the challenge of Class 1 without Tang Wulin. The ringside crowd was excited for Wu Changkong's team to face Class 1. They wondered whether the cold god could create another miracle. Shi wondered why Tang Wulin was not yet back after all the time that had passed. Both teams were asked to enter the stage. Zizi resigned himself to fighting without Tang Wulin beside him. A beautiful woman stood before Wu Changkong and commended the strength of his students. She was the Class 1 homeroom teacher, Ye Yingluo, the older sister of the former Class 3's homeroom teacher, Ye Yingrong. She said the cold god had made her wait, but she finally had the chance to humiliate him. Ye Yingrong giggled when she saw that her older sister had dressed up especially well, despite claiming she did not care about Wu Changkong. The cold god ignored the provocation and turned away without uttering a word. He told Director Long his two remaining students would proceed with the match. He had barely finished those words when Tang Wulin called to him, Gu Yue and Shi to announce his arrival. He apologized for making them worry and promised to explain everything later. Before the match began, the commentator covered the basic rules for the fight. It would only end when there was one clear winner and a loser. The fighters were warned against deliberately hurting their opponents. If they did, they would be punished by the academy. Shi playfully told Tang Wulin that their strongest opponent was Zhang Fengzi. Of course, the name was entirely made up, and Wei Xiaofeng protested the same. The signal was then given for the start of the match. Wei Xiaofeng took the initiative and charged toward Shi. Like the latter, he belonged to the agility attack system. His spirit soul was a 100-year green shadow snake, which fit him perfectly. He had spent a considerable amount of money to find it. He flitted around and warned that Zizi would die if he could not keep up with his speed. Zhao Changxi and Yun Xiao were shocked by Wei Xiaofeng's movements, which imitated Xiaxi's fighting style but was much faster. Xiaxi calmly shut his eyes. When he opened them, a light flashed as he released 2 spirit rings. This revelation surprised the onlookers as well as his opponent. Shi had become a spirit grandmaster. His expression was confident as he asked why everyone was fussing over nothing. However, Wei Xiaofeng was not impressed and moved to attack with a few clones. Shi used the light dragon blade to send a wave of energy toward his opponent. Wei Xiaofeng jumped to avoid the attack, making Shi realize it was his opponent's true body. The opponent before Tang Wulin and Gu Yue was Wang Jinxi. He had a top-notch darkness-type spirit essence, the Bone Dragon. There weren't many spirit grandmasters who could compete with his strength. He rushed to attack as Gu Yue asked whether she should use her light element to bind him. She said their opponent had a top melee-type spirit essence and was probably very strong. Tang Wulin assured her she would be fine and that there was no reason to worry. She wondered whether he intended to confront their enemy head-on. He suddenly threw a powerful punch. Tang Wulin's fist was covered with a brilliant golden aura that surprised Wu Changkong. Wang Jinxi was blown away by the overwhelming power as a wave of golden aura was released on impact. The crowd of onlookers flew into a frenzy. What they had just witnessed should not have been possible. Despite having a 10-year spirit ring, Tang Wulin had just overpowered a spirit grandmaster. Zhao Changxi and Yun Xiao were once again shocked by the overwhelming display of strength. Director Long was in awe as he contemplated what he had just witnessed. How unreasonable it was. The cold god narrowed his eyes, deep in thought. The Class 1 homeroom teacher, Ye Yingluo, speechlessly wondered how such a feat was possible. Tang Wulin had disappeared for a few days and had undergone a great transformation. He retrieved one of his 1,000 refined silver hammers and threw it at his next opponent, the commander of Class 1's team, Zhang Yangzi. Gu Yue supported the attack by binding their opponent using wind chains. Zhang Yangzi glared at the duo for underestimating him, then released his spirit essence. A dark pair of wings shot from his back. They broke the wind chains and deflected the incoming hammer. The opponent released a dark fog that covered the ring. He had a determined expression as he declared his intention to use all his strength to oppose Tang Wulin's team. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Yangzi hid with his teammates in the billowing dark fog. Tang Wulin wondered about their next move as their opponents initiated a new attack. The dark fog rushed towards ZC and covered him as the Class 1 team rushed in to attack. Gu Yue realized that they were being targeted one at a time. Tang Wulin called to his besieged companion, ready to rescue him, when a wave of golden light tore through the dark fog. It was ZC's spirit skill, Light Dragon Storm. The sudden counterattack amazed everyone. ZC confidently said that his opponents too had underestimated him. He quickly switched to duel, wielding his light dragon daggers, and dared his opponents to attack together. The Class 1 team was enraged. Tang Wulin charged in with his right fist clenched. Once more, a dazzling golden aura covered it, making his teammates wonder what it was. Class 1's Wang Jingxi retreated. Zhang Yangzi asked why he did so. He explained that Tang Wulin's golden aura interfered with his control over his spirit essence. Zhang Yangzi grew anxious as he recalled having a similar experience. He then asked Wang Jingxi and Wei Xiaofeng to stay behind him as he released the dark fog. He intended to deprive their opponents of sight and prevent them from winning. Gu Yue was quick to counter the move. She formed a sphere of light so dazzling that it looked like the sun. Its light cut through the dark fog, completely nullifying it. Director Long was amazed by Gu Yue's ability to fuse the light and fire elements. In his eyes, she was a genius. Wang Jingxi furiously called for his teammates to attack Gu Yue as he used his spirit skill, Bone Dragon Disorder Dance. Gu Yue was stunned by the sudden attack when Tang Wulin released his spirit ring and essence. His blue-silver grass instantly bound the incoming bone dragons. Ye Yingluo exclaimed in surprise. She found it unbelievable that Tang Wulin's blue-silver grass and 10-year spirit ring could restrain the bone dragon's 100-year spirit ring. During the commotion, a dark silhouette suddenly appeared behind Gu Yue. Zhang Yangzi had made a move. Gu Yue could barely react when Tang Wulin once again shielded her. Zhang Yangzi attacked with his spirit skill, eroding shadow claws. Tang Wulin used his body to block the attack and suffered its eroding effect. He screamed as he fell to the ground with his body trembling. Gu Yue called to him with a concerned expression. Zhang Yangzi sneered and said his attack would completely erode Tang Wulin's spirit power. Gu Yue glared at the Class 1 team. Her eyes filled with rage as a cold wind gathered around her. Director Long once again witnessed a fusion of elements. He spoke as a terrifying blizzard covered the fighting ring. Zhang Yangzi, Wang Jingxi, and Wei Xiaofeng stood helplessly as the blizzard intensified. Director Long was terrified by Gu Yue's power. She screamed as her anger fueled the blizzard. The cold spread outside the ring, affecting the spectators. Wu Changkong was unfazed. His spirit essence, the Skyfrost Sword, made him resistant to the cold. Director Long found the cold unbearable. He finally announced that the fight was over, saying it made no sense to keep fighting. He declared Wu Changkong's Class 2 the winner. Ye Yingluo protested, but the director pointed out that Gu Yue's spirit power had not decreased despite performing such a large-scale attack. Ye Yingluo's students would not be able to endure it if the blizzard continued. Director Long declared the winner. Tang Wulin was helped to his feet by Zishi as Gu Yue smiled contentedly. Zhao Changxi and Yun Xiao started celebrating when a shout was heard from the ring. Zhang Yangzi shouted that his team had yet to lose. His dark wings appeared as he asked Wang Jingxi to help him perform their special move. They held hands and vanished into a brilliant light that covered the ring. A figure with a draconic mask, a long reptilian tail, and a large pair of dark wings stood in their place. It resulted from their spirit fusion technique, Darkbone Dragon King. The figure spoke with an eerie voice and said it would repay the humiliation of losing. ZC called his companions to be cautious, but it was too late. The draconic figure had already closed the distance and struck him. ZC flew back and crashed on the ground. His arm broke in an attempt to block the powerful attack. Director Long shouted that the contest was already over. However, his words fell on deaf ears. The draconic fusion between Zhang Yangzi and Wang Jinshi mocked the Tang trio for their inability to beat Class 1 with their meager might. Tang Wulin stood his ground and declared he would repay the draconic figure for injuring ZC with its heavy-handedness. He had a berserk and murderous expression as he faced his opponent. The Golden Dragon King's aura erupted from Tang Wulin's body, and scales rapidly covered his right arm like a gauntlet to form a golden claw. The aura was so strong it tore his sleeve. Director Long asked in confusion whether it was an ability of blue-silver grass. The cold god silently watched in shock as the boy clutched his right arm with a severe expression. The fused draconic figure saw Tang Wulin's sudden increase in power and called it a bluff as it leaped to attack with its shadow dragon bone claw. Tang Wulin hissed and let out a deafening roar as his eyes radiated the fierce golden light. Director Long recognized the roar as a dragon cry. The fused figure was overwhelmed and suppressed. The combined might of the golden aura and the dragon's cry caused it to lose control of its body. It was defenseless against Tang Wulin's mighty blow. The situation was almost indescribable. The power of one hand exceeded that of a spirit fusion. Director Long panicked when he sensed the impending massacre. The fused figure lay helplessly on the ground as Tang Wulin leaped for a follow-up attack. His body emitted a bloodthirsty aura and a strong killing intent. His last conscious thought was the desire to make the creature regret hurting his best friend. He wanted his opponent to experience pure terror. Tang Wulin lost his mind. His rationality was replaced with uncontrollable rage as he attacked. The fused figure screamed in terror as the fighting ring erupted with strong pressure. The dust cleared, and Wu Changkong appeared holding Tang Wulin by his uniform. He spoke calmly to the boy and said there was no longer a reason to keep fighting. Tang Wulin was shaken back to his senses at that moment. The fighting ring had a large crater, and in it lay Zhang Yangzi and Wang Jinshi. Director Long trembled at the scene before him. Zhang Yangzi and Wang Jinshi were unconscious, and their spirit fusion had been undone. They were also severely injured. The director ordered the injured boys to be rushed to the infirmary. It dawned on Tang Wulin that something was amiss, and he asked what had happened to him. Ye Yingluo protested Tang Wulin's use of excessive force despite it being a simple tournament. Wu Changkong remained in silent contemplation. He turned away and said ZC should be taken to the infirmary. Tang Wulin's face sank. He was filled with remorse when he realized what he had done. He wondered how he could have lost control. His thoughts were interrupted by Old Tang's voice. Old Tang asked him whether he felt the change in his body. It was the power of the Golden Dragon King. Wu Changkong carried Shi in his arms and started walking to the infirmary. Shi reminded him about the injury. It wasn't a broken leg, but rather a broken arm. He was still able to walk. The cold god told him to shut up instead. The conversation made Gu Yue and Tang Wulin feel awkward. Wu Changkong delivered the news that Shi's arm would fully recover without a problem. Tang Wulin and Gu Yue walked together and discussed the outcome of the competition. She said it had been forcibly ended, and the results were unknown. Tang Wulin felt it was wrong for the director to have attempted to end the match prematurely. He complained that Class 1's attack on ZC was excessive. Gu Yue teased by reminding him that he too had been heavy-handed with his attacks. He had broken his opponent's hands and feet. Tang Wulin was flustered. He tried to explain that he was irrational then and did not notice. The memory was still vague to him. Gu Yue then asked about the origin of the great power he used at the match. She was certain it was not a mutation of blue-silver grass. Tang Wulin was momentarily silent and said he did not want to lie. However, he could not discuss the matter because of special reasons. Gu Yue paused briefly before accepting his answer. Old Tang warned him against discussing the matter with others. He recalled his situation and the fear that lingered in his heart. Absorbing the Golden Dragon King's power from the first seal alone had taken a great toll on his body. If he hadn't used the 3 items recommended by Old Tang to enhance his body, he would have died. He sat and examined the essence of the Golden Dragon King on his hands. When he absorbed it, he received incredible power. However, Old Tang already told him there was no guarantee that the fusion would work, and he had to open the second seal before his 15th birthday. and like before, he would have to gather specific items in preparation. When he returned to the dorm room, Zhao Changxi and Yun Xiao were already waiting. They praised his power and asked what the Dragon Claw was. Tang Wulin chose to lie and said it was a mutation of his spirit essence. He quickly said that he needed to go and meditate. A man sat in his office at the academy, his hands interlocked in a serious posture as he asked for an explanation for the events of the class promotion contest. He was the academy's president, Yu Zhen. Director Long sat across his desk with a weary expression. He began explaining the spirit fusion when the president slammed the table in shock that first-year students could use the technique. Yu Zhen's beverage burnt his hand because of his sudden outburst. Director Long helped clean up the mess before proceeding with his report. The president poured himself a fresh cup as he asked whether the spirit fusion injured the 3 students. Director Long corrected by explaining that another with a 10-year spirit ring and blue-silver grass had injured the 2 students who performed spirit fusion. President Yu Zhen broke his cup with another outburst and again burnt his hand. The report was unbelievable. With a newly bandaged hand, he admitted that there were many talented people. Director Long proceeded to list the exceptional first years: a multi-element user, a miraculous variation of blue-silver grass, 4 2-ringed spirit grandmasters. He suggested to the president that a new first-year class should be made especially for them, Year 1, Class 0. Regular classes would only delay their growth. Director Long's recommendation was concluded by suggesting the appointment of Wu Chang Kong to oversee the new class and lead the super geniuses. Tang Wulin woke up the next morning and noticed that Shi had not returned. He examined his right hand's appearance as he thought about how it violently consumed his spirit power when it turned into a dragon claw. He also noticed that he gained fairer skin after absorbing the Golden Dragon King's essence, apart from the increased spirit power. He stared at his reflection, hoping it was only an illusion. He ran laps in the academy's track as he mulled over his situation. He needed to train well, improve his spirit power, and be prepared to break the second seal before his 15th birthday. He needed to be careful the next time he used the Golden Dragon King's power. It heavily consumed his spirit power and seemed to be influencing his personality. He felt that he became irritable and violent when he used it. He could also feel a little of the tyrannical aura that dwelt in his right hand. He thought deeply as he ran into a girl on the track. She avoided the collision and let him tumble to the ground. The girl teased him by saying he threw himself on a girl in broad daylight. Tang Wulin apologized and said he was distracted. The girl said she admired his ability to run while distracted. She teased him by calling him little brother and said he should be careful while running. She suddenly drew closer while looking into his eyes. She smiled pleasantly while pinching his cheek and said he was quite good-looking. She asked for his name, and he gave it without hesitation. When it was his turn to ask, the girl challenged him to a 10-lap race around the track and promised to give her name if she lost. She started running as soon as she finished speaking. Tang Wulin was momentarily distracted by the girl's graceful movement before catching up. The girl looked back and admired his movement. They were both determined to win the race and drew the attention of onlookers. They sped along the track, keeping up with each other's pace, until Tang Wulin started sprinting when he realized that there were 50 meters left to the finish line. His sudden speed surprised the girl, and she let out a yelp as if something had happened to her. Tang Wulin fell for the trick. When he looked back, the girl leaped over his head and won the race. Tang Wulin lay face down on the track as the girl asked him if he had conceded. She commended him for his physical strength when he admitted defeat. She finally introduced herself. Her name was Ouyang Zixin. He watched her leave in quiet fascination. Shi walked up to him and noticed his gaze. He teased Tang Wulin for talking to the Intermediate Academy's beauty. He referred to a saying that every boy had an unforgettable senior sister in heart. Tang Wulin protested that he had had enough of Zix's nonsense. He changed the subject to Zix's hand. Zixi claimed that with his excellent talent, he needed only 10 days to recover. Gu Yue overheard the conversation as she walked toward them. She mocked Zix's boasting and asked whether he was referring to the shameful talent of passing out in the competition. Once again, the conversation devolved into a bickering contest between the two. The students of East Sea Academy gathered at the sports ground as Director Long addressed them. He announced that the first-year rankings had changed from the recently concluded class promotion competition. The original Class 5 had become the new Class 1. The Academy rewarded them with 1 free meal every day for a semester. Naturally, Tang Wulin was excited about the news. The director continued to announce that the Academy's board had also decided to establish a new grade. Year 1, Class 0. The class would have 6 students: Gu Yue, Tang Wu Lin, Shi Si, Wei Xiaofeng, Zhang Yangzi, and Wang Jinshi. He said the power of the 6 exceeded the level of first-year students. They would neglect their talents if they continued to have no difference in education. Other students were encouraged to work hard and strive to join Class 0. At President Yu Zhen's office, Director Long chided the 6 for their poor shape with broken hands and feet. The president held a confidentiality agreement for them to sign. He explained that signing it meant they agreed to receive East Sea Academy's best training and would not transfer to another institution before completing the intermediate and advanced divisions. GC asked whether they could discuss it with their families first. Director Long warned that GC would not be a part of Class 0 if he did so. Tang Wu Lin had already signed it, making GC feel left out, so he too signed the agreement. Wei Xiaofeng refused to sign, saying his family might have a better school for him later at the advanced level. Director Long allowed him to leave. The remaining 5 had odd expressions because of how easily their number had reduced. Director Long informed them that they had become the core elite of the academy, and as such, the academy would spare no expense to nurture them. He also said that although the academy respected Wei Xiaofeng's choice, he would surely regret it. He then declared that although the academy's ranking was not high, they would work together to create a bright future. And after the academy had done everything possible to train them, even the legendary Shrek Academy may not be as capable as East Sea Academy. East Sea Academy's Year 1 Class 0 was officially established. Not only did Class 0 have a dedicated classroom, but also the dorm rooms were the same as the teachers. Each person had a separate room. Class 0's homeroom teacher was Wu Changkong. The classroom was divided into 2 factions on the first official day. The relationship between the 2 groups was awful. Shi was quick to antagonize Zhang Yangzi and Wang Jinshi, calling them shameless and self-centered show-offs. Zhang Yangzi retorted by calling Shi a weakling and dared him to fight after class. The cold god walked into the classroom and silenced them with a look. Zhang Yangzi and Wang Jinshi were in awe of his oppressive aura. The Tang trio had grown accustomed to Wu Changkong's temperament and maintained their composure. Wu Changkong casually pulled a chair and sat. He said the lesson plan had changed because of their physical condition, and they would discuss spirit mechs instead. Zhang Yangzi expressed his concern about the advanced subject. Wu Changkong coldly asked him to raise his hand before speaking. Zhang Yangzi was embarrassed and annoyed by Shi's mockery. However, Wu Changkong shut it down with a well-aimed chalk stick between Shi's eyes. Wu Changkong explained that in the current era, the spirit mech master was synonymous with the strong, and the sooner the students understood it, the better. He also said that Class 0's mech class was just for them to learn basic theoretical knowledge. Tang Wu Lin showed great interest in the subject of mechs. Unlike him, Gu Yue looked indifferent. Tens of thousands of years ago, spirit masters were the main occupation. Gradually, their numbers declined, and those that remained were of a much lower rank than their predecessors. The emergence of spirit guidance tools was responsible for the change in structure. Wu Changkong described the history of spirit mechs from their origin and applications until the modern era. After a lengthy explanation, he dismissed regular spirit mechs because they were only for military use. For the sake of the class, whose target was to become the most powerful, they would study what fits a combat spirit master: battle armor. His words piqued everyone's interest, including Gu Yue. He explained that large spirit mechs only made someone an easy target. Spirit mechs above the purple rank were made as small as armor, and because of their small size, they were known as battle armor. He said that only the spirit masters who used their battle armor and spirit essence together perfectly could be called the strongest fighters. He then mentioned the different mech-related occupations: mech designers, mech manufacturers, and mech repairers. He told the students they would have to choose a second career from the 3 options. Gu Yue asked why a second career was required. Wu Changkong explained that it was necessary if one wanted a powerful battle armor suited to them. If they did not study the second profession, they would never be able to integrate with their battle armor. Neither would they be able to climb the God Altar. The goal of Class 0 was to reach the God Altar. Tang Wu Lin asked whether they could see genuine battle armor, and the Cold God said they would once they completed the first phase of their combat training. Wu Changkong told them about their shortcomings in the class promotion contest. They all needed battle experience and skills. Their basic combat abilities, aside from their use of spirit essence, were terrible. Gu Yue interjected by saying that because her ability was elemental control, all she needed to improve was her spirit power and mental power. She asked whether basic combat ability was necessary. In response, Wu Changkong proposed a test. He asked Tang Wu Lin and Gu Yue to team up and attack him. He assured them he would not use any spirit skill and would lower his spirit power to their level. He would allow them to use their spirit skills freely to attack. He dared them to try and defeat him. Tang Wu Lin was the first to charge in for an attack. Gu Yue released multi-directional wind blades which surrounded Wu Jiankong. The attack made Shi Si exclaim with surprise. The cold god shut his eyes and muttered that the attack was naive. He then deflected the wind blades and Tang Wu Lin's blue-silver grass. Gu Yue was surprised by how easy he made it look. Tang Wu Lin suddenly appeared at his blind spot and threw a punch, completely missing his mark because of Wu Jiankong's swift evasion. Gu Yue intercepted the cold god mid-air with a barrage of fireballs, which he easily swatted away with his chalkboard pointer. Tang Wu Lin leaped through the smoke to attack again, eyes glowing with fighting spirit. Gu Yue continued launching fireballs. Her idea was to corner the cold god in all directions while Tang Wu Lin attacked directly. Wu Jiankong's eyes flashed as he raised his pointer. His aura surged, and he vanished from Tang Wu Lin's sight. He dashed toward his two opponents and knocked them down while extinguishing every last fireball. He chided them for thinking the basic battle skills were useless. Zhang Yangzi and Wang Jinshi were amazed that the fight was over before they knew what had happened. Wu Jiankong continued to say that powerful spirit essence and spirit skills were important, but without battle skills, they would have no chance of using them. He spoke as his victims recovered. Tang Wu Lin nodded in agreement while Gu Yue remained speechless, still reeling from their sudden defeat. Class 0 conducted special training on battle skills. Tang Wu Lin had become the teacher's favorite punching bag for live demonstrations. Because of this, his battle prowess improved and progressed the fastest. His spirit power also grew without his knowledge. The class was later taken to a testing facility, and their mental power was evaluated. Jisi's mental power had risen to 31, 2 points higher than his last score. He smugly commented that the progress was nothing for someone as talented as himself. His broken arms had also recovered in a short period. Wang Jingshi's mental power was 18, and the cold god urged him to work hard and improve. Zhang Yangzi had a score of 41. It was Tang Wu Lin's turn, and Zhang Yangzi watched keenly. He wanted to see the ability of the boy who beat him at his strongest. Tang Wu Lin's score was 66. Zhang Yangzi was surprised and asked how it was possible. Tang Wu Lin had risen to the high level of spirit origin rank. Shi seemed to have expected such a result and complimented him. Zhang Yangzi was in denial and said the score was not much better than his own. As he spoke, Tang Wu Lin stood with his eyes fixed forward, and Zhang Yangzi followed his gaze. The result of Gu Yue's mental test was 153. Zhang Yangzi was dumbstruck. The result was beyond his imagination. Gu Yue was amazing at only 9 years old. In Zhang Yangzi's opinion, Gu Yue could reach the Spirit Sea realm before graduation, and had already achieved the mental power required to be a top-notch mech master and spirit master. He wondered whom the trio was for having such exceptional results. The class proceeded to the strength test. A force gauge tested the strength of each of their arms. Gu Yue's left punch was 115 kilograms, and her right was 143 kilograms. Zhang Yangzi was met with yet another surprising result. He exclaimed loudly that the power was so high and unscientific. Shi's left arm strength was 153 kilograms, and his right was 164. He was relieved that his score was slightly better than Gu Yue's. Zhang Yangzi's results, however, were surprisingly low. His left arm strength was 61 kilograms, and his right was 69. Shi playfully called him weak because of the low numbers. Up next was Wang Jingshi. As he stood before the force gauge, Shi wondered whether his strength would be impressive, considering he specialized in close combat. Wang Jingshi threw his punches in quick succession. His left arm strength was 423 kilograms, and his right was 468. Shi shouted in surprise and said it was almost 1 ton of attack power. Wang Jingshi afterward glanced at Tang Wu Lin and wondered about his results. Tang Wu Lin's left punch was 1,156 kilograms, and his right was 1,348. Everyone was shocked. In their eyes, the results were exaggerated, nearly triple that of Wang Jingshi. Wu Jiankong asked him to turn his right hand into the golden dragon claw and try again. Tang Wu Lin did as he was asked and punched the machine again with incredible force. The result was 2,700 kilograms. Zhang Yangzi and Wang Jinshi were shocked. Everyone in Class 0 found the result outrageous. Wu Jiankong, however, seemed dissatisfied. With a serious tone, he asked Tang Wu Lin to try using the claw's skill. Tang Wu Lin complied as the aura surged from his golden dragon claw. He clenched his fist and condensed the golden aura. Wu Jiankong urged him to use all his strength, and he complied as his eyes glowed. He punched, and a wave of power flooded the entire room. The monitor indicated a force of nearly 4 tons. His classmates stood with mouths wide open. Tang Wulin put a hole in the force gauge. When he noticed the damage, he awkwardly asked whether he had to pay for it. Wu Jiankong said Director Long would take care of the mess. He asked Tang Wulin whether he was all right after expending so much spirit power. Zhang Yangzi and Wang Jingxi felt fortunate that Wu Jiankong intervened in their match. Otherwise, they would have been completely pulverized. That evening, Wu Jiankong asked to speak to Tang Wulin privately. He said Tang Wulin's improvement in mental power and control over his dragon scales and claw had gone beyond what was possible from a spirit essence mutation. He finally asked what had happened to the boy during the typhoon. A wave of anxiety washed over Tang Wulin. He remembered old Tang's warning against disclosing the truth about the golden dragon king within his body. Wu Jiankong took the boy's silence as a lack of knowledge. He explained that after some research, he learned that another spirit essence might be hidden in Tang Wulin's body. 2 possible scenarios would play out because of it. One was that Tang Wulin would become like Shi with twin spirit essence, and the other was that both spirit essences would fuse and become even more powerful. Tang Wulin was surprised by his teacher's incredible insight. Wu Jiankong expressed concern that Tang Wulin's body would not be able to endure the energy fluctuations if the latter scenario occurred. He asked Tang Wulin to find him if he felt unwell. Wu Jiankong promised to help him minimize the damage from the fusion of his spirit essence. Tang Wulin thanked his teacher and turned to leave the room. Wu Jiankong stopped him and asked whether he was interested in learning the footwork he had used while sparring. Tang Wulin beamed excitedly as he expressed interest and asked whether Wu Jiankong would teach him. The cold god explained that the mysterious footwork belonged to a powerful organization. He said Tang Wulin had to join the organization to learn the technique. Tang Wulin grew nervous when he heard a nondescript organization being mentioned. Wu Jiankong noticed the change and asked whether something was wrong. Tang Wulin explained that he thought about his parents, who had gone into hiding because of a mysterious organization and were later taken by it, and he had yet to hear a word of their whereabouts. The cold god assured that the organization he referred to differed from the one that took Tang Wulin's parents. He explained that he could help by recommending Tang Wulin, but whether he could join depended entirely on the boy. Wu Jiankong also offered to help Tang Wulin find ways to locate his parents. Tang Wulin continued his life of working and studying. He knew that his survival depended on his ability to break the second seal before his 15th birthday by obtaining the 4 items required. He needed to work hard to improve his rank as a blacksmith and earn enough money. While forging, he was deep in thought when he received a call from Mang Tian asking him to go to the Blacksmith Association immediately. He was surprised to find Mang Tian with President Mu Chen on arrival. Mang Tian had a grave expression, as he said he had something to tell Tang Wulin. The boy had never seen his master make such an expression, and asked him to proceed. Mang Tian narrated his initial unwillingness to teach Tang Wulin, but accepted him when he saw the boy's persistence and effort as a 6-year-old. He continued to say that because Tang Wulin had become a rank 3 blacksmith and had amazing talent, he was the most likely person at East Sea City's Blacksmith Association to become a divine blacksmith. Mang Tian said that his dream was to become a divine blacksmith. However, his cultivation had gone awry years ago, and his limit was the level of a rank 6 blacksmith. The limit made him unfit to become Tang Wulin's teacher. He then recommended President Mu Chen as his replacement. Mu Chen was an outstanding saint blacksmith who had reached the level of spirit forging. Mu Chen asked Tang Wulin to continue his blacksmith training with the president. Tang Wulin's heart was in chaos. His sister Nair had left him. His parents also left him. And now, the only other person he could consider a relative was about to leave. He fell to his knees in sorrow as Mang Tian called to him with a concerned look. Tang Wulin cried out with his head bowed low to the ground. He quoted the saying, "A teacher for a day, a father for life." He refused to accept another teacher. His words were like a knife to Mang Tian's heart. Mang Tian understood the boy's words perfectly. An apprentice could only have one master. Those were the rules of the blacksmithing world. If Tang Wulin accepted Mu Chen as a master, he could no longer become Mang Tian's apprentice. Mang Tian wore a painful expression as he watched his apprentice sobbing on the floor. They were interrupted by Mu Chen's bright smile. He happily said that there was nothing wrong with having 2 teachers. Tang Wulin could still have Mu Chen as a teacher while learning from Mang Tian. The latter was shocked by the president's words. Mu Chen's words meant that he considered Mang Tian an equal. Mu Chen revealed his intention to raise a legendary generation in the blacksmithing world. Because Mang Tian had laid a solid foundation for Tang Wulin, there was no reason the boy could not have two teachers. Tang Wulin tearfully thanked the president along with Mang Tian. Mu Chen encouraged him to increase his spirit power to become a top-notch blacksmith. He promised that the association would fully support and train him. Tang Wulin met Mu Shi on the way out of the association. She looked at him seriously and said that since he had become her father's apprentice, he should refer to her as his senior sister. Tang Wulin recalled their previous altercation but reluctantly paid her the courtesy. Mu Shi asked to walk with him back to school because they were both headed there. On the way, they chatted tirelessly about their forging experiences. Before they knew it, they had arrived at the entrance to the student dorms. Tang Wulin described to her the qualities of heavy silver that made it ideal for thousand refinements. He said it was as if the metal liked to be thousand refined. Mu Shi asked what he meant by that, and he explained that the metal could tell where more power needed to be applied to it. She remembered that her dad, Mu Chen, had said the same thing to her when she was younger. She was impressed by Tang Wulin's comprehension. At that moment, Tang Wulin saw a dark silhouette at the dorm entrance. He grabbed Mu Shi's arm, shaking her from her thoughts and drawing her attention to the dark figure. He loudly demanded the identity of the figure in the dark. It turned out to be Wang Jinshi, who wore a gloomy expression and said he had been waiting and asked to speak with Tang Wulin privately. Wang Jinshi led Tang Wulin to his room. Once they had settled down, he began explaining the subject of their discussion to Tang Wulin. His spirit essence was the Bone Dragon King, and he also had a darkness attribute. He explained that the Bone Dragon King was a rare and powerful spirit essence. If one found the right spirit soul, one could gain flight ability. After meeting Tang Wulin, Wang Jinshi's ambition was broken because his spirit essence was suppressed for the first time. His hands trembled as he described his inner turmoil. Tang Wulin patted his shoulder and looked at him seriously. He then assured Wang Jinshi that he could understand his feelings. He shared his past struggle of awakening a weak spirit essence and getting discouraged by everyone around him. He described his persistence and his resolve to never give up on himself. After the pep talk, Tang Wulin brought Wang Jinshi to speak with Wu Zhangkong. Tang Wulin described the strange phenomenon between them. When he activated his bloodline's power, Wang Jinshi's spirit power increased. Wang Jinshi completed the statement by saying his spirit essence was suppressed whenever he tried attacking Tang Wulin. Wu Zhangkong performed a test and confirmed the phenomenon. When Wang Jinshi inquired about it, the cold god said it was caused by hostility. Regardless of the source, Tang Wulin's dragon bloodline would suppress whenever there was hostility between the two. Wu Zhangkong pondered for a moment and proposed another test for the boys. They were to meditate together starting that night. The meditation between the two produced immediate results. Their spirit power improved to varying degrees. While meditating, Tang Wulin could feel extra energy pouring into his body, and he could tell that his spirit power had broken through to rank 14. They reported the results from their meditation the following day in Wu Zhangkong's office. Tang Wulin's spirit power had increased by 5% and Wang Jingshi's by 10%. In the excitement, Wang Jingshi asked whether they should look for those with dragon-type spirit essence to meditate together. The cold god discouraged him by explaining that having more people meditating together would cause interference and have an overall bad effect. Wu Zhangkong then asked them to shake hands. A brilliant light shone, and an intense power surged from them. Wang Jinshi was surprised to see dark dragon scales appearing on his forearm and felt his strength rising rapidly. Wu Zhangkong asked them to stop and explained that it was not just an ordinary buffing effect, but something similar to a spirit fusion. He said he would place the boys in adjacent rooms so that they could continue meditating together. He also suggested that Tang Wulin extend a strand of blue-silver grass to maintain their connection. They followed their teacher's advice and quickly increased their spirit power as the days passed. It was an unusual day for Class 0. For the first time, Wu Zhangkong did not teach or lecture. He instead asked them to prepare for a trip to the Spirit Ascension Tower. Tang Wulin asked about the place, earning Xi's exasperated outburst for his ignorance. ZZ explained that the Spirit Ascension Tower was created by a dozen titled Duluos through research to enable Spirit Masters to learn through experience. One could experience the charm of the Spirit Master world in ancient times. The cultivation age limit for spirit souls could be increased within the tower. A 10-year spirit soul had a chance of upgrading, all because inside were entirely real battles with spirit beasts. ZC explained how rare it was to have an opportunity to enter the Spirit Ascension Towers. One had to pay 500,000 Union coins to enter. While there were at least 1 million Spirit Masters, only 1,000 could enter in a month. He then commented on how Wei Xiaofeng's intestines would be green with envy if he knew that Class 0 could enter the towers once a month. The Spirit Pagoda's 18 Spirit Ascension Towers were also called the 18 Pillars Supporting Heaven. The branch closest to the East Sea Academy stood majestic and imposing at several hundred meters high. The atmosphere in the building felt different for Class 0. They encountered a wide hall and a high ceiling when they entered. Wu Jiankong took the opportunity to explain the murals on the walls. The murals recorded the early days of the Spirit Pagoda's founder, a legendary generation Spirit Master. It was the story about how the Spirit Ice Duluo led humanity to resist the tide of spirit beasts. The teacher explained that the murals next to them were incomplete and that other murals could be found in the 17 other towers on the continent. After the Spirit Ice Duluo's battle with the Beast God, the gold-eyed Black Dragon King Di Tian, they both disappeared. Tang Wulin looked at the murals intently, especially the one with the Spirit Ice Duluo, Huo Yu Hao. He heard the stories when he was young. According to legends, the Spirit Ice Duluo was the son of Dai Hao, the White Tiger Duke of the Star Luo Empire. He had outstanding talent. He was only an ordinary youngster when he joined Shrek Academy 10,000 years ago. He later became a peak expert, ultimately having enough power to shake the continent. It was said that he could have already broken through humanity's limits and entered the realm of gods. After his disappearance, his wife also disappeared. On the other mural, Tang Wulin saw an exceptionally radiant woman with butterfly wings on her back emitting a brilliant light. She was the Spirit Ice Duluo's wife, the dragon butterfly Duluo, Tang Wu Tong. It was said that she was very strong, and with Huo Yu Hao, they had an enormous spirit fusion ability. They fused into one overwhelmingly powerful being. In those days, the two were the strongest. Gu Yue stared at the mural as she sounded the name of the dragon butterfly Duluo. She remarked on how similar Tang Wulin's name was to the legendary title Duluo. She said, in addition, that Tang Wulin's eyes looked similar to Tang Wu Tong's. Ji scoffed and asked how it was possible when the eye colors were different. Tang Wulin concurred, saying he couldn't be similar to the dragon butterfly Duluo. He asked how a mortal such as himself could look similar to her. Class 0 proceeded further into the building as Tang Wulin gave Tang Wu Tong's mural one last glance before catching up with everyone else. The class entered an elevator and descended for a long period. Wu Jiankong reminded everyone to be careful of how they acted within the building. They had to avoid acting recklessly, pay attention to safety, and ask for help when needed. Shishi wondered what the teacher meant by asking for help because the Spirit Ascension platform was a simulated environment. The cold god told him that he would understand once he entered. A hooded figure approached the students and informed them they would have distress signals on their wrists once they entered the platform. The class was asked to press the distress signal when in danger. The hooded figure then wished them luck. ZC was perplexed by the information. He wondered why he felt danger the more he heard about the place. Class 5 entered special simulation capsules. The Spirit Ascension technician instructed them to relax their bodies and prepare to enter the Spirit Ascension platform. At the same time, Director Long arrived to witness Class 5's first experience. The technician reminded them to use the distress signal when they encountered danger that they could not handle. Tang Wulin and his classmates were also informed that they would be separated when they entered the Spirit Ascension platform. The technician pressed a button and sent them off, wishing them luck. Tang Wulin felt as if his body had become weightless. His consciousness traveled toward a white brilliance on the horizon, seemingly at the speed of light. His eyes were flooded with the brilliant white light, and when he blinked, he stood in a lush forest. He was surprised to discover that although the place was a simulated environment, it was indistinguishable from reality. He could feel the plant life around him, especially the blue-silver grass. He recalled that the forest cover on the continent was less than 1%. He was surprised by the beauty of the primitive forest and the freshness of the air. Director Long saw his relaxed expression and wondered whether Tang Wulin was sleeping. Wu Jiankong said that Tang Wulin seemed to comprehend and reminded the director that the boy's spirit essence was blue-silver grass. Director Long was amazed by the simulated Star Luo forest's suitability for cultivating plant-type spirit essences and Tang Wulin's comprehension. Zhang Yangzi took to the skies. He hovered mid-air and thought about taking revenge on Tang Wulin's group for his defeat in the class promotion competition. He then spotted a bird. It was a spirit beast. He decided to use it for practice and flew in to attack. The bird's eyes turned fierce. It intercepted him mid-flight and spread its large wings to claw at its attacker. Zhang Yangzi panicked and quickly pressed the distress button. His eyes flew open as he sat up in his capsule, asking whether he had been sent back to the real world. Director Long looked at him with disappointment. Zhang Yangzi could only look away awkwardly. He looked up and saw GC on the big screen, realizing he was the first to exit the Spirit Ascension platform. GC moved stealthily among bushes and kept low to the ground. He knew that his twin spirit essences were not perfect. His light and shadow dragon daggers had a shared origin but had opposite effects. His focus was on improving his spirit souls within the Spirit Ascension platform. His expectations were the highest. He peeked at a monkey-like spirit beast from behind a rock and retreated before it could sense his presence. Zhang Yangzi spoke spitefully about Shixi's decision and said he could have stayed longer on the platform if he had relied on such cowardly tactics. The cold god commended Shixi's judgment. The spirit beast that Shixi encountered was the Scarlet Demon Beast, known to live in packs and is very dangerous. Wu Jiangkong told Zhang Yangzi that if he wanted to stay in the Spirit Ascension platform, he needed to understand the traits of spirit beasts. Zhang Yangzi was asked to keep watching. Shixi quietly observed his target from within another bush and launched a surprise attack on the spirit beast. The spirit beast dodged the incoming attack. Zhang Yangzi asked whether the sneak attack was a failure. Wu Jiangkong replied that Shixi had left a backhand and had planned for his target's escape. Shixi tore the spirit beast to pieces with his spirit skill. Light Dragon Storm. Zhang Yangzi was surprised while the cold god nodded. Shixi then heard a loud bang. In the distance, the ground was littered with the corpses of spirit beasts. Wang Jingxi was out of breath as he crouched on the ground. He had just fought an arduous battle against the pack of spirit beasts and barely got away unscathed. He had defeated a pack of azure wind wolves. He had expended most of his spirit power and wanted to take time to recover. He heard a mournful sound from the bushes. When he went to investigate, he saw the weeping face of a young woman and thought it belonged to a spirit master. The face suddenly released a bone-chilling scream, and a gigantic spider appeared behind it. Wang Jingxi tripped and fell backward in shock. The Spirit Pagoda's personnel panicked and rushed to prepare emergency treatment for Wang Jingxi. They considered him unlucky to have encountered the man-faced demon spider so early in his stay at the Spirit Ascension platform. Zhang Yangzi wondered what they meant as the screen displayed a grim sight. A large spider leg had impaled Wang Jingxi. Wang Jingxi did not have enough time to press the distress signal. However, the man-faced demon spider's attack forcefully ejected him from the Spirit Ascension platform. He spat blood as his body convulsed from the shock. The Spirit Pagoda personnel worked to stabilize his condition. Zhang Yangzi watched in horror as his friend screamed in pain. He wondered why Wang Jingxi suffered real pain when the Spirit Ascension platform was a simulated world. The staff corrected, saying the perception of those who entered the Spirit Ascension platform was the same as reality. Therefore, if one were hurt in the simulated world, the pain would travel through the nerves to the brain. The body would not be injured, but the mind would suffer the trauma. He told Zhang Yangzi that those new to the platform felt the sensations were real and their minds were affected. He too would have suffered excruciating pain if he had not pressed the distress signal in time. Gu Yue was walking through the forest when a 1,000-year crystal bear appeared before her. A Spirit Pagoda personnel asked if he should remind her to use the distress signal, but Wu Jiangkong asked him to wait. She sent a gust of wind toward the bear to obscure its vision and escape its line of sight. She had not, however, escaped its attack range. The 1,000-year crystal bear roared as Gu Yue glanced back at it. In another part of the forest, ZC hid behind a rock to catch his breath. He was running low on spirit power and needed to rest. He suddenly heard an eerie sound like a spirit beast running toward him. A 100-year single-horned dragon suddenly appeared before him. Its strong offense and defense made it the natural enemy of agility-type spirit masters such as ZZ. When he thought he had successfully avoided it by climbing onto a tree branch, the single-horned dragon charged into ZZ's tree and forced him onto another. As soon as he jumped to another tree, the single-horned dragon appeared above him with a wide-open mouth lined with jagged teeth, ready to clamp down on its prey. It was too late for ZC to dodge, so he considered using his distress signal. The spirit beast was too fast for him and snapped its jaws. ZC reflexively shut his eyes. He opened them and was surprised to find himself in Tang Wu Lin's arms. Tang Wu Lin's eyes emitted a golden light as he told the spirit beast to get lost. He stood his ground as the beast reared at him and charged with its mouth open again. ZC jumped to safety as Tang Wulin clenched his fist and swung it. The devastating punch toppled the enormous spirit beast and embedded it firmly into the ground. Zhang Yangzi was shocked by the display of power. Wu Jiangkong remained silent as he watched the scene. As he looked at the slain beast, Tang Wulin explained that the single-horned dragon's defensive abilities would have been difficult to overcome without his bloodline's power. Shi responded by saying he was too modest. Suddenly, a voice called to Tang Wulin, asking for help. Gu Yue ran toward them with the 1,000-year crystal bear in hot pursuit. ZC panicked as he asked what she had done to provoke the creature. Gu Yue replied that it had just started chasing her. Tang Wulin asked her to get behind him as he threw one of his heavy silver hammers at the bear. The hammer struck the creature's head, and ZC thought it was enough. He was surprised to see that the hammer only enraged the crystal bear. ZC shouted for everyone to spread out. The trio put some distance between themselves and the crystal bear. Tang Wulin asked if ZC knew the weak points of the bear. ZC replied that the crystal bear was weakest behind the neck. He also warned that if anyone were struck by it, they would be turned into a crystal. As he spoke, the bear swiped at Tang Wulin, who swiftly grabbed a vine and dodged the attack. He awkwardly held on to the vine and asked for help when he realized the crystal bear's attention was still on himself. ZC attacked, and Gu Yue sent icicles to distract the bear and help Tang Wulin escape. The trio regrouped and got into battle formation. Tang Wulin naturally took command and gave orders to everyone. Gu Yue was tasked with attacking the crystal bear's eyes and ZC, the beast's abdomen, to give Tang Wulin a chance to attack the neck. They flew into action to execute the plan. Gu Yue launched a barrage of fireballs at the bear's eyes, causing it to reel back in pain. Shi followed with the light dragon storm on its belly, causing it to bend. Tang Wulin made a fist with his golden dragon claw and prepared to deliver the final blow. He delivered a powerful punch to the back of the bear's neck, surprising Wu Jiangkong. Shi called it a perfect blow and cheerfully announced their victory. They had defeated a 1,000-year spirit beast. Gu Yue let out a sigh of relief. The celebration was premature. Tang Wulin was enveloped by the surge of power released from the body of the dying beast and was instantly crystallized. Gu Yue used her body to break his fall to prevent Tang Wulin from shattering to pieces. She was injured and lost consciousness because Tang Wulin's crystallized body had greatly increased in weight. ZC was the only one left standing and pressed her distress signal to send her back. Tang Wulin was still crystallized, and his distress button could not be pressed. ZC decided to guard Tang Wulin until he recovered. Regardless of the danger, he was determined to keep Tang Wulin safe. He would not press his distress signal no matter what. From childhood, his father had taught him to be a man of indomitable spirit. No matter the danger, one cannot abandon their friend. At that moment, he stood facing a horde of spirit beasts and was not timid. Rather, he was fired up. The rain fell on the forest floor, littered with the corpses of spirit beasts. ZC held his light dragon dagger as fresh blood dripped from his knuckles. He cursed the spirit beasts and said that they could not shake him. He prepared to receive the attack from a large spirit beast when suddenly a hammer flew past him and struck the beast's head. Tang Wulin was finally awake. He quickly asked what had happened. ZC weakly replied that it was good that Tang Wulin was finally awake before collapsing from fatigue. Tang Wulin quickly activated their distress signals. He woke up in his capsule at the Spirit Ascension Tower and immediately began calling to Shi with concern. Wu Jiangkong had a grave expression and began explaining what Shi endured to save him. A feeling of dread washed over Tang Wulin. He did not wait for his teacher to finish speaking and ran past him toward ZC's capsule. His eyes met an unexpected sight. ZC was perfectly fine and unharmed. Wu Jiangkong completed his explanation with his back still turned. ZC had only exhausted his spirit power and was lucky to have been sent back in time. Director Long asked why the cold god spoke in such a misleading manner. Class 0 returned to the academy and received individual feedback based on their performance. Tang Wulin had killed 2 powerful spirit beasts. His golden dragon claw possessed greater power than the rest of his body. Had it not been for his lack of knowledge about the 1,000-year crystal bear, he would have avoided getting crystallized, and his performance would have been perfect. Gu Yue coordinated her attacks well with Tang Wulin. Her elemental control was excellent, but at the last moment she tried to rescue Tang Wulin and got hurt instead. ZC faced overwhelming odds and did not press his distress signal until Tang Wulin recovered to help him do it. His body had been severely wounded, but he stood his ground and pushed past the pain to protect Tang Wulin. The cold god said the 5 in Class 0 would form a mini battle squad with Tang Wulin as the captain from that day onward. Zhang Yangzi was filled with resentment. Although he was unwilling, he also acknowledged Tang Wulin. He did so after realizing he was inferior in teamwork and personal strength. He reflected on his performance in the Spirit Ascension platform and felt ashamed. Tang Wulin walked on the academy grounds with Gu Yue when he grew dizzy. Gu Yue noticed the change and asked whether he was okay. He remained silent and fainted. Wu Jiankong arrived on the scene and said the spirit soul's evolution likely caused Tang Wulin's state. Shi was surprised by the news and wondered how Tang Wulin's spirit soul could evolve after entering the Spirit Ascension platform once. Wu Jiankong explained that Tang Wulin's spirit soul was innately weak, making evolution naturally easier. Tang Wulin had killed a few high-level spirit beasts in the Spirit Ascension platform, so his spirit soul evolved immediately. The cold god asked the group to leave Tang Wulin to him so that he could ensure that the boy's spirit soul evolution was safely completed. Tang Wulin felt the vast difference between his spirit soul's evolution and the process of breaking the first seal of the Golden Dragon King. He felt as if he was soaking in a pool of warm water, free from worry. The exhaustion in his body gradually disappeared under the warmth. He felt refreshed the following day. It was as if his spirit power was constantly improving. He finally looked up and could not recognize his surroundings. Wu Jiankong snuck up to him and said the place was his room. He explained that he had stayed beside Tang Wulin and protected him since he fainted the previous day. Once Tang Wulin had thanked him, Wu Jiankong asked him to release his spirit essence. Tang Wulin complied and realized that most of the blue-silver grass had transformed into vines, becoming thick and tough. His spirit soul, Jingguang, had also become larger, and its scales had a pale golden shade. The golden scale on its head had also become more distinct. Wu Jiankong said nothing was surprising about the change because Jingguang had evolved into the 100-year level. Tang Wulin released his spirit ring and was excited that it had turned yellow. Wu Jiankong sleepily said Tang Wulin's spirit essence had become battle-ready. Tang Wulin expressed gratitude once more as his teacher fell asleep while still standing. He experienced the overwhelming joy that his spirit soul was no longer useless. During Class Zero's next lecture, the Cold God asked them to talk about their experiences at the Spirit Ascension platform in the order they exited. The first was Zhang Yangzi. He explained that the world inside the platform felt realistic, making him curious about everything. He climbed to the top of a tree to observe his surroundings and to enable him to fly in any direction. He concluded by saying he became a target because of his ignorance and arrogance. Wu Jiankong cautioned him that he would have died if it had been the real world. Wang Jinshi was next. He recalled his experience with the man-faced demon spider and admitted it had become a nightmare. He did not know how to deal with it the next time he encountered it. Wu Jiankong advised him to relax, so his mental state would improve in a few days. He explained that the spider was stronger than a 1,000-year spirit beast, so it was not shameful that Wang Jinshi lost to it. He advised Wang Jinshi to press the distress signal the next time he ran into the spider. Gu Yue said that she enjoyed the experience of the Spirit Ascension platform, especially the realism of the environment and spirit beasts. Wu Jiankong narrowed his eyes and asked her to explain how she could easily find Tang Wulin. He said it made sense that Shi ran into Tang Wulin because they were relatively close, but the distance between Gu Yue and Tang Wulin was large. After she found the 1,000-year crystal bear, she seemed to move directly toward Tang Wulin. Gu Yue gave an excuse that it was a coincidence, but the cold god said that the path Gu Yue used was adjusted as Tang Wulin's position changed, which was impossible. He asked her to explain herself. Gu Yue reluctantly admitted that it was one of the small tricks she could pull off with her elemental control. She could place a mark on someone, which allowed her to find them. She felt safest with Tang Wulin, so she went to him. Wu Jiankong sighed and asked the rest to speak. Shi said that he also liked the environment inside the Spirit Ascension platform, which was suitable for an agility-type spirit master such as himself. If his speed was greater, he could have greater survivability. He said that the trip made him realize the importance of utilizing vital points in a battle and allowed him to accumulate much practical experience. Tang Wulin admitted they were lucky to kill the 1,000-year crystal bear. The forest felt realistic, and he could also interact with the blue-silver grass in the environment. He said that the team would have to strengthen its cooperation in the future, and only with good coordination would they draw out their collective strength to fight powerful spirit beasts. Wu Jiankong asked the class to pay attention to their cultivation according to their summaries and conclusions about their experiences. He then assigned them scores. Zhang Yangzi, 0 points. Wang Jingshi, 1 point. Gu Yue, 5 points. Zishi, 5 points, and Tang Wulin, 4 points. Zishi asked with surprise why Tang Wulin only got 4 points despite having killed a few spirit beasts. Wu Zhangkong passed the question to Tang Wulin. After pondering, Tang Wulin said Gu Yue scored high because her precise elemental control contributed to the Crystal Bear's defeat. Zishi also scored high because he risked his life to protect him. Wu Zhangkong corrected and said that Gu Yue caught Tang Wulin and prevented him from shattering, and Jiaxi saved his life and was familiar with the spirit beasts. If Tang Wulin knew that crystal bears created a spirit power explosion at the moment of death, he would not have become crystallized. His ignorance caused Gu Yue and Zishi to sacrifice themselves. In other words, everyone was eliminated because of him. The cold god asked the class to strengthen their understanding of spirit beasts for their future cultivation. He added that 90% of the skills used by spirit masters came from spirit beasts, and knowledge about them would aid them when facing future threats. Wu Zhangkong's words were like cold water to Tang Wulin. The joy he felt from his spirit soul's evolution was gone. The cold god understood that someone could not be complacent if they wanted to be strong. After experiencing the spirit ascension platform, everyone spontaneously began working hard. Zhang Yangzi also let go of his hostility and joined everyone. They could enter the spirit ascension platform once a week, and the intense experience inside made them grow rapidly. After continuous forging, Tang Wulin gradually understood the importance of a hammering foundation and learned how to avoid useless work. When a hammer descended, if the power and position were just right, it could save time and effort. Mu Chen continued to teach him diligently. Through training, a year one Class 0 student could survive inside the Spirit Ascension platform for at least 1 hour. During that time, they all turned 10 years old and became geniuses in the real sense, not only in name. The end-of-term exam was fast approaching, and Wu Zhangkong informed Class 0 that part of their exam was to survive in the Spirit Ascension platform for an hour. The Tang trio took turns reminding the teacher they could stay for an hour. However, the Cold God said they would go to the Spirit Ascension platform during its rebellion period. He explained that this was a special time because the beasts inside the Spirit Ascension platform would be most active, and their increased numbers would increase the level of danger. The rebellion would happen twice a year in the early days. However, with the advancement of technology, it was gradually controllable and became a suitable environment for cultivation. He reiterated that Class 0 would have to survive for an hour in the Spirit Ascension platform during its rebellion. He cautioned them that apart from spirit beasts, they would encounter other spirit masters who would have entered the platform simultaneously. Zhang Yangzi asked whether the other spirit masters would be a threat. Wu Zhangkong replied affirmatively and explained that everyone had the goal of hunting spirit beasts and surviving. The Spirit Ascension platform reconstructed the Duluo continent that existed tens of millennia ago. It could be said that inside was a real battlefield. Wu Zhangkong said that the rebellion would begin in 3 days, and that Class 0 had 3 days as a holiday to prepare. Zishi was excited by the news and asked Tang Wulin if he wanted to eat stewed beef. Zhang Yangzi overheard the invitation and asked to join. Tang Wulin declined the invitation and said he wanted to use his free time to cultivate and complete some forging work. During the 3 days, Tang Wulin stayed in the workshop forging. Mu Chen called him to the Blacksmith Association on the evening of the 3rd day. He asked the boy to sit and presented him with an entry card for the Rebelling Spirit Ascension platform. He said that the price was very high. Even with money, one may still need help to obtain it. He suggested that Tang Wulin could invite his friends to form a team and go to cultivate inside. The offer surprised Tang Wulin, but the president asked him not to be embarrassed, and it was just a small gift from the association. The boy explained that the East Sea Academy had already arranged for his class to enter the Spirit Ascension platform for the rebellion experience. So he naturally had a spot. The president was surprised by the good treatment Class 0 was receiving from the academy. However, he insisted that Tang Wulin take the entry card so that he could enter the platform more than once, which would benefit his cultivation. The boy bowed his head and thanked his teacher. The Spirit Ascension platform's rebellion had begun, and the 5 from Class 0 arrived early at the Spirit Pagoda. Tang Wulin presented his classmates with sets of light body armor that he made from a rare metal called Cloud Titanium. The metal was light and strong. The armor could be worn inside their clothes. He had made Wang Jingqi's armor slightly bigger because his body enlarged whenever he used his spirit essence. Everyone looked determined as they prepared to enter the Spirit Ascension platform. The rebelling Spirit Ascension platform officially opened, and a big battle was about to begin. A large number of Spirit Master teams had arrived. Everyone's objective was clear: defeat the spirit beasts and gain their power. The Spirit Pagoda did not provide viewing seats this time because of its good relationship with East Sea Academy. The teachers, however, were an exception. They were Wu Jiangkong and Director Long. Class 0 jumped straight into the action inside the Spirit Ascension platform. Except for those in their small team, they considered everyone else an enemy. Director Long commented on the brilliance of Class 0's battle formation. He asked the Cold God whether his training methods were strict. Wu Jiangkong was deep in thought and completely ignored the director's question. He recalled Shrek Academy's motto, only accepting monsters, not ordinary people. That was also the pride of every student at Shrek Academy. So, for Class 0 to become monsters that were envied by others, they would have to walk the path of exceptional hardships. Undoubtedly, the most talented was Gu Yue. Shrek Academy, or the Spirit Pagoda, recorded her ability to control the 5 elements. Her mental power was unprecedented among her peers, reaching the spirit connection realm at a young age. She had a limitless future. Ji had the next best natural talent. No matter the era, twin spirit essences were very rare. Zhang Yangzi and Wang Jingxi's talents could only be called decent, because their spirit essences were not top tier. However, once they could perfectly control their spirit fusion ability, their combat strength would not be inferior to anyone. As for Tang Wulin, his strength lay in his tenacious disposition. Despite having a weak spirit essence, he was not discouraged and continued cultivating, and his physical strength was the best in the class. More importantly, his spirit essence was still mutating. At the same time, he possessed a strange golden dragon claw. If his spirit essence could continue mutating well, he could become a genius like Gu Yue. The more talented someone was, the harder they had to train. If someone wanted to be a monster, they must experience being a monster. The team encountered a 100-year Iron Arm ape and quickly defeated it. Director Long was impressed by their good coordination. Zhang Yangzi kept a lookout from a tree branch, encouraging his teammates below to recover their spirit power. A Spirit Pagoda technician was also impressed by the well-executed tactics of the 10-year-olds. Zhang Yangzi reported a group of 3 approaching their location. There were 2 men and 1 woman. One had 3 spirit rings, and the others had 2 spirit rings. He finished reporting when a fireball exploded at his branch. He was quick to react and had already shot into the sky. He reported that his attacker's control of the fire element was stronger than Gu Yue's. Tang Wulin quickly commanded his team to prepare for battle as their assailant stepped into view. She had 3 spirit rings and wielded a bright orange flame. She demanded they hand over all the spirit power they had collected and afterward press the distress signal to exit the Spirit Ascension platform. Zhang Yangzi panicked when he saw the girl's 3 spirit rings and asked what they should do. Tang Wulin called to the girl, addressing her as elder sister. The girl was indeed his senior sister, Mu Shi. She recognized him immediately. Tang Wulin was surprised to see her in the rebelling Spirit Ascension platform and asked if she wanted to team up. Mu Shi declined because his team was too weak. She expressed her surprise that he only had 1 spirit ring. She said that despite his strength and early progress in blacksmithing, he would require sufficient spirit power in the future to perform spirit forging. Mu Shi said that she would catch up to him. Gu Yue overheard the conversation and formed a fireball out of irritation as Zici nervously tried to calm her. Once Mu Shi's team had left, Tang Wulin reminded everyone to stay alert and keep watch while they recovered their spiritual power. Gu Yue alerted everyone to their strange silence. Zhang Yangzi was shocked when his Shadow Scout was destroyed. A gigantic spider's web spread out from above. Tang Wulin and Gu Yue attempted to counter the dark spider web. However, they were unsuccessful and were forced to retreat. Zici was shocked that the web had corroded Tang Wulin's blue-silver grass. He warned that the web was highly toxic. They would have been eliminated if they did not have the Shadow Scout. Wang Jingxi began trembling. His eyes gazed at a familiar and terrifying existence. It was a foe that haunted his dreams. It was the second advent of the man-faced demon spider. The staff at the Spirit Pagoda were shocked to see the spider. Zici was quick to identify the spirit beast and its cultivation. He, too, asked what they should do. Wang Jingxi mentioned that it seemed to be the same creature that had previously attacked him. The spider's body was coated with a thick, poisonous miasma. Its entire body was a deadly weapon. Although it was only a 100-year spirit beast, it could kill stronger spirit beasts because of its amazing power. Defeating it would only give them the energy of a 100-year spirit beast. It was a huge risk, so Shici asked what they should do. Tang Wulin confidently said they would fight and kill it. His resolve filled Shici with confidence. His timidity was turned into a thirst for battle. Zhang Yangzi and Wang Jinshi were uncertain and questioned the order. In response to their apprehension, Gu Yue said their captain's decision was never to be questioned. Once the decision was made, they only had to execute it without hesitation. Director Long remarked that the decision to fight the man-faced demon spider was right because they might attract more spirit beasts to attack them if they tried to run away. Tang Wulin cautioned his team to be careful and avoid getting close to the spider. He noticed that wherever the spider stood was corroded by the poison. As soon as he spoke, the spider revealed its face and shot its web at them. They dodged and noticed the spider's web corroded whatever it touched. Gu Yue provided cover by releasing a continuous barrage of fireballs. However, the spider swatted them away with its legs and shot its corrosive web again. Zhang Yangzi dodged into the air and asked Tang Wulin whether they had to fight. Director Long tried to shout instructions to them from outside but was discouraged by Wu Jiankong. Wang Jinshi mustered the courage to confront his nemesis. He told Tang Wulin that he did not want the spider to continue being his nightmare. He had truly overcome his fear. The captain acknowledged his words and said that he needed Wang Jingshi's participation for their plan to work. The team continued to dodge when they realized the poisonous net had surrounded them. They started their counterattack once the spider shot another of its webs. Gu Yue raised a boulder from the earth to block the corrosive web. Zhang Yangzi used his spirit skill, Dark Ray Curtain, to obscure the demon spider's vision. Tang Wulin used his blue-silver grass vines to bind the legs of the spider. Wang Jingshi leaped to attack with his giant bone dragon claw. At that moment, a blue-silver grass vine corroded. The spider raised its freed leg, bringing it down like a reaper's scythe over Wang Jingshi's head. Wang Jingshi was suddenly pulled back into the dark ray curtain by a blue-silver grass vine. He had only served as bait, much to Director Long's surprise. The vines of the blue-silver grass further tangled the spider's legs, but they did not corrode this time. The blue-silver grass vines released a faint golden glow, and the corrosion effect of the demon spider was lost. Zisi attacked the spider's back with his spirit skill, Light Dragon Storm. Director Long and Zhang Yangzi quickly celebrated the direct hit, but Gu Yue noticed it was not a fatal strike. Tang Wulin appeared close to the spider. He was right under its abdomen as his right fist shone with golden brilliance. His teammates warned him to get away, but he asked ZC to replace him as captain in case anything happened to him. ZC shouted for him to stop, but his figure flashed, and he plunged his right fist into the demon spider's abdomen. CC and Zhang Yangzi stared at the pool of the demon spider's blood on the ground. They were surprised that even its blood was corrosive. Tang Wulin would have withdrawn from the Spirit Ascension platform if Gu Yue had not shielded him. The corpse of the 100-year man-faced demon spider lay before them. They savored their victory until they realized they could not leave the site. The demon spider's poisonous webs had formed a gigantic cocoon around them. They decided to remain inside to absorb the spider's power. Once again, the staff at the Spirit Pagoda were surprised by their performance. They had defeated the demon spider without suffering any casualties. One said there were only two choices when encountering the man-faced demon spider during the Spirit Ascension platform's rebellion. The first was to escape before being discovered by it, and the other was to sacrifice a team member to stall the creature once they were discovered so that the rest could escape. They praised the Cold God's teaching ability. Wu Jiankong, however, maintained an indifferent expression. The Spirit Pagoda staff said they would add the recorded battle to their database as a reference for battle tactics. Wu Jiankong ignored him when asked whether the children wanted to join the Spirit Pagoda. While Tang Wulin's party absorbed the spirit power of the demon spider, something unprecedented happened. Because of the rebellion of the Spirit Ascension platform, the spirit beasts had heightened perception. The spirit power released after the demon spider's death immediately attracted many spirit beasts. They frantically pounced on the cocoon. The corrosive power of the demon spider's webs was very powerful. Even Tang Wulin's heavy silver hammers were almost corroded. The fate of the spirit beasts that attacked the cocoon was obvious. The exterior of the toxic cocoon was instantly littered with corpses. All the spirit beasts that were attracted to it died mercilessly. The spirit power from the beasts was also absorbed by Class 0. After killing a 100-year man-faced demon spider, which exceeded the power of a 1,000-year spirit beast, they unknowingly absorbed the power from a few more 100-year spirit beasts. The situation alarmed the staff at the Spirit Pagoda, and they rushed to report it. Wu Jiankong's figure blurred and blocked the doorway. The air around him changed, and he looked stern as he asked about the problem. He stated that he did not feel his students had done anything wrong. They faced a powerful enemy in combat and did not break the rules. They were meditating to recover their spirit power, and all that took place happened naturally. He intimidated them into silence. However, one of them still expressed concern that the children were absorbing too much spirit power while only having 2 spirit rings at most. The cold god turned away and ignored him. When Director Long expressed a similar concern, Wu Jiangkong assured him that everything would be all right because the mental power of his students was not to be underestimated. Inside the cocoon, Shi was pleasantly surprised by the amount of spirit power that flowed toward them. Tang Wu Lin asked whether the man-faced demon spider had that much energy. Gu Yue explained that the poisonous spider web had killed many 10-year and 100-year spirit beasts outside, and they had been absorbing their energy. Just as the group left the area covered with spider webs, they encountered another spirit master. He loudly demanded that they surrender their spirit power and leave using their distress signals. The stranger spoke as he released his spirit rings. He had an ice staff hovering beside him. He had 3 rings, making him a spirit elder. Beside him was a young, timid-looking girl. Wang Jingxi panicked at the sight of the 3 spirit rings, especially the purple ring. Zizi made a witty remark about how interesting the rebelling spirit ascension platform was for having a spirit beast that could take human form. He acted impressed that it had the power of speech and commended it for its extraordinary evolution. The spirit elder was visibly annoyed by the insult and wondered whether to test his power on Zizi. He used his spirit skill, Piercing Icicle, and sent a large icicle hurtling towards Zizi. A loud, crisp sound was heard before he could react. An ice wall had blocked the icicle. It was Gu Yue's doing. She calmly asked Zizi to leave the battle to her. The spirit elder was impressed by her reaction speed. Zizi was stunned by how close he had gotten to being impaled by the icicle. Tang Wu Lin asked Gu Yue if she needed the team's support. However, she declined the offer. She said she wanted to test her power as she released 2 yellow spirit rings. She had become a spirit grandmaster. Zizi could not hide his surprise and wondered when she had gotten the upgrade. He and Zhang Yangzi shivered when they recalled the trauma of being beaten by her when she still had a single spirit ring. The spirit elder asked her not to try showing off with her 2 spirit rings, and because they were both ice attribute spirit masters, he did not want to hurt her. Gu Yue shut her eyes as she retorted, telling him not to speak nonsense and that he should get lost if he did not want to fight. The 4 boys could only smile nervously. In response, the spirit elder released another skill, Ice Fury. He raised his hand, and numerous towering icicles appeared out of thin air and plummeted toward Class 0. He gave them a final warning to press the distress signal, otherwise they would be pierced. Gu Yue's eyes flashed with determination as she said the ones to be pierced were yet to be determined. Her spirit ring shone brilliantly as she flew up the cliff where the spirit elder stood. Gu Yue's body released a dazzling light, making the spirit elder instinctively shield his little sister. He was shocked that the icicles from his ice fury had vanished. Gu Yue appeared behind the ice staff siblings and hovered mid-air. With a chilling voice, she said she would give the spirit master 3 seconds to save his sister by pressing her distress signal. The siblings turned their heads and vaguely saw Gu Yue amid an elemental storm that combined wind, water, earth, and fire. It was a truly unbelievable sight. She was bending the 4 elements. Gu Yue looked at them disdainfully and sent the storm toward them. Everyone was shocked by what they had just witnessed. Right before the storm hit, the 3-ringed spirit elder pressed his sister's distress signal and accepted the baptism of the storm. The explosion rocked the cliff and scattered stone debris in all directions. Tang Wu Lin was impressed with her display of power. In contrast, the rest of the team shuddered in fear. Gu Yue casually dusted her hands. She made it look easy. Zizi praised Gu Yue's power. She had effortlessly beaten a 3-ringed spirit elder. He said her power was unfathomable and bowed to her respectfully, saying she was his sister and he would refrain from bickering with her in the future. His actions made Tang Wu Lin, Zhang Yangzi, and Wang Jinxi look at him awkwardly. Gu Yue shut him down by saying she did not care for him. Tang Wu Lin was deep in thought. The spirit elder had not been weak. That much was clear from his first attack. But he was flustered after Gu Yue neutralized his 1,000-year spirit skill. Additionally, Gu Yue wielded multiple elements strangely. Therefore, the spirit elder lost against her because he did not understand her abilities. Otherwise, he would not have easily lost. For Gu Yue, being able to control 6 elements meant she already had countless abilities and strong mental power. She was already the strongest of her peers. A low rumbling sound was heard. Tang Wu Lin felt the temperature rise suddenly and asked Zhang Yangzi to check what was happening. Zhang Yangzi sent his shadow scout to check the surroundings as the temperature rose sharply. He reported a large group of spirit beasts approaching their location in a pack. It was a pride of blazing demon lions. They were some of the strongest spirit beast races and could sense the spirit power fluctuations of the students. The head lion of the pride seemed to be a 1,000-year spirit beast. Class 0 stood no chance against them. Perhaps if they all possessed 3 spirit rings, they would have had a glimmer of hope. On a previous trip to the Spirit Ascension platform, they had been unlucky enough to encounter a pride of blazing demon lions and were met with a deadly fate. That horrific slaughter was still fresh in their minds. Tang Wu Lin shouted for everyone to split up and retreat. Everyone had to run far away and absorb as much spirit power as possible. They all split up, and the lions gave chase. Generally, the more powerful an individual spirit beast was, the higher tendency to act alone because it would get more food. However, blazing demon lions were a special case. They were powerful but chose to live in groups. Wang Jingxi ran with all of his might. But soon a lion caught up. He gave up some of his spirit power and left using his distress signal. Gu Yue and Zici absorbed his energy as they ran. The blazing demon lions kept gaining ground on them. Finally, Gu Yue stood her ground and held back the demon lions as everyone continued running. Her hands glowed as she released an elemental attack to slow their progress. She withdrew from the Spirit Ascension platform, and her spirit power flowed directly into Tang Wu Lin's body. Zhang Yangzi had an idea and asked whether the captain wanted to hear it. Tang Wu Lin told him to stop wasting time with the suspense and speak. His idea was simple. There were spirit beasts in the sky, and he wanted to lead them to interfere with a group of blazing demon lions. A pair of dark wings shot from his back, and he immediately took to the skies. He could not see any spirit beasts in the air. However, there was a nest with large eggs nearby. He flew to it and took one. A loud, angry screech echoed in the sky as a large bird flew toward him, bearing its talons. Sure enough, the same bird had attacked him the first time he entered the Spirit Ascension platform. He turned his back to the bird and threw the egg toward the blazing demon lions. His spirit power flowed into Shi and Tang Wu Lin, signaling his withdrawal. As they ran, Tang Wu Lin noticed the noise behind them had gotten farther away. He thought perhaps they were out of danger. However, he remained clear ahead and remembered it was not the time to be optimistic. Zici laughed and said they had survived the Spirit Ascension platform for over an hour and had already passed the exam. Instantly, he was struck by a dark golden radiance and launched high into the air. Tang Wu Lin called to him when he suddenly felt a strong aura. An enormous bear with dark gold fur stood before him. It was over 3 meters tall and had thick arms. Its majestic shoulders were like a great wall. The beast was a top powerhouse among spirit beasts. It was the dusk gold dreadclaw bear. Zici's limp body fell against the bark of a tree and vanished in a flash of light. Tang Wu Lin knew that this creature had top-notch power in the world of spirit beasts. An adult dusk gold dreadclaw bear had no opponent. Even a huge dragon would not have the least bit of an advantage. The bear before him was not an adult, but had at least 100 years of cultivation. If it was said a 100-year man-faced demon spider could fight a 1,000-year spirit beast, then a 100-year dusk gold dreadclaw bear may be able to fight a 10,000-year spirit beast. That was its most fearsome trait. Tang Wu Lin never imagined the primary Spirit Ascension platform could have such a terrible beast from legends. The bear towered above him and prepared to attack. He took one of his 1,000 refined heavy silver hammers and flung it at the creature to interfere with it, allowing him to run. However, the bear swatted the hammer aside and shattered it to pieces. Tang Wu Lin was quickly shaken from the shock of an incoming attack, which he quickly dodged. He turned and ran, focusing on absorbing as much spirit power as possible. He saw the pride of blazing demon lions quickly approaching. He quickly latched his blue silver grass vine onto an overhead branch and used his momentum to lift himself off the ground. The lions were surprised by his move and continued their charge until they faced the dusk gold dreadclaw bear. The bear's eyes flashed menacingly with crimson light as it bore its fangs at the blazing demon lions. The lions trembled in fear. Tang Wu Lin took a glance as he retreated. The lions were too scared to run away, and the bear savagely tore through their ranks. The blazing demon lions were as weak as kittens to the tyrannical bear. Not only was it extremely strong, but it had the speed to match. Tang Wu Lin thought he could get away if he sprinted with all his might. He had barely finished the thought when a dark blur crashed before him. The bear had caught up in an instant. He panicked and considered pressing the distress signal. Outside the Spirit Ascension platform, Director Long shouted for him to use the distress signal. Tang Wu Lin paused momentarily before looking at his opponent with a strange light in his eyes. He stood his ground and activated his golden dragon claw as the bear attacked. His eyes shone with the same golden light as his right arm. He wanted to see how his golden dragon claw measured up to the might of the dusk gold dreadclaw bear. He shouted as he mobilized all his spirit power and poured it into the punch. Compared to the bear, his dragon claw was tiny. At the collision, he felt his spirit power drawn out. His vision was painted with a deep crimson hue. The next thing he saw was the bright overhead light of the spirit pagoda. He had woken up in his capsule and heard a voice calling to him. He wondered how he had already been knocked out of the Spirit Ascension platform as the Spirit Pagoda staff rushed to begin emergency treatment. The staff used a special low-temperature popsicle on Tang Wulin's belly. It was made to awaken unconscious people. Tang Wulin jumped from the extremely cold sensation, shocking the staff with his quick response. Unlike CC, whom the dusk gold dreadclaw bear also hit, his condition was stable. CC's body, however, was violently convulsing with his mouth foaming. Wu Jiankong approached to confirm Tang Wulin's condition. The boy said he only felt a slight numbness in his right hand from the impact of his punch. The cold god said they would return to the academy when Shixi's condition improved. Tang Wulin raised a hand out of habit and said he had a question. Wu Jiankong replied with a warning tone that he should ask all questions concerning the Spirit Pagoda once they returned. On the way back to the academy, the cold god said that everyone but Tang Wulin had scored full points for the exam because he cheated. Tang Wulin asked where he cheated, and Wu Jiankong mentioned the 1,000 refined cloud titanium vests he had forged. Xixi was carried on Tang Wulin's back and thanked him for the armor. He said that without it, he could have suffered lasting trauma. Tang Wulin then said he would make better armor for everyone. Xixi was curious and asked why Tang Wulin's reaction to the bear's attack was not as strong as his. Tang Wulin speculated that it may have been because of his strong body. He then suggested that Xixi join him for daily runs. Xixi playfully teased that he did not want to bother Tang Wulin and his senior sister on their date. Tang Wulin protested that they only met once in a while. Gu Yue overheard their conversation, and her aura flared as she demanded information about the senior sister. Wu Jiankong asked Tang Wulin to find him later that night. When he arrived, Wu Jiankong asked with a serious look what he was doing there when it was so late. Tang Wulin awkwardly reminded him of the earlier invitation. The cold god then casually invited him into the room. Tang Wulin was cautioned that in the future, any questions concerning the Spirit Pagoda were only to be asked once they had returned to the academy. He asked why the questions could not be used as feedback to the organization. Wu Jiankong explained that the Spirit Pagoda was such a powerful organization that the Federation feared it. Moreover, the Spirit Pagoda was on other continents. Tang Wulin's curiosity was piqued at that point. He began asking about other continents. However, the cold god brought him back on track. He had a question. Tang Wulin proceeded to mention some observations he had made. He discovered that Xixi had gained 2 spirit rings, and it became more difficult for his spirit soul to evolve into the 1,000-year level because the absorption of spirit power was spread over the 2 rings. Even if his spirit soul could evolve, his cultivation could not support more than a 1,000-year spirit ring. Zhang Yangzi and Wang Jinxi's mental power could not withstand a 1,000-year spirit soul. Wu Jiankong praised him for the careful analysis and said there was a limit to what the boy's body could handle, even if he had enough resources to regularly enter the Spirit Ascension platform. Tang Wulin was asked whether he had more to say. He replied affirmatively and said his situation was different. The amount of spirit power his body could endure was more than that of ordinary spirit masters. He explained that although he had 1 spirit ring, he felt he would have little problems with a 1,000-year spirit ring. Moreover, his mental power had already reached the spirit connection realm. There wasn't another 1-ringed spirit master whose limit could endure 4 yellow 100-year spirit rings. Therefore, as long as he absorbed enough spirit power, his spirit soul could reach the 1,000-year level. When Tang Wulin completed his hypothesis, Wu Jiankong said it was theoretically possible. However, the assumption was that Tang Wulin could absorb enough spirit power before gaining a 2nd spirit ring. He added that Tang Wulin's body would have to bear the burden of 2 purple 1,000-year spirit rings. He explained that if Tang Wulin's spirit soul reached the 1,000-year level, his 2nd spirit ring would also be purple. Tang Wulin beamed with excitement at the prospect. He asked if he could withstand 2 purple spirit rings if he became a spirit grandmaster. The cold god said he would be certain once he conducted a series of tests. And if Tang Wulin could have 2 purple spirit rings as a spirit grandmaster, he would become a special case. Once Tang Wulin left, Wu Jiankong sat on his couch, deep in thought. Even with the boy's weak spirit essence, he would have an advantage if his first spirit soul could evolve to the 1,000-year level. Perhaps afterward, his spirit essence would mutate again. The matter had to be hidden from the spirit pagoda. Wu Jiankong reflected on his students' gains inside the spirit ascension platform. He did not expect it to happen within such a short time. According to his original plan, they should have reached their current level in their 3rd year at the academy. It was clear that he had to adjust his teaching plan. Tang Wulin went back to his room and began meditating. He gradually entered a deep state, and his consciousness entered the space where the Golden Dragon King was sealed. He called Old Tang and said he had a few questions. A golden humanoid silhouette appeared. It was Old Tang. He said he already knew what happened in the Spirit Ascension platform and that Tang Wulin was worried that he had absorbed too much spirit power and his body could not handle it. Tang Wulin agreed. Old Tang told him not to worry because his mental power could withstand 1,200 years of spirit energy. When he absorbed the Golden Dragon King's power from the first seal, his body was capable of withstanding 2 purple 1,000-year spirit rings. Once Tang Wulin had thanked him, Old Tang asked him to return with any questions because no one knew the boy's body better than he did. He said that Tang Wulin's mental power had been quietly rising, but its speed was not fast enough. The boy needed to find a way to cultivate his mental power to increase the elevation rate. Tang Wulin asked where he could find such a method. But Old Tang said it was up to him to find it. Tang Wulin asked if he could break the 2nd seal before attaining a 2nd spirit ring. He also asked how his body's endurance would change after releasing the 2nd seal. Old Tang strongly agreed with the boy about releasing the 2nd seal before attaining a 2nd spirit ring. At that time, he would give advice based on the boy's physical condition. He reminded Tang Wulin that the sooner he released the 2nd seal, the more time he would have to release the seals on his own, and the safer it would become. Tang Wulin noticed Old Tang's choice of words. He asked whether there was a situation in which he would not release a seal intentionally. Old Tang explained that if the boy accidentally encountered an item that could stir up the aura of the Golden Dragon King, the seals could be forcibly released at any time. And that would be the most dangerous situation. If it were bad, it would take his life. Old Tang explained that he would be safer the more seals he released, because the remaining ones would be less likely to break accidentally. The following day, Wu Jiankong encountered a quiet Class 0. He asked why no one spoke, yet they had been immeasurably self-satisfied previously. He said if what happened had not occurred in the Spirit Ascension platform, they would not have had a chance to sit in the classroom that day. There was no distress signal to press in real life. Tang Wulin asked what they should do if they encountered the dusk gold Dreadclaw bear in real life. The teacher replied that they ought to do everything possible to run away. Wang Jinshi expressed relief that those kinds of spirit beasts were extinct. Zhang Yangzi concurred and said the spirit beasts were too dangerous, so humans eliminated them. Wu Jiankong corrected and said the main reason spirit beasts were killed was that they had things in their bodies that humans wanted. Because the dusk gold Dreadclaw bear's body had a high probability of having spirit bones, many humans hunted them. He explained that humans were greedy. The spirit beasts weren't nearly extinct because they threatened humans, but rather because they could benefit humans. Once more, the room fell silent. In a pale, majestic castle, a little girl comforted her elder brother who was in a foul mood. He scowled as he silently gritted his teeth. They were the Ice Staff siblings, the same ones who confronted Class 0 at the Spirit Ascension platform. The Shu family was second to none in East Sea City. It had 2 children, an older brother, Shu Xiaoyu, and a little sister, Shu Xiaoyan. Their father was the Minister of Financial Affairs at East Sea City. Although Shu Xiaoyu was the only son, he was not liked by the head of the family because of his arrogance and stubbornness. Shu Xiaoyan, on the other hand, had a gentle personality that made her a beloved person. The siblings were unusually talented and naturally filled with spirit power. However, Shu Xiaoyan did not like cultivating. The family did not force her to cultivate because they had her elder brother, who had excellent cultivation talent. The Shu family used its connections to get the siblings into the rebelling Spirit Ascension platform, hoping Shu Xiaoyan would grow quickly. However, she was kind-hearted and unwilling to kill the spirit beasts, so she did not absorb much spirit power. After much persuasion from her brother, she finally agreed to attack the spirit beasts. Unfortunately, they encountered Gu Yue, who had become a spirit grandmaster. When they returned home, Shu Xiaoyu endured the lingering pain from Gu Yue's attack and a tongue lashing from his father. It was no mystery why he was upset. He finally shouted that he would not let Class 0 off if he knew their identities. At the academy, the cold god summoned Class 0 and asked that they begin. When the students asked what he was referring to, a dense cold aura was released from his body, and 6 spirit rings appeared, to their surprise. Wu Zhangkong asked them to fight, all 5 against him. He said they were not in the spirit ascension platform and there was no distress signal. The cold god promised to suppress his spirit power to their level. However, he would use his spirit essence this time for the special training. He reminded them that they were no longer in the spirit ascension platform and would not have the opportunity to resurrect. With that, he released a powerful cold aura, intimidating his students. He appeared with white robes and a blue sword. His spirit essence was the Skyfrost sword. The last time Tang Wulin saw his teacher use it was when Guang Biao came to the academy to cause trouble. Seeing it up close right now, he felt a threatening chill. Tang Wulin immediately took command of the team and ordered everyone into formation, entering the highest level of battle preparation. He said he would control the opponent, and Gu Yue would assist in containing him. Xia Shi, Zhang Yangzi, and Wang Jinshi were in charge of the main attack. He then sent his blue-silver grass to bind their opponent. Gu Yue released a barrage of fireballs, and the rest of the team attacked according to their assigned roles. Wu Zhangkong stated his observations that they were using a set of attacks to force him to dodge, while the other 3 came to block his escape route. As the fireballs flew toward him, Shi Si appeared behind him with his light dragon dagger. Suddenly, Wu Zhangkong's body became illusory as he dodged all the attacks. The blue-silver grass and the fireballs all seemed to pass through him. Tang Wulin was surprised that their teacher had avoided all their attacks while staying put. The boy wondered how it was possible. Zhang Yangzi could not believe his eyes. Tang Wulin immediately retracted his blue-silver grass. Wu Zhangkong commented that they had made a fair attempt. They knew their timing was wrong and when to cancel their plan of attack. If they had been half a second slower, the 3 responsible for the main attack would have been defeated by him. Every member of Class 0 was shocked. In that atmosphere, their teacher was serious. They knew things would be terrible if they did not give everything they had to their attacks. Tang Wulin equipped his golden dragon claw, Gu Yue prepared to release a multi-elemental storm, and Ji Xi wielded his twin spirit essences on each hand, the light dragon dagger and the shadow dragon dagger. Tang Wulin asked Wang Jingxi and Zhang Yangzi to lead the attack. They began performing their spirit fusion skill at his command, while the cold god asked whether they were finally getting serious. A familiar light shone from their joined hands. However, the unexpected happened. There was a loud bang, and the 2 were forced apart. Wang Jingxi and Zhang Yangzi were shocked. Shi Shi was disappointed by their failed attempt. Wang Jinshi and Zhang Yangzi wondered what had happened. Wu Zhangkong halted the battle and asked them to attempt the spirit fusion again. He explained that non-combat situations were ideal for concentrating energy. They did as he said and tried to synchronize their spirit power. They shouted in frustration when their spirit fusion skill failed to activate. Suddenly, they experienced another backlash and were forced apart. Tang Wulin was surprised that it had failed once more. Wu Zhangkong remained silent. Finally, Zhang Yangzi tearfully said that Wang Jinshi's spirit essence was rejecting his. Wu Zhangkong asked him to explain. He started wailing and said Wang Jinshi's spirit essence was rejecting the fusion. Wang Jinshi said he did not do it intentionally and had no idea what was happening. The cold god asked Zhang Yangzi to calm down. A moment later, he said that perhaps Wang Jingshi's spirit essence had mutated. This came as a surprise. Tang Wulin then looked at the 2 with concern. Finally, Zhang Yangzi asked whether the spirit fusion failed because Wang Jinshi and Tang Wulin cultivated together every night. Wang Jinshi replied that other than that, he could not think of another cause. Wu Zhangkong announced the end of the battle class and asked to speak with Tang Wulin and Wang Jinshi in his room. Zhang Yangzi had a gloomy expression. Wu Zhangkong gathered the boys after scanning their bodies with a spirit power scanner. He reported that Wang Jingshi's spirit mutation was causing his and Zhang Yangzi's spirit fusion to fail. Moreover, the mutation was caused by the influence of Tang Wulin's bloodline. He said it was a good thing from Wang Jingshi's perspective. Under the influence of Tang Wulin's bloodline, his spirit essence was quietly changing. In addition, the mutation was advancing toward a higher level, but he was uncertain about how high it would get in the future. What he was certain about, however, was that if Wang Jinshi continued to cultivate with Tang Wulin, he would no longer be able to use spirit fusion with Zhang Yangzi. Wang Jinshi asked whether the spirit fusion would be restored if he stopped cultivating with Tang Wulin. Wu Jiangkong said it was possible because they had not cultivated together for long. He explained that Tang Wulin's spirit power was weaker than Wang Jinxi's, so his bloodline's influence was not too great. Wu Jiangkong asked them to stop cultivating together to ensure the spirit fusion was restored. He added that Tang Wulin's bloodline would still affect similar spirit essences within a certain range. If Wang Jinxi decided to quit cultivating with him, Wu Jiangkong would adjust their rooms to be far from each other. Tang Wulin had a sad expression and apologized to Wang Jinxi. He knew what a spirit fusion meant to two spirit masters. Wang Jinxi said he did not blame him. After that day, the atmosphere in Class 0 became strange. Zhang Yangzi became silent, and Wang Jinxi, who was originally silent, spoke even less. He had stopped cultivating with Tang Wulin. It was the day of the second phase of their end-of-term exam, and Wu Jiangkong asked them to proceed with it. Wang Jinxi stood and said he had decided not to continue cultivating with Tang Wulin. Zhang Yangzi was surprised by his words. The cold god said that he respected the decision. Wang Jinxi explained that although cultivating with Tang Wulin would have more benefits for him, he did not want to ignore Zhang Yangzi. They had grown up together and were practically inseparable, just like brothers. He then announced that he and Zhang Yangzi would depart and transfer schools, because if he stayed at the academy, he would always be influenced by the power of Tang Wulin's bloodline. In the 2 days they had not cultivated together, Wang Jinxi realized that his spirit essence had been oppressed, hence his decision to leave. Tang Wulin had a worried look and suggested that he could try keeping his distance from Wang Jinxi so they would not need to leave. Wang Jinxi asked him not to blame himself because the matter had nothing to do with him. Rather, it was his problem. Tang Wulin could not decide the changes in his blood. Wang Jinxi said the transfer would not affect their friendship. He then thanked Tang Wulin for the benefits of their days of cultivating together. Next, he thanked Wu Jiangkong for the time he had instructed them at Class 0. He said his family would settle the expenses they incurred at the academy. Wu Jiangkong said his decision may have been the best and asked him not to worry. Because he had already made the decision, he and the academy would take care of the rest. Wang Jinxi and Zhang Yangzi faced Tang Wulin, Gu Yue, and Shi Si. They said their departure would not affect their friendship with the trio and hoped to meet one day. Wang Jinxi reminisced about their time together in Class 0. They had undergone many changes and faced rigorous trials. They also made miracles happen. They experienced much together, from the crushing defeat on their first trip to the Spirit Ascension platform to killing the 100-year man-faced demon spider during the rebelling Spirit Ascension platform. Those memories were still fresh in his mind like they had happened yesterday. He was grateful for Class 0 because it made him more cheerful. He cried and said their time together in Class 0 made him very happy. The 4 boys, Tang Wulin, Shi Si, Zhang Yangzi, and Wang Jinxi, did one last team huddle as Wang Jinxi promised they would all meet one day. In honor of the emotional farewell, Wu Jiangkong postponed the exam to the next day.
Tang Wulin tearfully gazed into the distance. His thoughts were filled with loss. Na-Er, his parents, and even his comrades had left his side. He did not understand why the people in his life always left. A familiar voice called him from outside. It belonged to Ouyang Zixin, the senior sister he occasionally ran with on the school's sports grounds. She asked whether he had been crying. Tang Wulin quickly denied it. He then leaped through the window and swung down with a vine of blue-silver grass. Ouyang Zixin teased him for being sad, yet not forgetting to look cool on his way down. When she asked why he was sad, he expressed his unwillingness to part with his classmates, Zhang Yangzi and Wang Jinxi. Ouyang Zixin smiled pleasantly and comforted him. She said such things were not permanent. No one knew what would happen, so one should choose to be happy. She offered to take him to eat. At the school's cafeteria, Ouyang Zixin smiled awkwardly. She asked if Tang Wulin was the legendary super eater. The boy replied that he might have been. Undoubtedly, he was the infamous grassy rice bucket. Ouyang Zixin commented that anyone who marries Tang Wulin would be deathly exhausted from cooking. Tang Wulin apologetically said he felt embarrassed about still having an appetite after eating several dishes. The meal ought to be a man's treat. Ouyang Zixin chuckled when she heard him refer to himself as a man. She said he was only a child and could not allow her little brother to pay. 2 familiar figures, a young man and a little girl, approached the table and immediately caught Ouyang Zixin's attention. She immediately stood and asked the young man whether he would like to join her for a meal. Tang Wulin was surprised by the sudden change in Ouyang Zixin's demeanor. He had never seen her acting like that. She was always calm and collected. The young man accepted the invitation and said he had brought his little sister to eat something tasty. The young man praised Ouyang Zixin's beauty. The compliment made her blush. Her eyes were filled with longing. It was obvious that she liked the young man. At that moment, Tang Wulin turned his head with bits of food stuck on the side of his mouth. His eyes widened in disbelief as he held his mouth to prevent himself from spitting out the food. He also turned away from them as though he hadn't seen a thing. How could he not recognize them at a glance? They were the Ice Staff siblings, the Spirit Elder and his little sister, whom Class 0 had met and defeated in the rebelling Spirit Ascension platform. The elder brother, Xu Xiaoyu, and his little sister, Xu Xiaoyan. Xu Xiaoyu asked about his identity, and Ouyang Zixin explained that Tang Wulin was her junior. She asked him to say hello, but he kept hiding his face. Ouyang Zixin explained that Tang Wulin had been promoted to the new Class 0. Xu Xiaoyu said his little sister would join the same class as a transfer student during the next academic year. Tang Wulin looked at the siblings as he exclaimed in surprise. He realized it was too late when the siblings recognized him. He lowered his head awkwardly as Ouyang Jingxi asked whether he and the siblings knew each other. Xu Xiaoyu's gaze turned serious as he denied it and referred to their meeting as fate. Ouyang Jingxi was oblivious to the mood and made quick introductions. The atmosphere turned dreadfully silent. Tang Wulin could no longer endure it and stood up to leave. Ouyang Zixin stopped him, but he explained that he was uncomfortable. Xu Xiaoyan commented that Class 0 seemed terrific, especially the older sister who defeated her brother. Shi Xiaoyu smacked her on the head and warned her not to mention the humiliating incident. She protested and threatened to snitch on him to their dad. Xu Xiaoyu immediately gave the excuse that he was hitting a mosquito. Tang Wulin lowered his head and said it wasn't his intention to leave, but he saw how happy Ouyang Zixin was. He had not finished speaking when the senior sister cut him off and asked him to leave. She said she would remain with the siblings. Tang Wulin felt like an anvil had been dropped on his heart as he watched her back. She seemed a bit too eager to leave him behind. He looked downcast as a feeling of loss washed over his heart. Ouyang Zixin saw him as nothing more than a little brother. In the evening, Tang Wulin sought Wu Zhangkong to confirm what he had heard earlier. His teacher retorted that the boy should be more concerned about the upcoming final exam. He explained that the exam was initially set for 5 people, but with the departure of their classmates, the remaining students, Tang Wulin, Gu Yue, and Shi Si, had to bear the same load meant for 5. The news left Tang Wulin stunned. Gu Yue did not mind. She said so in a carefree way. Shi Si complained that she took everything for granted. However, she pointed out that Wu Zhangkong would never give them an assignment that was too difficult to complete. Shi Si turned to Tang Wulin and asked to test his control over the bloodline. Gu Yue fiercely objected to the idea. Shi Si asked why she was vicious and always took Tang Wulin's side. Gu Yue replied that Tang Wulin was more handsome than Zizi. Tang Wulin awkwardly asked them to focus on the exam. Gu Yue suggested they employ the same battle tactics they used during the class promotion competition. Tang Wulin agreed. He said Zizi would be responsible for the main attack and support. Gu Yue would be responsible for attacking, and he, as the captain, would be responsible for defense and control. Gu Yue and Shi Si engaged in another round of bickering before Tang Wulin dismissed the team and asked everyone to rest for the exam that would take place the following day. As he waved goodbye, Gu Yue placed her hand on his shoulder. Her eyes shone with a strange light. It seemed eerie and obsessive. She asked why Tang Wulin had a girl's scent on his body. Tang Wulin was stunned for a moment. He awkwardly complimented her sharp nose. His body smelled like barbecue, yet she could discern the scent of a girl. Gu Yue glared at him, as if to tell him to come clean and not change the subject. Tang Wulin felt a chill and shivered a little. He then explained the events that transpired earlier that day, from having a barbecue lunch with Ouyang Zixin, to meeting the Ice Staff siblings, and learning Class 0 would soon have a new member. Gu Yue listened with a frown. However, her expression relaxed when she knew that Ouyang Zixin liked the Ice Staff guy. She was relieved and said it was a good thing. Tang Wulin asked what she meant, but Gu Yue turned away and said she did not care about transfer students. She asked Tang Wulin to stay away from Ouyang Zixin. Anyone who threw him on the side of the road must not be a good person. Tang Wulin tried to explain how nice Ouyang Zixin was, but Gu Yue was having none of it. Her eyes had a fierce glow, and she asked Tang Wulin to stay away from the girl. Gu Yue's tone was firm and assertive. Tang Wulin could only obey. Later that night, Tang Wulin meditated in the dorms while Zizi practiced with his daggers. Gu Yue stood at a window. The bright moonlight made her countenance seem mysterious. She held out her left hand, and 5 multicolored light orbs appeared. They slowly began rotating, and a silver light orb appeared at the center and shone brightly. The 5 glowing orbs represented the 5 elements that Gu Yue could control with her spirit essence. The appearance of a 6th orb meant that her power had grown. She had one more element in her arsenal. Her hand closed around the light orbs and made a fist. A bright silver aura surged around her body, and her eyes shone with a strange purple glow. The second phase of the exam was carried out outside the academy. Early the following day, Wu Jiangkong took Class 0 on a train ride to the suburbs. Although Tang Wulin had been in East Sea City for over half a year, he was unfamiliar with it, except for the academy and the Blacksmith Association. The view from the train became even more unfamiliar when they got to the suburbs. The tranquility reminded Tang Wulin of his hometown. Soon, Class 0 arrived at the destination and alighted from the train. Wu Jiangkong said their next stop would be the exam location. Tang Wulin exclaimed in surprise when he saw the buildings were made from metal. CC said he heard that all the high-tech companies in East Sea City were in the area. Some factories produced mechs. Tang Wulin's face lit up at the mention of mechs. Wu Jiangkong agreed with CC. Class 0 currently stood at the core of East Sea City's technology, the East Sea Spirit Guidance Science and Technology Park. Class 0 stood before a magnificent skyscraper. Wu Jiangkong indicated it would be the exam venue and asked the trio to follow him and not wander around once they were inside. Tang Wulin had a puzzled expression at the sight of the building. Wu Jiangkong extended his hand and placed it against a panel. Streams of light flickered, indicating that a scan was in progress. Afterward, a voice echoed through a speaker. It greeted him and addressed him as East Sea Little Jiangkong. Wu Jiangkong coldly asked that the door be opened. The voice remarked that he was still dull and indifferent. Behind him, Tang Wulin and Shi Si were surprised that someone dared to give their teacher a nickname. Wu Jiangkong asked Class 0 to wear the safety bracelets. If they did not, the defense system would recognize them as intruders, which would be troublesome. The trio did as they were told, watching their teacher's body turn illusory. The cold god asked them to follow as his body vanished. Tang Wulin and ZC were surprised by what they had witnessed. ZC said he heard about spatial technology before. He wondered why it was in use because he knew the tech was still in the research stage. Suddenly, the trio listened to the cold god's voice, impatiently asking what they were doing. He asked them to walk forward. They walked through what seemed to be a doorway, and their bodies immediately started glowing. Tang Wulin was alarmed by the change and called to his companions, but they had vanished from his sight. A white brilliance instantly covered his body, and he felt like he was rushing through space at the speed of light. The sensation subsided, and he scanned his surroundings. He seemed to be in a limitless space, similar to the one in his sea of consciousness where he met old Tang. A voice rang through the speaker, welcoming him into the Hall of Heroes. The speaker announced the first exam's difficulty. It was intermediate. The speaker also stated his name and age, Tang Wulin, 10 years old. Tang Wulin was surprised to see a white silhouette condensing in the space as the voice started announcing the test requirements. The silhouette condensed into the figure of a girl with dark hair and deep green eyes. She seemed to be dressed in an unknown school uniform. At that moment, the speaker completed announcing the test requirement. Tang Wulin was required to survive 30 seconds in the first round. The mysterious girl's expression turned serious. Tang Wulin naively tried to ask whether she too was there for the exam and why they had to survive for 30 seconds. The girl's figure swayed, and she appeared before Tang Wulin in a flash. Tang Wulin was stunned. Before he could react, the girl struck him with her palm. He was instantly sent flying and spat a mouthful of blood. He landed on the ground several meters away and attempted to stabilize his body. Tang Wulin looked at the girl with astonishment and a trace of fear. She was mighty. Blood seeped out of the corner of his mouth. The attack was a clean hit. He would have sustained internal injuries without the 1,000 refined cloud titanium vest. A large dark cauldron suddenly appeared before him. It was the moment it finally dawned on him that the test required him to last 30 seconds against this mysterious and powerful girl. When Tang Wulin unleashed a vine of his blue-silver grass, he heard a melodic sound, and his vision distorted. He also felt his speed had been significantly reduced. His opponent played an ornate jade flute. Tang Wulin wondered if she possessed twin spirit essences. While he was distracted, the dark cauldron slammed against him. He tried to withstand the force of impact to no avail. Tang Wulin felt overwhelmed by the girl's power and instinctively shut his eyes. He feared he would lose consciousness if she attacked a few more times. Yet he thought he could not resist her attacks. However, he could not allow himself to fail since he had made it that far. His expression changed with fierce determination. The blood essence surged within him. He unleashed the Golden Dragon's Claw and shattered the dark cauldron. He used the Golden Dragon Claw's unique ability, Smash. His opponent was stunned by his last-second counter. Tang Wulin's confidence was renewed. The winner had yet to be decided if it was just 30 seconds. He had used 2 big moves to block a single round of his opponent's attacks. Although it cost him 2/3 of his spirit power, He had at least destroyed one of her spirit essences. When Tang Wulin was preparing for another clash, a voice rang through the speakers, announcing he had passed the first level. He heaved a sigh of relief. However, the second level was about to begin. He exclaimed in surprise. There was no breathing room. He had no chance to recover his spirit power. The silver lining was that his opponent had also consumed a lot of spirit power. His opponent's appearance changed, and she played a tune on her jade flute. Her body released waves of spirit power as the music filled the atmosphere. Once again, Tang Wulin's movements were restricted. The surge of spirit power suddenly struck his body. His opponent had activated a spirit skill, 9 Phoenix Dancing Flute. Bruises appeared on Tang Wulin's face. He winced in pain as he wondered why his opponent's attack power had not been affected despite losing one of her spirit essences. Her ability to sustain the debilitating effects of the flute was scary. Tang Wulin realized he could no longer endure the beating he was receiving. It was time to change tactics. Therefore, he did what anyone in his position would do. He ran, much to his opponent's annoyance. He only had to last 30 seconds, so he thought it best to commit all his efforts to escape. His opponent, however, was persistent. She gave chase and was only slightly slower than him. Tang Wulin was confident that she would not catch up to him in a short period. He glanced over his shoulder and noticed she had stopped in her tracks. She started playing the flute, and his speed was once again. She swiftly closed the distance and sent him flying with a punch. Tang Wulin was helpless. He felt dizzy, and his vision had grown dim. He soon became a human punching bag. He gave up all resistance and allowed himself to be punched. He only had to endure for 30 seconds. Fortunately for him, a voice announced that he had passed the second test and that the intermediate exam was over. Tang Wulin had a disheveled appearance and was covered in bruises. He clutched his head and thanked the heavens that it was all over. The silhouette of his opponent finally disappeared. He was sure that he did not want to see her again. He was worn out and could barely stand because his body hurt everywhere. He suddenly heard the voice announce the beginning of the advanced exam. His opponent would be a female Duluo-ranked spirit master named Xiao Xiao. The figure of his opponent condensed once again as the voice announced that the exam would begin in 5 seconds. His old nemesis had returned, but she appeared several years older. Tang Wulin trembled. He hoped that his opponent's change in appearance did not mean she would also be stronger than before. However, he knew his expectations were unrealistic. Duluo Xiao Xiao unleashed her spirit rings, and 3 cauldrons hovered above her. The color drained from Tang Wulin's face. How was he supposed to face such a foe? He trembled as he braced for the sure-hit attack he knew was coming. Sure enough, he was blasted away. Tang Wulin opened his eyes groggily. He wondered why he wasn't getting beaten up, yet 30 seconds had not elapsed. He sat up and noticed his surroundings had changed. When he asked where he was, the cold god explained that he had been hurt beyond what his body could endure, so he was brought out. Zizi joined the conversation. He didn't seem to be doing any better. He forced a smile and spoke casually as if he was better off. Tang Wulin was exasperated and asked what he was so proud of when he had been punched just as much as himself. He explained that he did not expect that there would be an advanced exam. He had been overwhelmed after passing the 2 intermediate exams. Zizi was stunned. He had no idea that there was an advanced exam. He was defeated on the 2nd intermediate exam. Wu Jiangkong said they should wait for Gu Yue to complete her exam. The boys realized that Gu Yue must have begun the advanced exam if she had not returned. Suddenly, their door to the simulation chamber opened and Gu Yue was flung out. She tumbled multiple times before finally crashing several meters away. The dust cleared and she appeared, crouching on the floor. She looked battered and bruised, just like the boys. However, she had a confident look in her eyes. She said her opponent was powerful, and she almost won. Tang Wulin and CC stood with their mouths agape. Tang Wulin asked what level of the exam she got to. Gu Yue explained that she had completed 2 advanced level exams. However, she did not think there would be an ultimate exam and lost on its first level. Wu Jiangkong asked the trio to follow him and disappeared again. They all gathered in a big office. Tang Wulin commented on its impressive decor. Wu Jiangkong began explaining the content of their exam. He said that the opponents they faced were all once actual spirit masters. However, because a simulation formed their bodies, they could only exhibit 70% of their original power. He explained that the trio had reached the limit of spirit power they could absorb from the Spirit Ascension platform. Therefore, they need another place to gain combat experience. The simulated space they had experienced was known as the Hall of Heroes. The combat inside was more realistic, unlike the Spirit Assumption platform. Therefore, they stood to gain a higher level of understanding. Wu Jiangkong admitted that the end-of-term exam had ended at the rebelling Spirit Ascension platform. However, passing this special exam meant they could join the organization whose building they currently occupied. If the trio were interested in joining the organization, they could accumulate experience from the Hall of Heroes in the future. At this point, Tang Wulin, Shi Si, and Gu Yue looked at the teacher with puzzled expressions. They wondered what organization he was referring to. With a serious face, the cold god asked whether they had heard about the Tang sect. The boys were on their feet the instant they heard the name. It would have been strange if one had not heard of the Tang sect in that world. The legend of the Tang men from ancient times, and the major historical events on the Duluo mainland, were related to their Tang sect. The founder of the Tang sect was a core figure from the first generation of Shrek's 7 monsters. He protected the mainland 20,000 years ago. At the time, the wildly scheming Spirit Hall controlled the continent. The Tang sect led everyone to fight against the Spirit Hall and obtain victory. Legend says he later held the sea god's trident and ascended into godhood. Tang Wulin couldn't have been more explicit about these stories because the spirit essence of the Tang sect's founder was also blue silver grass. The Tang sect almost died out. However, another legendary figure rose along with the growth of spirit guidance tools. He single-handedly founded the current Spirit Pagoda and discovered spirit souls. It can be said that he changed the modern structure of the Spirit Master World. The resurgence of the Tang sect has never lost momentum since then. It was noted that it moved to 2 other continents, along with the Star Luo Empire and the Heaven Dew Empire, and gradually vanished without a trace. Tang Wulin inquired about the latter information, but Wu Zhongkong corrected him. He explained that the Tang sect never actually disappeared. He also affirmed that the sect existed on the other 2 continents, like the Spirit Pagoda. The Tang sect always existed on the Duluo continent, and the federal government knew about it. However, the information was not made public for the Tang sect to avoid its overwhelming popularity. The Cold God revealed that the building they had visited belonged to the Tang sect. It was named the Dazzling Era Tang Sect Science and Technology Company. The Hall of Heroes was an experience system developed by the Tang sect. Wu Zhongkong finally revealed the origins of the opponents they had faced. They were all past members of the Tang sect and the legendary Shrek's 7 monsters. Tang Wulin was perplexed when he realized that his opponent lived 10,000 years ago and belonged to the same generation as the founder of the Spirit Pagoda. Her spirit essences were the 3 live soul-sealing cauldron and the 9 phoenix dancing flute, the legendary title Duluo, Xiao Xiao. Shi recalled how his opponent had completely suppressed his speed and strength. She too was a member of the Shrek 7 monsters from 10,000 years ago, the soft rabbit Duluo, Zhang Nanan. Gu Yue recalled her opponent whose eyes shone with a strange light. In the ultimate exam, his attack easily hit Gu Yue. He was the founder and first master of the Spirit Pagoda, the Spirit Ice Duluo, Huo Yuhao. With the revelation, Tang Wulin and Shi Si understood why their opponents were strong, while only exhibiting 70% of their original strength. Wu Zhongkong encouraged them. Legends of the past had attacked them. However, they would have more opportunities to improve in the Hall of Heroes once they joined the Tang sect. Tang Wulin quickly declared that joining the Tang sect had always been his dream, and that he would join. Shi noticed his friend's resolve, and he too agreed to join the sect. Wu Zhongkong calmly asked Shi not to make any hasty decisions and recommended that he talk to his family first. Shi replied there was no need to do so, and he did not want to miss the opportunity. Gu Yue stood from the couch. The air around her changed as if everything had become still. She apologized to everyone present and politely bowed, saying she would not join the Tang sect. Tang Wulin was surprised and asked the reason she declined the offer. Gu Yue looked sideways at him and said she had already joined another organization, so the Tang sect did not suit her. Tang Wulin had begun objecting when Wu Zhongkong interrupted him and said people had their unique interests and views. He told Gu Yue that she would shine with her talent, regardless of where she went. He then promised to arrange a different combat class for her. Gu Yue hesitated before thanking him. Tang Wulin pleaded for her to reconsider. Still, she apologized once more and revealed that she had already decided to join the Spirit Pagoda and was not allowed to join another organization. Tang Wulin was speechless. The Cold God was surprised by the initiative shown by the Spirit Pagoda to recruit Gu Yue. Regardless of whether it was during the Rebelling Spirit Ascension platform or Class Zero's weekly visits to the same place, Gu Yue had shown great strength and potential that surpassed ordinary people. Even Tang Wulin and CC could not compare to her. These facts were undoubtedly why the Spirit Pagoda paid a high price to recruit her. Wu Zhongkong spoke in favor of Gu Yue's decision. The decision to join the continent's top organizations could be made only once. One could not choose the Spirit Pagoda if one chose the Tang sect. If one wanted to leave the Tang sect, one had to return everything they received from the sect, including cultivation techniques. He urged Tang Wulin and CC to think carefully. Tang Wulin looked at Gu Yue with some hesitation. She bonked his head in response and reminded him that joining the sect had been his dream. He paused for a moment before denying his uncertainty. He then turned to Wu Jiankong with determination and declared his intention to join the sect. Shi did the same. Their choice pleased Wu Jiankong. He informed them that they would officially become outer members of the Tang sect sometime after they filled in some information. The cold god promised to tell the boys everything about the sect, including the rules, benefits, and obligations. The trio was silent on the train ride back to the academy. Cici fell asleep. Gu Yue gazed into the distance, and Tang Wulin remained quiet with a trace of sadness in his eyes. Gu Yue could no longer ignore his brooding and asked whether he was upset that she didn't join the Tang sect. Tang Wulin denied it and said he felt like they were separating. Gu Yue looked at him with the gentlest eyes and assured him they would never separate. She asked whether he had been thinking of all the people who had left him, to which he replied affirmatively. She then asked him not to think about the past and only look forward. She teased him for being an emotionally weak guy. He laughed awkwardly and said perhaps she was right. The academy's term was finally over, and Class 0 had 1 month of vacation. Gu Yue and Cici left the academy during that time. Only Tang Wulin had nowhere to go. He considered going back to Glorybound City, but his parents were no longer there, so the place could not be considered his home. He also considered visiting Mang Tian's workshop in East Sea City. Wu Jiankong approached him and interrupted his thoughts. He asked whether Tang Wulin had any plans for the vacation. Since Tang Wulin had nowhere to go, he left the academy with his teacher. Along the way, Wu Jiankong's good looks drew much attention from the ladies. Tang Wulin could only follow quietly. The seats on the train had little legroom, so Wu Jiankong could only bear the situation with some irritation. Tang Wulin noticed his uncomfortable expression and could only imagine his teacher's discomfort. The cold god took out a small manual. It contained the Tang sect's cultivation technique, the mysterious heaven method. It was also the sect's base technique. Wu Jiankong explained that familiarity with the cultivation technique would allow Tang Wulin to cultivate other secret Tang sect techniques. Tang Wulin had a momentary outburst out of excitement. He quickly realized they had been discussing Tang sect's secrets publicly and expressed concern. However, Wu Jiankong asked him to scrutinize their surroundings. He noticed that a barrier had isolated them within, and no sound could be heard from outside. Wu Jiankong explained that it was an application of spirit power that the boy would be capable of once he reached a certain level of cultivation. He continued to explain that the Tang sect's secret techniques were divided into 6 main categories: the mysterious heaven method, mysterious jade hands, controlling crane capturing dragon, ghost shadow perplexing track, purple demon eyes, and the hidden weapon 100 separations. The latter technique was integrated into refining battle armor. Apart from the mysterious heaven method, which Tang Wulin currently possessed, newcomers to the sect could learn any of the remaining 5 techniques by passing the intermediate exam. Another technique could be learned after they passed the advanced exam. Since Tang Wulin had passed the intermediate exam, he could learn an additional technique. Wu Jiankong recommended the purple demon eyes. He explained that the technique would greatly benefit the boy's future development, because it would help cultivate his eyes and mental power. Nothing came for free in the world. Therefore, Tang Wulin would have to perform tasks for the sect and earn contribution points, which could be exchanged to obtain things within the sect that could not be found elsewhere. Contribution points could also elevate one's position in the sect. At that point, Wu Jiankong explained the rules of the Tang sect. If the rules were broken, at best, one would be expelled from the sect and asked to return all the learned techniques, and at worst, one would be severely punished. The first rule was to be filial to the sect and one's teachers. Simply put, one should neither join other organizations nor betray the sect. The second rule: do not rape or loot. The third rule is not to leak secret Tang sect information. The fourth rule is to uphold virtue and condemn evil. The latter rule was also the responsibility of the Tang sect. The fifth and final rule is: do not cheat. Wu Jiankong's tone was heavy when he stated the sect's rules. He asked whether Tang Wulin could follow the rules. The boy affirmed resolutely. Wu Jiankong explained that membership in the sect was a lifelong commitment, and as Tang Wulin's introducer and teacher, he would be held accountable if the boy broke the rules. Tang Wulin promised never to betray the sect. Wu Jiankong asked him to take out the mysterious heaven method's manual. The boy was familiar with the mysterious heaven method in less than 30 minutes. Under the cold god's guidance, he began using it to circulate his spirit power. His thoughts gently circulated the spirit power within. It was more complicated to do it when compared to ordinary cultivation. Fortunately, Wu Jiankong was present, and whenever he was stuck, he felt a cold aura flowing into his body and guiding his spirit power to continue circulating. He gradually understood the method to move his spirit power through his meridians. When he completed a round of circulation, He gradually entered a deep state of meditation, as though he was becoming one with nature. Wu Zhangkong quietly observed him and fell into deep thought. He admired the boy's intuition and insight. It took only a few hours to complete the first revolution using the mysterious heaven method. The boy's progress was exceptional. Moreover, the strength of his meridians seemed to exceed that of ordinary people. Even spirit masters at rank 30 or 40 could not compare to Tang Wulin. His spirit power was only at rank 10, so there was no need to worry when his meridians continuously supported his spirit power. Tang Wulin's first time cultivating the mysterious heaven method caused him to enter deep meditation. That meant he would completely understand the technique, benefiting his future cultivation. The cold god called an attendant and asked to see the train's conductor. The attendant said the conductor was busy and offered her assistance. She had a slight blush when she looked at Wu Zhangkong closely. The cold god insisted that only the conductor could help him. He then released his spirit rings. The attendant was shocked to see that Wu Zhangkong was a 6-ringed spirit emperor. Moreover, his 5th and 6th spirit rings were black. She quickly turned and hurried along the train car to fetch the conductor. The scene irked a man sitting in the opposite row. He seemed to be several years older than the cold god. He stood from his seat and confronted Wu Zhangkong for bullying the attendant with his good looks. The cold god remained silent, enraging the middle-aged man who had begun rolling up his sleeves. As he prepared to vent his anger, the attendant returned with the conductor in tow. The conductor asked what was happening while he was still a few meters away. The middle-aged man's expression became smug. He thought Wu Zhangkong would be in trouble with the arrival of the conductor. However, the unexpected happened. The conductor took off his hat and courteously bowed to Wu Zhangkong as he introduced himself. He politely asked how he could be of assistance to the cold god. The middle-aged man was perplexed. He wondered what exactly was going on. The train conductor did not expect to see such a young spirit emperor. Wu Zhangkong put up the spirit power barrier to include the conductor, which surprised the latter. The cold god explained that his disciple had entered a state of deep meditation, and it was unclear when he would come out of it. He said Tang Wulin ought not to be interrupted. He asked whether staying longer at their destination, Heaven Dao City, was possible. The conductor explained that the train would remain at the destination for a full day before proceeding west towards Sun Moon City. Many passengers had already bought tickets, therefore the train's schedule could not be changed. Wu Zhangkong had expected this outcome, so he chose a last resort. When the train reached Heaven Dao City, he took out stacks of cash to compensate for the train's damages. When the conductor and attendant asked what he meant, they witnessed a peculiar scene. With the boy still on, the cold god broke off Tang Wulin's chair and levitated it with his spirit power. He also did not use the door to exit, but broke through the side of the train car and walked onto the platform. The conductor shouted to stop him, but there was nothing more he could do. At that moment, wailing sirens were heard on the train platform. A voice echoed through the speakers to sound an alert. Someone was destroying public property. The Spirit train station police had assembled before Wu Zhangkong. A senior officer had arrived. The squad behind him was made of armored officers and mechs. Wu Zhangkong was surrounded and ordered not to move. The senior officer cited the charges he would face: destruction of public property and kidnapping. The officer requested his cooperation in their investigation. The cold god complied but requested a quiet room. The officers were relieved. However, Wu Zhangkong made an additional request for food and water. Another officer nervously asked for confirmation of his cultivation base. The cold god revealed his spirit rings along with the oppressive aura of a spirit emperor powerhouse. In the Duluo continent, the status of a spirit master was the most honorable, and strength was respected. The higher one's cultivation base was, the higher the income and station in society. The officers shuddered when they saw the black spirit rings. The man before them was a terrifying existence. Even with their combined efforts, they could not suppress him. Fighting him would be akin to a machine gun fighting eggs. Wu Zhangkong and Tang Wulin were granted the most comfortable and luxurious accommodations at the police station. The room was quiet, and the food provided was highly nutritious. All that remained was for Tang Wulin to wake up. Outside the office, the junior police officers thanked the captain for resolving the issue. He had to give up his recently renovated office and finally shed tears of relief. Tang Wulin continued in his deep meditation. His spirit essence, power, bloodline, and body slowly merged. He woke up after some time and stretched. His body felt refreshed. Wu Zhangkong asked how he felt. The boy felt indescribable joy. He also felt that his most potent skills would last longer when activated. However, his spirit power seemed to have reduced. The cold god explained that the boy's spirit power condensing caused the sensation. Tang Wulin was surprised when he scanned his surroundings. He wondered why he was still on the train chair and asked whether they had arrived at their destination. Wu Zhongkong asked him not to worry about the details. The boy's stomach rumbled, and he awkwardly admitted being famished. His teacher informed him that his meditation had lasted 7 days. Wu Zhongkong pointed to the food, and the boy quickly tore through it. He told Tang Wulin to eat slowly, and asked if the portions meant for 7 people weren't enough. He had barely finished speaking when the boy turned to him and innocently asked for more food. He had already finished eating. Wu Zhongkong could only stare at him in bewilderment. Heaven Dao City existed as far back as 20,000 years ago, during the era of the Spirit Hall. It was the biggest city on the continent, and was once the continent's #1 city. During that time, it was Heaven Dao Empire's capital city. When the Federation's predecessor, the Sun Moon Empire, annexed the Heaven Dao Empire's territory, it became an ordinary city. The location of Heaven Dao City was excellent. Both Star Luo Forest and Shrek City were close. The city was considered the core of the Duluo continent. Tang Wulin initially believed this major core city would have even taller buildings than East Sea City. However, on arrival, he thought the town was simple and unadorned. He and the Cold God walked through the streets. He commented that the city looked exciting and appealing, and there were no tall buildings. Wu Zhongkong said that Heaven Dao City was a historically famous city. To retain its original appearance as much as possible, there was a rule that buildings could not be more than 50 meters tall. On the contrary, many trees exceeded that height. He continued explaining that the cultural information was profound, and nostalgic people liked it. Heaven Dao City was also a famous tourist center. The Tang sect was initially founded in the city. Tang Wulin asked where the Tang sect's headquarters was located. The Cold God replied that it was situated in Shrek City. This made the boy wonder what they were doing in Heaven Dao City. Wu Zhongkong said they had come to visit a friend and take the boy to a few places. Tang Wulin remained silent. However, when they passed by a restaurant with a pleasant fragrance, he could no longer stay silent. The signboard read, Yu Hao's Roasted Fish. When the boy asked about it, Wu Zhongkong explained that the aroma came from roasted fish. He also asked whether the boy had yet to have enough to eat. He explained that the restaurant was popular in the central part of the continent. It was said that the spirit Ice Duluo, Huo Yu Hao, passed down the roasted fish recipe, hence the name of the establishment. He added that back in the day, the legendary hero used his skills of roasting fish to win over the dragon butterfly Duluo's heart. Tang Wulin's expression resembled that of a monkey as he drooled. He spoke, eyes filled with wonder, and remarked that even those legendary people like to eat. Wu Zhongkong asked whether that was the only conclusion the boy could make. The duo got into the restaurant, and 10 servings were ordered. Each of them was a different flavor of fish. The Cold God hoped the food would be enough to tame the boy's appetite. He had started explaining the texture of the fish that made it so delectable when he was interrupted by slurping noises. The boy did not stand on ceremony. He devoured the fish with such gusto that he left the teacher speechless. The Cold God was surprised by the boy's appetite. Hadn't he just eaten 7 people's worth of food? Moreover, the kind of fish they were served, ordinary people could only eat 4 or 5 orders. Tang Wulin's face lit up with pure bliss. The fish was so tasty. He felt as if he was in a foodie's paradise. Ultimately, the boy ate 95 orders of fish all by himself. Wu Zhongkong asked whether he had finally eaten to his heart's content. The boy replied affirmatively. Later that day, they booked a room in a hotel. Tang Wulin had cleaned up and sat on his bed. He had meditated for 7 days, ate until his appetite was sated, and bathed. He felt good. Although their hotel wasn't very luxurious, it was clean and cozy. His teacher had also taken a bath. But what surprised the boy was the Cold God's use of spirit power to dry his long hair. Once the teacher changed clothes, they headed to their next destination. Tang Wulin noticed that Wu Zhongkong's face had traces of sadness. They walked along the streets as the sun lowered in the sky. Soon, they arrived at the Heaven Dao Cemetery. Tang Wulin followed close behind without uttering a word. He occasionally glanced at his teacher's gloomy expression. After a moment, Wu Zhongkong raised his hand to signal Tang Wulin to wait for him. His hair blew in the wind. The boy could only watch his teacher proceed alone. Wu Zhongkong stood before a memorial tombstone and took out a handkerchief. He crouched and wiped the dust off as his hands trembled. He continued dusting the sides of the tombstone as Tang Wulin watched in silence. Finally, he smiled, albeit in a bitter way. His fingers ran over the engravings on the headstone before he stood up. He gazed at the headstone, and tears welled up in his eyes. He remembered his dear Binger. He wondered whether she was doing well in another world. Tang Wulin watched with a concerned look. He silently followed his teacher out of the cemetery. After a while, the Cold God broke the silence by calling the boy's name. He said a noodle restaurant in the city had decent food and offered to treat the boy to a meal. His gaze seemed to have been dulled by grief. Tang Wulin's eyes brightened at the mention of food. He immediately accepted the offer, saying it had come at the right time because he was hungry. Tang Wulin followed Wu Zhengkong for half a year. However, it was the first time he saw his teacher that way. Perhaps the cold god was not as indifferent as he looked. Under his chilly appearance, there must be a warm heart. The name he saw on the tombstone, Longbing, must have been a very important person to his teacher. The sight of his teacher grieving also made him sad. Tang Wulin's mind was filled with these thoughts as he ate. The duo drew the attention of girls within the noodle shop. Wu Zhengkong had grown accustomed to such occurrences. He turned to the girls and told them that Tang Wulin was his son. When they left the noodle shop, he explained that he lied to stop them from their senseless flirting. The boy asked why the lie would stop the flirting. So the cold god explained that if they thought he had a son, they would also think he had a wife. Despite that, some people would continue flirting. Tang Wulin was puzzled by this and asked why that would happen. Wu Zhengkong plainly said there were some things the boy would understand when he was older. They returned to their shared hotel room and began meditating. Wu Zhengkong said they would get up early the following day. The mysterious heaven technique's effect was more potent than the original cultivation method. Tang Wulin already clearly felt his spirit power had improved. He felt unobstructed when he felt his strength and spirit power already fusing into one. Although his strength had not increased, his body's endurance had strengthened. The boy got into a deep state of meditation and felt like he had become one with nature. A hand bonked his head and interrupted his meditation. It was Wu Zhengkong who asked him to hurry and get up. He carried Tang Wulin to the rooftop in an instant. When the boy asked what they were doing there, he told him to be quiet and look ahead. Tang Wulin was asked to keep his sight on the horizon at the farthest place he could see. At that moment, the teacher's finger injected a soft and cool spirit power into a pressure point on the boy's face. The infusion of spirit power caused Tang Wulin's sight to become clearer. The cold god explained that before the sun rose, there would be a beam of light on the horizon, and at the same time, there would be a strand of purple light. The purple demon eye's cultivation method was to absorb the strand of purple energy. As he finished speaking, the white flash and the purple glow appeared as expected. Wu Zhengkong guided the purple energy to be absorbed into Tang Wulin's eyes. It entered Tang Wulin's eyes, and a warm feeling washed over them. Tears formed unconsciously, but not a drop fell. Instead, it revolved around the rim of the eye. The spirit power drove it to rotate and permeate his eyeballs. Afterward, the speck of warmth was also slowly absorbed into the eyes. It only lasted a short time, but Wu Zhengkong stood behind Tang Wulin, driving his spirit power to revolve, according to the purple demon eye's cultivation method, until dawn. The experience was new and exciting for the boy. He was grateful to be able to use this Tang Sek's secret method. He beamed excitedly and said that his eyes felt warm and unusually good, and his vision had also cleared. He could see many details that he couldn't before, and the colors of objects became richer. Wu Zhengkong was surprised, and asked whether he honestly had the experience. Tang Wulin was puzzled by his question. The teacher asked whether the feeling that the boy described had been exaggerated. He asked as he recalled that he had cultivated initially for 6 months before he experienced that feeling. He wondered whether the boy was inherently compatible with a purple demon eyes technique. Tang Wulin replied affirmatively and said he had not been exaggerating. Wu Zhengkong recommended that Tang Wulin repeat the exercise every morning and cultivate the purple demon eye for half an hour. The purple demon eye wasn't something that would improve immensely overnight. Therefore, the boy had to work hard to accumulate it. Tang Wulin excitedly agreed with his teacher. When they returned to the room, the cold god said he wanted the boy to stay indoors and work on the new cultivation method. If there wasn't any purple chi to improve eyesight, the unique spirit power could also continuously stimulate the brain and subtly improve someone's mental power. Tang Wulin obeyed as he was told and cultivated in the room for the whole day. They continued with the routine for a week. However, he was still a child in a beautiful city. How could he not want to go outside and play? Despite the torture week, Tang Wulin entered the purple demon eye's first realm. He seemed to have an affinity with the mysterious heaven method and the purple demon eyes, so the introduction to both techniques was unusually quick. Moreover, he gradually discovered that the mysterious heaven method had the effect of purifying his spirit power. It allowed his spirit power to become more condensed at the same level. When he used the purple demon eyes cultivation method to revolve spirit power in his eyes, he felt the world around him had become a bit slower. At the same time, the improvement in his vision was sevenfold. He could see the dust in the air where there were rays of sunlight and the veins of a leaf in the distance. It was such a happy change that Tang Wulin persisted day by day. One evening, the cold god asked to go with him on a trip. The boy was delighted that he could finally go out. On the way, Wu Zhengkong inquired about the progress of the boy's cultivation. He asked whether it felt particularly dull. Tang Wulin admitted that it was a bit boring. However, the purple demon eye let him see more things than he could before, and he found it quite interesting. Wu Zhengkong reminded him that working hard in cultivation wasn't for hurting anyone, but for protecting himself and the people who were important to him. He explained that strength was the foundation for everything, and at that time, what the boy had worked for was to avoid being powerless in the face of tragedy. Tang Wulin perceived the meaning behind his teacher's words. The cold god's words carried strong emotions. They revealed the cause of the grave owner's departure and Wu Zhengkong's repentance. The duo walked for a few hours and eventually arrived outside a large door that looked dated, like a relic from the past. The cold god placed his hand against the door. Tang Wulin was surprised to see the door opening in a way similar to the Tang sect company they had visited. A voice welcomed them from within as the doors swung open. Tang Wulin thought the courtyard looked quaint and observed the distinct absence of spirit guidance technology. It was as if he had returned to the ancient times. A pair of feet appeared, and when he looked up, he saw Wu Zhengkong bowing reverently to the man who stood before them. Tang Wulin was shocked that his teacher, known for his arrogance, could bow to someone. The man before them appeared to be a middle-aged man. He had a friendly smile as he welcomed them. His name was Zhao Tangju. He welcomed the duo into a vast courtyard with 2 rows of majestic statues. Each of them was more than 10 meters tall and bore the likeness of all the past generations of Shrek's 7 monsters, especially the distinguished Tang sect founder, the Thousand Hands Duluo, Tang San, and the first-generation master of the Spirit Pagoda, Huo Yu Hao. When they arrived at the front door, Wu Zhengkong asked Tang Wulin to bow 3 times, which the boy complied with immediately. Wu Zhengkong explained that this ancient courtyard was the birthplace of the Tang sect long ago, and every year, all of the Tang sect's core disciples would visit the place to pay tribute. At that point, he revealed to an eager Tang Wulin that he had been approved to join the Tang sect. Soon, they entered a room, and Tang Wulin was asked to sit on the bed. Zhao Tangju wanted to test the latter's endurance. Therefore, he asked the boy to relax and concentrate with both mind and body. While Tang Wulin was distracted by the fact that he could float on the bed, the old man suddenly appeared with a creepy expression behind him. The boy was startled. However, Zhao Tangju asked him to maintain his focus because he was about to conduct an examination. When the boy let his guard down, the old man suddenly struck his back, causing Tang Wulin to pass out. Later in the day, he regained consciousness, and Zhao Tangju chuckled cheerfully before asking how the boy felt. Tang Wulin awkwardly scratched his head and asked what had happened. He did not notice the crack in the wall behind him. The old man cunningly avoided the question, cueing Wu Zhengkong to step in and ask what level of spirit ring and spirit energy the boy's body could endure. In response, Zhao Tangju cheerfully slapped the boy's back, asking where Wu Zhengkong had found such a little freak whose spirit power was weak, but his bodily strength was remarkable. Wu Zhengkong stated that a spirit master's first spirit ring was, at most, a 400-year spirit ring. The old man chipped in and said that spirit energy was related to mental power, and spirit rings were related to the body's strength. However, considering Tang Wulin's physical strength, the boy would have no problem supporting a 1,000-year spirit ring. The news startled both the teacher and the student. The old man scratched his chin and said Tang Wulin's body strength was more than 10-fold that of his peers, and the endurance of his meridians was terrific. Wu Zhengkong remarked that it could be said that the boy's spirit soul could evolve into a 1,000-year spirit soul. Tang Wulin's spirit rings could be upgraded to about 2,000 years, as long as his mental power could endure it. And when he cultivated to rank 20 and obtained his second spirit ring, each ring could be a 2,000-year spirit ring. Moreover, Tang Wulin's physical strength would increase, and perhaps he could withstand 2 3,000-year spirit rings. Following the remark, Zhao Tangju asked about the level of the boy's mental power. The level of the boy's mental power. Wu Zhengkong said it was in the spirit communication realm, and that Tang Wulin had been cultivating the purple demon eye with excellent comprehension. The cold god then expressed his determination to help the boy lay a good foundation of spirit power before reaching rank 20. Tang Wulin was left out of the conversation, and naturally wondered what the 2 adults were discussing. Zhao Tangju later gave Tang Wulin the Tang sect's badge, and asked him to keep it safely. A while later, Wu Zhengkong and Tang Wulin left the Tang sect branch, and headed for the Spirit Pagoda to test the latter's mental power. As they approached the destination, Wu Zhengkong reminded the boy to be careful of what he said within the Spirit Pagoda branch. They followed the standard procedure, and had Tang Wulin's mental power tested, and the result was 124, which made Tang Wulin rejoice. His teacher remarked on how much the latter's mental power had increased in just a few short months. Wu Zhengkong inwardly contemplated how a spirit master's body strength and mental power were inversely proportional. However, Tang Wulin was an exception because of his weak spirit essence. However, the unusual power in the boy's blood slowly altered his spirit essence. He commented that Tang Wulin could achieve a natural rank-surpassing spirit ascension due to his physical strength. In their hotel room, Tang Wulin asked his teacher to explain what he had said earlier. Wu Jiangkong explained that some big clans and sects could use unique methods to make their disciples accomplish a rank-surpassing spirit ascension, which was unnatural. However, Tang Wulin had an advantage. This was the fact that his spirit power was feeble, and at the same time, his physical strength and mental power were terrific. Moreover, both attributes had been improved naturally. These conditions would allow Tang Wulin to establish a good foundation for future improvement. However, the same could not be said about Gu Yue. Nevertheless, Wu Jiangkong promised to help her as much as possible, even though she did not want to join the Tang sect. Wu Jiangkong was willing to enter the Intermediate Spirit Ascension platform alongside Tang Wulin. At the Intermediate Spirit Ascension platform, the spirit beasts were stronger, and only spirit masters that possessed less than 7 rings could enter. Tang Wulin was excited about the opportunity before his teacher explained that the Spirit Pagoda would be elated if the boy were eliminated early because those who entered the Intermediate Spirit Ascension platform would already have paid the prerequisite fee. Wu Jiangkong explained that mental power was the most significant hindering factor to the growth of spirit masters after the emergence of spirit souls. Most could only reach the limit of the Spirit Sea realm, where they could only support 3 purple spirit souls. Therefore, very few would use unique methods to improve their first spirit souls to the highest level. Wu Jiangkong's mental power had already reached the peak of the Spirit Sea realm. However, he had since been unable to break through to the next level. Therefore, he could only use 3,000-year spirit souls. His 5th spirit ring was the 10,000-year rank. That meant that thanks to his 10,000-year spirit soul, he could rely on the 4 spirit skills, which allowed him to cultivate up to 8 spirit rings. But his mental power needed to break through to the next realm to obtain the 9th spirit ring. The latter task was a daunting one, and he doubted whether he would be able to accomplish it during his lifetime. Wu Jiangkong explained that because Tang Wulin's first spirit soul was already at the 1,000-year level, he would not have to worry about his first 3 spirit rings. If his second spirit soul was also at the 1,000-year level, and his third one at the 10,000-year level, he would have the chance to become a 9-ring titled Duluo. The teacher revealed that this was his expectation and that the boy should set it as his goal. They could only acquire the entry cards to the Intermediate Spirit Ascension platform through an auction, for which they dressed up and disguised their faces. Upon arrival, Tang Wulin understood how low-end the East Sea City's auction house was. The guests of the auction house all seemed to be super rich, and the items on display were all rare treasures, most of which Tang Wulin could not recognize. He pondered about the ridiculously high entry threshold for the auction house. His teacher had to deposit 1,000,000 Federation coins to bring them in. Therefore, Tang Wulin reciprocated the gesture and handed his teacher his golden savings card. Wu Jiangkong was skeptical, asked the boy to put it away, and wondered how much the boy could have on the card. Tang Wulin hesitated momentarily before saying he had over 3,000,000 Federation coins on the card. The cold god was momentarily frozen, speechless, and asked how the boy could have so much money. Tang Wulin explained that the money was his savings from all the forging jobs he had received when he had joined the Blacksmiths Association. Sometime later, all the guests at the auction had settled down, and the commencement of the auction was announced. Everyone was welcomed. The guests each received a catalog for the auction for them to scan through quickly before the auction officially began. All the items put up for auction were rare treasures, and their starting prices were all very high. The duo quickly found what they were looking for, and the starting price was 5,000,000 Federation coins. Tang Wulin was happy to learn that he could afford it. However, his teacher clarified that the amount was just the starting price, and it was difficult to tell the final price. Suddenly, Tang Wulin noticed a 1,000-year dragon-scale fruit, whose starting price was 2,000,000 Federation coins. The estimated final price was between 3 and 5,000,000. The dragon-scale fruit was one of the 4 spirit items he needed to break the second seal. However, he needed to be 15 years old to use it. Tang Wulin realized that the precious spirit item was something one encountered, not something one found. Wu Jiangkong noticed the change in the boy's demeanor and asked whether there was a problem. Tang Wulin plainly stated that he wanted to purchase the dragon-scaled fruit. Naturally, Wu Jiangkong asked what he intended to do with the 1,000-year dragon-scaled fruit. In response, the boy disclosed that his blood was mutating, and he often dreamt of the items his body would need to grow stronger. Once he discovered the effectiveness of the items, he sought them out and used them to strengthen his body and improve a lot. Tang Wulin explained that in a recent dream, one of the items he was required to obtain was a 1,000-year dragon-scaled fruit. Wu Jiangkong found this profound and mysterious. Nevertheless, he was skeptical about Tang Wulin's words. The boy reminded his teacher about the time his body had significantly improved. During the typhoon, he consumed 3 kinds of spirit items he had dreamt of, and as a result, his body had improved by leaps and bounds. Wu Zhangkong recalled the incident and finally appeared convinced. In the past, Wu Zhangkong would not have believed such an explanation. However, this time was different because he witnessed several miracles Gu Yue and Tang Wulin created. Therefore, he had no other choice but to accept the possibility. Wu Zhangkong admitted that Tang Wulin's dreams about the spirit items that improved his body sounded ridiculous. However, he still promised to help the lad obtain the dragon-scaled fruit. After Tang Wulin confirmed the absence of danger, the cold god asked what else the boy needed. Tang Wulin explained that this time he needed the 1,000-year dragon-scaled fruit, a 1,000-year azure-veined vine, a 1,000-year land dragon tendon, and a 1,000-year sea dragon marrow. Besides the first item, he had no clue where to begin looking for the other things. Wu Zhangkong acknowledged the difficulty in obtaining all the mentioned ingredients and shared his knowledge about them, including their various uses. He also said, in passing, the possible locations of some of these spirit items. Tang Wulin cheerfully thanked him and promised to work hard to earn more money. Finally, Tang Wulin had some hope of breaking the second seal smoothly, and for the time being, after obtaining the items, he would not have to worry about his life until he was 20 years old. He was confident that he would be safe for another 10 years. The sudden dimming of the lights at the auction house jolted him from his distracted thoughts. When he asked, Wu Zhangkong explained that the auction event had finally started. Soon, the first item on the auction's catalog was on display. It was a 1,000-year mysterious ice grass. Wu Zhangkong needed it because of his ice element. However, the age of the ice grass was too low. The duo discussed the significance of the first item and how a legendary spirit master possessed it 10,000 years ago. Tang Wulin was impressed by his teacher's knowledge and was reassured that his teacher's help would make his search for spirit items much easier. Once the starting price was announced, a raging bidding war ensued where everyone tried to one-up the other. This phenomenon greatly shocked Tang Wulin, who soon realized his 3 million Federation coins were insufficient. Suddenly, a mysterious bidder called 10 million Federation coins. The insane bid caused a sudden and heavy silence to fall. The mysterious bidder naturally won the bid. Tang Wulin was perplexed. The 1,000-year spirit item was worth 10 million at the end. Wu Zhangkong asked him not to worry, because he was confident the dragon-scaled fruit would not be expensive. Finally, that very fruit was on display next. Its starting price was 1 million Federation coins. Wu Zhangkong immediately doubled the amount, and soon someone raised the price to 3 million. Just when it seemed the price would not be raised further, the same mysterious bidder, number 6, increased it to 5 million Federation coins. Wu Zhangkong and Tang Wulin were frustrated that the same bidder outbid them and everyone else. Wu Zhangkong conceded the loss and said the price had far exceeded the dragon-scaled fruit's base value. Tang Wulin panicked and pleaded with his teacher to continue bidding. However, Wu Zhangkong said that the price was too high and the item was no longer worth having. Tang Wulin panicked and asked his teacher to lend him money because he urgently needed the item. However, Wu Zhangkong chided the boy not to persist and give up. Finally, bidder number 6 acquired the article and was asked to go backstage to receive it. Tang Wulin felt utterly defeated and was no longer interested in the auction. His mind was still stuck on the fact that he narrowly missed the precious dragon-scaled fruit. On the other hand, the cold god had no idea that if Tang Wulin did not obtain the dragon-scaled fruit, he would pay for it with his life. Although they got the 2 intermediate Spirit Ascension platform entry cards without a hitch, Tang Wulin didn't feel happy. He was still remorseful for not saving enough money to get the 1,000-year dragon-scaled fruit. Because of the rarity of this spirit item, the next time he would encounter it was unknown. His thoughts were interrupted by the announcer, who called the attention of all the guests at the auction house to the next item on display. It would be among the last 3 for the day, 3 pieces of quality spirit armor. The first was a purple battle armor belt. It was well known that the battle armor's energy center was the belt with which someone could create an entire set of battle armor. Tang Wulin was astonished by the size of the belt, which emitted a faint purple glow. He noticed that the piece of metal at the center of the belt was quite unusual, and wondered what it was. The boy immediately turned to his teacher, and asked whether this was the legendary battle armor. He thought it looked amazing. Wu Zhangkong confirmed the observation. It was indeed a piece of battle armor. The cold god explained that battle armor was first left to a blacksmith to create the mold. Then it was up to the mech designer to design the soul guidance circuits and systems. And the final step was for a mech maker to assemble the components. Tang Wulin explained that his dream was to find a well-coordinated designer and maker team to create their personalized battle armor together. He then inquired whether his teacher had looked into battle armor. Wu Jiankong confirmed it and said that a spirit master's battle armor was akin to a second life. Moreover, a good set of battle armor could allow a spirit master's power to increase by 30%. He explained that technological advances had allowed ordinary people to become mech masters, and support-type spirit masters could also possess strong battle power through their mechs. However, the truly strong were forever those spirit masters whose strength was powerful, and battle armor masters were among them. Suppose 2 spirit masters were at the level of 6 rings, even if a support system spirit master had a strong mech. In front of a battle armor master at the same level, the former could not withstand a single blow. Finally, the 3 pieces of battle armor were sold for a sky-high price of 20 million Federation coins and brought the auction to an end, bringing the auction to a close. Tang Wulin had used his purple demon eyes to observe the details on the battle armor. The components were created from 1,000 refined metal, which attested to the blacksmith's skill. In addition, the mech designer and manufacturer played a crucial role in the process. As the student and teacher left the auction house, Tang Wulin realized that if he wanted personal battle armor, he would have to find a mech designer and a mech maker of rank 3 and above for it to be possible. He sighed deeply because he had missed the 1,000-year dragon-scaled fruit. However, he cheered up and was confident he would find it one day. Moreover, he was sure his teacher would help him find the necessary spirit items. Suddenly, the cold god stopped and asked Tang Wulin to wait. The latter gave his teacher a curious look, which prompted the cold god to explain that they were waiting for someone. A moment later, a masked figure approached them, and Tang Wulin recognized that this person was bidder number 6, who continually outbid everyone at the auction. While the boy fumed, the masked man, bidder number 6, casually addressed him and asked whether Tang Wulin was unhappy that he had missed the dragon-scaled fruit. He spoke while removing his mask. The boy immediately recognized the man by his voice. Bidder number 6 was none other than Zhao Tangju, who promptly handed a box to Tang Wulin. He also said it contained the deeply coveted 1,000-year dragon-scaled fruit before asking the boy to take good care of it, because it was not an ordinary treasure. Tang Wulin opened the box and marveled at the unusually high quality of the spirit fruit. In response, Zhao Tangju said that Tang Wulin was a lucky guy, and the fruit was a rare treasure, except it was a shame that it was picked early. Tang Wulin observed that the golden patterns on the fruit were similar to the ones on his right arm when it became a dragon claw. After a light-hearted exchange with the cold god, Zhao Tangju slapped Tang Wulin on the back and said that the little guy should cheer up, considering how much the Tang sect had helped him out, and that the boy should work hard for the sect in the future. Tang Wulin beamed with excitement that he had finally found what he needed. But a moment later, something occurred to him, and he wondered whether his teacher had planned all this. Suddenly, he felt gloomy when he realized his teacher had anticipated his earlier mood change. Wu Jiankong stood behind him and asked whether he was happy now. A chilly aura erupted around the cold god when he inquired whether the boy had blamed him in his heart when it seemed like the dragon-scaled fruit was lost. Wu Jiankong said the pouting face of Tang Wulin looked really funny. At the same time, Tang Wulin was sweating buckets because his teacher's words embarrassed him enough to prevent him from turning his head. The trio returned to their respective quarters as the day ended. Tang Wulin had a determined gaze as he contemplated how he and Wu Jiankong would enter the Intermediate Spirit Ascension platform together the following day, and planned to coordinate well with his teacher. He decided to repay the Tang sect one day because of the help he had received from Zhao Tangju and Wu Jiankong. In the meantime, he needed to meditate seriously in preparation for the following day. The next day, the cold god and Tang Wulin walked through a forested area. Tang Wulin observed no difference between the appearance of their current location and the primary Spirit Ascension platform because both were green worlds full of plants. He suddenly remembered the strict conditions for entering the Intermediate Spirit Ascension platform. He was surprised to discover that he had to remove all his clothes. This measure had been implemented to prevent people from bringing battle armor into the Spirit Ascension platform. Tang Wulin found this way of entering the Spirit Ascension platform quite embarrassing. However, he was lucky because they were clothed once they entered the Spirit Ascension platform. Interestingly, the cold god did not seem bothered by any part of the process. Once they entered the Spirit Ascension platform, Wu Jiankong immediately released his 6 spirit rings. Tang Wulin had seen them several times before, but he could not help but marvel at the spectacle. He watched as his teacher wielded the Skyfrost sword and realized that Wu Jiankong was being extra cautious, which meant the place was quite dangerous. After traversing the forest for a while, Tang Wulin observed that they had yet to encounter any spirit beasts. The cold god calmly explained that the Spirit Ascension platform simulated the ancient Stardew forest, divided into the outer, mixed, core, and vicious lands. The closer one got to the core area, the stronger the spirit beasts they would encounter. At that moment, they were currently at the Spirit's Ascension platform's equivalent of the ancient Stardew Forest's mixed region. The invention of battle armor enhanced the strength of spirit masters who began exploiting the spirit beasts at the Stardew Forest without reservation. Even so, the Cold God explained that the vicious lands in the middle of the forest were still a restricted area for humans, and it was said that some powerful spirit beasts lived there. He explained that long ago, a strong battle armor master had ventured into the zone and never returned. When a spirit beast had reached at least 100,000 years of cultivation, it could gain a human form. Once the spirit beasts learned about the human invasion of the vicious lands, they began to leave the Stardew Forest and snuck into the human world to launch terrorist attacks as a display of resistance. Later on, humans and spirit beasts gradually had a mutual understanding, and everyone minded their own business. The spirit beasts living in other regions had all been hunted down. Natural spirit souls were challenging to obtain, so man-made ones had become the standard choice for modern spirit masters. However, the spirit skills of man-made spirit souls were much weaker than those of natural spirit souls. To increase their power, humans continually hunted spirit beasts to receive benefits. This astonished Tang Wulin, and he asked how the spirit beasts had yet to become extinct. Wu Jiangkong explained that according to the research statistics from the past 100 years, the instances of spirit essences awakening in people resulted in fewer individuals who could generate spirit power. The Cold God speculated that if all the spirit beasts became extinct, there also would be no more spirit masters left on the Duluo continent. While Tang Wulin was bewildered, the Cold God brought his attention to their current task. They were presently in the intermediate spirit ascension platform, which primarily had 1,000-year spirit beasts and 10,000-year spirit beasts. When the spirit beasts reached such cultivation bases, each of them would have their territory, and it would be troublesome for the duo if they encountered just one of them. As the Cold God spoke, a white-winged tiger soared toward them. Wu Jiangkong's remained vigilant and guarded as his brows furrowed. Tang Wulin was startled when he realized the creature was an ice and fire demon tiger. The spirit beast bore its fangs, and its golden eyes had a ferocious glint. Tang Wulin was taken aback when he heard the deafening roar, and the powerful aura from the spirit beast almost stunned him. Wu Jiangkong immediately stepped forward and shielded Tang Wulin with his domineering aura. The teacher explained that the spirit beast before them had at least 4,000 years of cultivation and advised the boy to take cover behind him and protect himself. As the Cold God spoke, he brandished the deadly Skyfrost sword. Both teacher and student were vigilant as they faced the tiger, which condensed a fireball between its jaws and fired toward them. Wu Jiangkong gave a final word of caution before facing the enormous fiery attack that was rapidly approaching. Tang Wulin was stunned to observe that the small fireball that had been spat out had suddenly enlarged. In response, Wu Jiangkong's eyes shone with a brilliant white glow as he focused his power. The Skyfrost sword simultaneously radiated an intense, bone-chilling aura. Tang Wulin noticed that his teacher was circulating his spirit power using the mysterious heaven method. Wu Jiangkong focused his spirit power, thrust the tip of his sword into the incoming fireball, and instantly neutralized it. The once searing hot flames were utterly engulfed in ice. The fireball exploded and turned into numerous icicles that had yet to lose momentum. Tang Wulin exclaimed with concern for his teacher. However, Wu Jiangkong calmly drew Skyfrost sword and activated his first spirit skill, blasting the ice shards away. Tang Wulin looked on in astonishment as he observed how the spirit skill had turned into a mirage of sword edges that accurately took down the icicles. While still focused on the opponent, Wu Jiangkong asked the boy to use his blue-silver grass to escape the area. Having understood that he was in the way and was holding his teacher back, Tang Wulin shot a vine of his blue-silver grass toward an overhead branch and swung to safety while wishing his teacher good luck. Just then, the winged demon tiger attempted to flank Wu Jiangkong and rained a barrage of fireballs at the opponent below. Out of concern, Tang Wulin activated his purple demon eye to check on his teacher's condition. He observed that his teacher had yet to sustain any injuries. Wu Jiangkong had skillfully woven an icy cocoon to shield himself from the demon tiger's onslaught. When he looked closer, Tang Wulin realized that the white cocoon was made of countless sword tips. Once the attack ended, the cocoon trembled slightly and swiftly burst open, releasing an icy aura that engulfed the demon tiger. A sharp icicle rose from the center of the cocoon and impaled the spirit beast, causing the air to become frigid. Tang Wulin gazed in shock at the aftermath of the battle. Given Wu Jiangkong's personality, he cleaned up after himself. As such, he absorbed most of the ice, snow, and frost from the area using the Skyfrost sword. When Tang Wulin joined his teacher back on the ground, Wu Jiangkong informed him that the final attack would be his. In the previous battle, the Cold God had incapacitated the demon tiger, and now it was up to Tang Wulin to use his golden dragon claw to finish the job. The latter did as he was told, swiftly ending the demon tiger. As a result, there was a vast amount of spirit force converging upon him. While Tang Wulin was surprised, his teacher explained that he would have to absorb the 400 years of spirit power, 1/10 of the demon tiger's cultivation base. He also explained that with such an amount of spirit force, combined with the 700 years of spirit power he had absorbed from the primary spirit ascension platform, his spirit soul's spirit force would achieve the 1,000-year cultivation base. While Tang Wulin was stuck in contemplation, the surge of spirit force stopped abruptly. While concerned about this phenomenon, his teacher reassured him that the spirit force he had accumulated would cause his spirit soul to evolve once they left the spirit ascension platform. In the meantime, they would continue to absorb more spirit force. Wu Zhengkong speculated that considering Tang Wulin's physical endurance surpassing that of ordinary people, his spirit soul would be promoted to 2,000 years. While the boy was distracted, Wu Zhengkong suddenly grabbed him and leaped high onto an overhead branch. Something had struck the ground at the same spot they stood on a moment ago. The thin objects looked like venomous quills, and from the look of it, their toxicity was very potent because the ground was completely corroded. Tang Wulin admitted that if any of those quills had struck him, he would have forcefully been withdrawn from the spirit ascension platform. Just then, another spirit beast appeared before them. It was a venom quill porcupine. Wu Zhengkong explained that not only could the spirit beast shoot venomous quills, but the beast also had incredible speed and momentum. Wu Zhengkong had a vicious expression and declared that the beast was too dangerous for him to preserve it for the boy. Therefore, he would settle the battle all alone. He then activated his third spirit skill and activated his dazzling purple demon eyes. He leaped from the branch toward the porcupine as Tang Wulin warned his teacher that the beast had already locked onto him and was about to attack. However, Wu Zhengkong was already ahead of him. He trapped the porcupine with tall icicles and condensed a gigantic sword above the spirit beast. The name of this spirit skill was the Frost Ice Song, and it promptly ended the battle. Tang Wulin quickly praised his teacher's overwhelming might and the strength of his spirit skill. Wu Zhengkong explained that all spirit skills were powerful and needed people to use them flexibly. When the boy inquired what he meant, Wu Zhengkong listed his 4 spirit skills in their respective order, as he explained that spirit skills were not just simple abilities. Every spirit skill could change, depending on how it was used. The cold god noticed the boy's silence, which meant he was keenly paying attention to the lesson. Wu Zhengkong proceeded to display his first spirit skill, the Frost Scar. It was just a sword, and he demonstrated that it would still be able to cut without hindrance, even if something were far away, like the leaves. A moment later, he activated his cocoon and explained that it was also the activation of the Frost Scar. Tang Wulin was intrigued by the demonstration. He had just witnessed 2 different applications of the same spirit skill. His teacher explained that the difference was in the method of usage, control, and the amount of spirit power required. These variables brought about a substantial difference. Once again, Tang Wulin seemed quiet. However, he quickly piped up and stated that the second use of the Frost Scar was a perfect absolute defense. In response, Wu Zhengkong explained that no matter how simple spirit skills seemed, they would produce formidable power if used appropriately. Moreover, spirit skills changed endlessly. The key was how they were used. Tang Wulin understood how ridiculous it was for him to feel sad for having a defective spirit soul, and there weren't any useless people in the world, only people who could not make good use of their circumstances. Wu Zhengkong's spirit skill, the Frost Scar, wasn't as powerful as Xi Xi's Light Blade. However, in Wu Zhengkong's hands, it became a formidable power. Moreover, when he confronted Guang Biao, who also possessed 6 rings, Wu Zhengkong merely relied on his understanding of spirit essences, and even Guang Biao's spirit skills were rendered useless. There wasn't a gap in spirit power, but rather an understanding the use of spirit essences by both sides. At that moment, a door to a new world had quietly opened in Tang Wulin's heart. Tang Wulin also observed that mental power had far greater uses than simply containing spirit souls. Wu Zhengkong confirmed his hypothesis and remarked that the boy had finally begun to understand. They continued their discussion, while quietly observing the changes in their surroundings. Along the way, they encountered several spirit beasts, which were quickly incapacitated by Wu Zhengkong and ultimately slain by Tang Wulin. Soon afterward, Wu Zhengkong asked the boy to stick close by because they had arrived deep in the mixed region, which had numerous 10,000-year spirit beasts with high intelligence. The higher the spirit beast's intelligence, the more formidable the power it could exert. As Tang Wulin pondered this fact, Wu Zhengkong called his attention to the fact that their surroundings had become unusually quiet, and the light had significantly dimmed. Not a single insect was in sight. Wu Zhengkong would say they were in big trouble if he had to guess. Tang Wulin noticed that even with the purple demon eye, he still could not find the location of the spirit beasts. The light around them was becoming dimmer when the cold god realized that a mighty spirit beast was slowly approaching them. He cautioned the boy not to stray too far from him when a dark figure resembling Tang Wulin lunged at the latter. Wu Jiankong reacted swiftly and pierced the dark silhouette with his sword, causing it to dissipate. Unfortunately, the dark figure formed from the mists quickly reformed and continued its attack. In response, Wu Jiankong used his purple demon eye to unleash a mental attack, which dispersed the black mist once more. Tang Wulin was hung up on the details of his teacher's last attack, when the latter promptly urged him to get up because he had no time to explain. Wu Jiankong quickly informed the boy that they were facing a dark and mental dual-attribute spirit beast. It was very powerful, and that meant they were in big trouble. The spirit beast was using the surrounding dark fog for cover, as it slowly drew closer to them. Tang Wulin exclaimed in shock as he watched more dark silhouettes condensing around them while getting closer. Wu Jiankong wasted no time and unleashed his spirit skill, temporarily shielding them from the black fog. Meanwhile, he explained that the spirit beast had a domain-type ability. In other words, the skill it released within the domain would become more powerful. He was using his ice attribute to resist the dark one. The cold god was frustrated because he could not locate the enemy's position yet. This was Tang Wulin's observation. However, something occurred to him. Since domain abilities had been mentioned, he considered that he could use one such power. Tang Wulin crouched low to the ground and placed his palm on the grass at his feet. He then shut his eyes and focused his mind so that he could feel the mood fluctuations of the surrounding blue-silver grass. In the face of danger, even plants could feel fear. By extension, he too could feel the fear of the blue-silver grass in the area. The fear became more intense in a specific direction. Tang Wulin had discovered the spirit beast's location and immediately pointed it out to his teacher. Wu Jiankong responded swiftly and activated his deadly spirit skill, which was, in fact, his third spirit skill, the Skyfrost Slash. He released it in the direction the boy had indicated, and the black fog dispersed instantly. A moment later, a hulking figure approached them. It was the three-eyed demon ape, a 10,000-year spirit beast that had already refined a spirit bone. This was a formidable new opponent. Wu Jiankong immediately warned the boy to avoid staying motionless and to be careful of the spirit beast's attacks. Tang Wulin promptly agreed with the suggestion and observed in surprise that his teacher was taking the initiative to attack. The boy wondered whether his teacher had also considered it a difficult task to protect him. The three-eyed demon ape's ferocious glare eventually landed on Tang Wulin, who leaped back using his spirit essence. In the meantime, Wu Jiankong closed in on it and released a powerful slash. However, it turned out to be only an illusion. Its actual position was the exact spot that Tang Wulin had stood upon a moment earlier. The boy realized that had he not moved, he would have been completely pulverized. He was astonished to learn that the spirit beast used battle tactics, indicating it was highly intelligent. He felt terrible in his gut because he could not predict the spirit beast's next move. Wu Jiankong, on the other hand, casually snorted and said that his opponent deserved to be called a 10,000-year spirit beast because it had tricked him. He then stilled his resolve and asked the boy to observe him because he would go all out against the demon ape. In response, Tang Wulin kept his eyelids peeled as he watched his teacher activate his sixth spirit skill of the 10,000-year rank. The boy witnessed the surroundings getting brighter by the second and marveled at the massive power release. At that moment, the third eye of the demon ape shone brightly and momentarily startled the cold god. Wu Jiankong instantly realized it was a mental attack and immediately activated his purple demon eyes to counter it. This time, Tang Wulin realized that the purple demon eye had actual combat applications. It could be used defensively to anticipate physical attacks and offensively to unleash mental attacks. The two opposing waves of mental power clashed and sent ripples into the surroundings. The aftershock was so frightening that it momentarily stunned Tang Wulin, who fell from the overhead branch with a bloody nose. Wu Jiankong wasn't doing any better, as blood trickled from his nose and the corner of his mouth. His expression showed frustration because the purple demon eye could not block the onslaught. He also noticed that Tang Wulin had been hit by the shockwave from the mental power clash. Just then, the demon ape roared and released a wave of dark energy toward the cold god, who promptly readied himself and focused his power onto the Skyfrost sword. He dashed toward the demon ape and bifurcated it with a single slash. Afterward, Wu Jiankong turned back, called for Tang Wulin to deliver the final blow, and asked the boy to aim for the third eye when he attacked. Tang Wulin delivered a final attack as instructed with the help of his spirit soul. All the while, he was out of breath. The boy was instantly hit by an overwhelming wave of spirit force, which he had yet to completely absorb, even after a long time. In the process, He wondered about the cultivation base of the three-eyed demon ape. Meanwhile, his teacher reflected on the previous battle. Although he had defeated his opponent, its strength level surprised him. He knew the chances of encountering such a strong spirit beast in the current area were relatively small. What was more frightening about the demon ape was its mental power, which Wu Zhongkong could barely ward off, even with the full strength of his purple demon eye. Despite his best efforts, he still sustained some injuries. When pondering about the spirit beast's cultivation base, he realized he had forgotten to test its cultivation. He recalled that Tang Wulin's body could only withstand a spirit soul with a cultivation base of only 2,000 years. Tang Wulin's spirit soul already had a cultivation base of about 1,300 years. If the cultivation base of the three-eyed demon ape were too high, the boy's body would not be able to endure the enormous spirit force. Wu Zhongkong promptly ordered the boy to retrieve his blue-silver grass and immediately stop absorbing the spirit force. Meanwhile, Tang Wulin was dazed, and his nose bled. He was sure he heard his teacher calling for him, but he could not hear the latter's voice. He suddenly felt dizzy, like the world was spinning. He ultimately collapsed and lost consciousness as Wu Zhongkong frantically called to him. At that moment, Tang Wulin sank into a world of darkness and thought he was at the end of the road. He soon landed at the bottom of the dark chasm and checked his surroundings, wondering where he was. Tang Wulin soon realized the space was where he had first met Senior Tang. He had entered his mental realm, which quaked violently and seemed to be getting ripped apart. He felt a sharp pain in his head like he was being ripped apart along with his mental realm. The pain was purely agonizing. He thrashed about before desperately asking Senior Tang for help. Suddenly, a flash of brilliant golden light appeared, with a trident at the center. The golden trident released waves of energy, which eased the boy's pain and stabilized his mental realm. Tang Wulin sat up once the pain was all gone. The damage to his mental realm had also been repaired. Senior Tang then addressed the boy and asked whether he was feeling better. Tang Wulin replied affirmatively and thanked Senior Tang. The latter explained that his power was limited, and that the boy's recent promotion had exceeded his body's limit. Senior Tang had no choice but to expend significant energy to help Tang Wulin through the crisis. He explained that the boy was okay for that time, but when he was ready to release the second seal, the amount of power Senior Tang could use to help the boy would be significantly reduced. Therefore, Tang Wulin would have to endure a tremendous amount of pressure. He urged Tang Wulin to prepare mentally, and even though the promotion was good for him this time, he could no longer do such a thing in the future. Otherwise, once Senior Tang's power waned, the boy's life would be in danger when it was time to release the final seal. Tang Wulin nervously nodded and said that he understood. A moment later, he opened his eyes in the Spirit Ascension platform. His vision gradually focused on the strange scene before him. The ground was littered with the corpses of slain spirit beasts, and Wu Zhongkong sat on one of them with blood trickling from his head. He had a weary expression and asked whether the boy was finally awake. Tang Wulin promptly sat up and asked what had happened to his teacher. In response, Wu Zhongkong said he was doing all right, and that the boy should worry about himself because he looked much worse. Tang Wulin was surprised. However, he had not realized that blood was trickling from all his facial orifices. He complained that he felt dizzy. However, in response, Wu Zhongkong said they could return to the outside world now that the boy was awake. To that end, he would help Tang Wulin to press the distress signal. A moment later, Tang Wulin opened his eyes back at the Spirit Pagoda's branch and immediately noticed his dizziness had worsened. Moreover, his entire body ached and could not be moved. Wu Zhongkong immediately sprang into action and asked the boy not to move randomly, and that he would take the ladder out of the Spirit Pagoda. A nearby Spirit Pagoda technician asked whether Wu Zhongkong wanted the boy examined because he had absorbed too much spirit force. He wondered whether the cold god was sure he wanted to leave with the boy because, once they left, the Spirit Pagoda would no longer be responsible for anything that happened afterward. Wu Zhongkong glared at the man and said he was confident there was no need for an examination. Wu Zhongkong carried his student in his arms and ignored all the words of caution from the Spirit Pagoda staff. Considering the terrible state of Tang Wulin's body, Wu Zhongkong had a change of plans. He checked them both into a nearby hotel, where Tang Wulin immediately went to sleep without waking up day or night. Looking at the boy's appearance, the cold god deeply blamed himself. He did not expect that the Intermediate Spirit Ascension platform would have such a formidable three-eyed demon ape, or that such a strong spirit beast would appear. He feared that the aftermath of the battle would leave Tang Wulin's mental realm significantly impacted. The consequences would be inconceivable if the boy could not bear the burden. After some time, Tang Wulin woke up, and Wu Zhongkong asked how he felt. The boy reported that his head was still dizzy, and it was as though he could not feel the presence of his body. Wu Zhongkong, in response, asked him not to worry, and that the boy's mental realm had received a strong attack. All he needed to do was adjust and recover as soon as possible. He acknowledged that the boy was in a great deal of pain at the moment. However, he advised Tang Wulin to cultivate his purple demon eye to adjust his mental power. He then sat next to the boy and helped him circulate spirit power according to the mysterious heaven method. In the meantime, he advised the latter to concentrate his mental power because there would likely be residual effects if he could not adjust. After circulating his spirit power through the mysterious heaven method for a week, Tang Wulin's purple demon eye could finally be cultivated again, and a slight sense of coolness came over his face. The pain he felt gradually eased as he slowly entered a meditative state. Through a week of receiving help circulating his spirit energy, Tang Wulin could finally do it himself. Wu Zhengkong had to be sure not to leave the place until the boy completed his spirit soul's evolution. He did not expect to remain at the hotel for a week. Tang Wulin remained meditative for 3 days, and finally the spirit soul's evolution began. Jingguang appeared on Tang Wulin's shoulders and resonated with his body as it slowly changed. Its transformation was clearly much more profound this time compared to when it went from 10 to 100 years. Jingguang continuously grew and finally achieved the length of 1 foot. Its scales were slightly raised, and a faint golden light covered its body. 2 little horns protruded from the top of its head, and the golden pattern on its forehead also became more distinct. At the same time, Jingguang's eyes also shone brighter than before. A purple light floated in its eyes during the latter part of the evolution. It took a total of 4 days for the process to complete. Soon afterward, Tang Wulin finished meditating. His appearance had changed a bit. His skin became fairer, his eyes had more spirit, and his height had also increased by about 3 centimeters. Moreover, Tang Wulin discovered a small spiral in his dantian, formed by the mysterious heaven method. The appearance of this spiral meant that his cultivation of spirit power and its restoration speed would be accelerated. The revolving spiral was also one more step to compressing his spirit power. Finally, it was time for the duo to depart Heaven Dao City. The 1-month school break had ended. For Tang Wulin, the trip made him grow a lot. The boy gazed out his train window, watching the surrounding scenery flash past him at high speed. Once they returned to East Sea City, Wu Zhengkong said 3 days were left before the start of the next school term, and the boy was free to do anything he wanted. On the other hand, he had to report to school in advance, and he was already late as it was. Afterward, Tang Wulin thanked his teacher with a respectful bow. In response, Wu Zhengkong asked the boy not to thank him because he had only led the way, and all one could do was rely on oneself. While parting ways with his teacher, Tang Wulin recalled that his father, Tang Ziran, had also told him the same thing. At that moment, he also wondered about the whereabouts of his parents and Nair. Tang Wulin assured them in his heart that wherever they were, he was no longer weak. He was determined to work hard so that when they reunited, he would be someone they could all be proud of. Tang Wulin returned to the East Sea City's Blacksmith Association, where the chairman, Mu Chen, asked how his holiday had been. The boy confessed that although he had not done much during the holiday, he had not practiced his forging. Mu Chen chuckled, clearly amused by Tang Wulin's honesty. He told the latter that it was all right because the boy had already been working too hard, and it was good to relax on holiday. Mu Chen explained that once a blacksmith attained a certain level of expertise in forging, regular practice was just as important as taking the time to gather and accumulate by meditating and comprehending. Unfortunately, his daughter, Mu Shi, overheard his words and complained about her father's biased attitude. During the school holiday, the man never let her go outside to play, and instead made her practice forging in her room every day. Mu Chen retorted, saying that when her forging skills reached Tang Wulin's level, she too could take a holiday. Afterward, Tang Wulin received a few rank 3 forging assignments to use the few days he had left before school resumed. He returned to the workshop and began forging. After starting to forge, Tang Wulin was amazed to discover Mu Chen's words were true. Although he had not forged much, his control had become increasingly smooth and effortless. He could feel even the most minute changes in the metals from all sides. During the forging process, he avoided some stages, which could have made him fail and finish the forging instantly. Tang Wulin's speed was much faster than before. He utilized the purple demon eye, especially during his forging, and increased his efficiency by 50%. Along with improving spirit power, his use of compressed spirit power from the mysterious heaven method allowed Tang Wulin to forge for extended periods. Previously, he could at most complete 2 pieces of rare metal. However, now, he could perform the 1,000 refinements technique on 4 pieces of rare metal in one breath. Not only that, but the quality of the finished product was much more excellent than before. The long month had let Tang Wulin benefit in one way or another. And finally, the holiday was over. As the students returned early the following day to EC Academy, a pair of students discussed the circumstances under which Zhang Yangzi and Wang Jinshi left Class 0 and transferred schools. One of the students exclaimed that he wanted Class 0 to disband. That way, Tang Wulin could return to Class 1. Otherwise, the next class promotion tournament would be difficult for them. Wu Zhengkong was asked to accept a new student, Xu Xiaoyan, one of the ice staff siblings at the director's office. The director explained that the girl had met the academy's requirements and achieved exceptional test results. She was qualified to join Class 0. Wu Zhengkong looked at the girl skeptically before stating that Class 0 only accepted monsters, not ordinary people. He saw nothing special about her, considering she only had one spirit ring. In response, the director argued that Class 0 had to change a few things about how it was run. He had no problems with Gu Yue and CC. However, he did not understand why two students who were both geniuses with 2 spirit rings each had to leave for Tang Wulin, who had only 1 spirit ring. The director reprimanded Wu Zhengkong for coming up with excuses and threatened to disband Class 0 because only 3 students remained. The man saw no point in the class's existence. In response, the cold god addressed Xu Xiaoyan and said he would give her 1 chance to get his and the Class 0 members' approval within a month. Otherwise, regardless of her origin, he would not accept her into his class. Afterward, he led Xu Xiaoyan to her dorm room. The director then hatched a plan to examine the worth of Class 0 and to determine if they were worth investing such great resources on. He wanted Class 0 to display its skills outside the school environment. He had called his boss, the dean, who readily agreed because it would be a good display of EC Academy's high standing. Elsewhere in the academy, Xu Xiaoyan was led to a luxurious dormitory, which was more exotic than the dorm in her previous school, despite her family's input. While she was still distracted in her thoughts, Wu Zhengkong reminded her that she received such good treatment because she was a Class 0 student. He reminded her that she had only 1 month to impress. Xu Xiaoyang was left gloomy, wondering if the man was the legendary Wu Zhengkong. He was very strict and different from the other teachers who had complimented her. Afterward, she had a fangirl moment and praised Wu Zhengkong's outstanding looks. As Xu Xiaoyan settled into her new room, she was amazed by the excellent treatment the members of Class 0 received. She discovered a hole in the wall and plugged it up a moment later. Suddenly, she heard a voice outside calling for the captain, and she wondered who the person was, knocking on the door outside. It was ZC, whom she immediately recognized as the guy who wielded knives in the Spirit Ascension platform. While ZC knocked on Tang Wulin's door and asked him to be let in, Xu Xiaoyan approached and asked him to stop his incessant knocking because there was no one in the room. ZC was startled by her presence and wondered whether the girl was a thief. After a brief and awkward silence, he took off at top speed, intending to report to Teacher Wu, while Xu Xiaoyan helplessly tried to explain that she was not a thief. However, ZC did not get far before he returned and listened to her explanation. The girl introduced herself and said she would be a future member of Class 0. Afterward, she asked ZC to introduce himself. When he stated his name, Xu Xiaoyan said he did not need to thank her because she had not done anything for him. ZC immediately retorted and asked her not to be so sentimental. He then asked how the girl managed to join Class 0, considering it was already the 2nd term of the school year. Moreover, he wondered why the school added new people to Class 0. Xu Xiaoyan said that an exception was made for her. Therefore, she received special consideration. CC was surprised the cold god could agree to such an arrangement. Xu Xiaoyan insisted that he should believe it. She quickly changed the subject by stating that she had seen him somewhere. She was sidetracked for a bit and asked for the whereabouts of the senior sister, who had defeated her elder brother at the Spirit Ascension platform. At that moment, ZC realized she was the younger of the Ice Staff siblings that Class 0 had encountered at the Spirit Ascension platform. After a brief bout of bickering, ZC asked about the girl's cultivation base. In response, Xu Xiaoyan said she had only 1 spirit ring. Then, ZC truly understood the meaning behind the words, special consideration. While he walked away and waved at her, he encouraged Xu Xiaoyan to come and find him if she encountered any problems or had questions about life at the academy. Right before CC left, Xu Xiaoyan asked whether their team captain was the girl who defeated her brother. In response, ZC smirked and said their captain was Tang Wulin. He then revealed that the captain was just like Xu Xiaoyan, and he too had 1 spirit ring. The following day, a large gathering was held at the EC Academy's sports ground. The assembly was held to welcome the students back from their month-long holiday. The director first welcomed the students and asked them to prepare for a challenging yet fulfilling term ahead. He expressed his desire to see both teachers and students working hard and progressing toward achieving their goals. Somewhere in the crowd stood Gu Yue, who listened attentively to the director's passionate speech. Beside her stood CC, who wondered where Tang Wulin had gone. He also considered the possibility that their captain had forgotten all about the first day of school in the new term. Gu Yue mocked him by asking whether he thought Tang Wulin was like him. The two were energetic because they had returned to their usual bouts of bickering. Beside them was Xu Xiaoyan, who watched them silently. A while later, Tang Wulin arrived. Xu Xiaoyan gazed at him up close as he awkwardly scratched his head and explained that it was difficult for him to control the state of deep meditation. When he finally woke up, he realized it was already morning. So he came to the assembly grounds, having skipped breakfast entirely. Gu Yue acknowledged his arrival and asked him to join the queue. Tang Wulin joined his classmates and wondered why the opening ceremony had not ended. When Gu Yue attempted a reply, Cici asked her to be quiet because they were close to the platform. From Cici's side, Xu Xiaoyan continued to gaze at Tang Wulin while admiring his looks and big, bright eyes. She was convinced he was the most handsome young man she had ever seen, and blushed slightly. Wu Zhengkong had also noticed that Tang Wulin's eyes had become a bit brighter. This was a clear sign that his cultivation base had broken through. In reality, Tang Wulin's spirit power fluctuations had not changed. If the spirit power level did not improve, the comprehension of spirit power had changed. That could even be good for a spirit master who acquired greater comprehension as an absolute essential. Although Tang Wulin's talent was not great, his comprehension was far beyond that of ordinary people. Moreover, considering his spirit essence mutation, when compared with perception, the latter was not the most important thing. Later in the day, Class 0 convened, and Xu Xiaoyan introduced herself. She was 10 years old, and her spirit essence was the Starwheel Ice Staff with a spirit power of rank 17. Tang Wulin let out an awkward sigh because the new student outranked him. He had thought that with a new student present, he would no longer be the last in class in terms of spirit power rank. Wu Zhengkong reiterated his previous statement to the girl, saying she only had 1 month to prove her strength, because afterward, he would decide whether she would remain a member of Class 0. The cold god then turned toward the rest of the class and addressed them, saying that after the month-long holiday, he would have to examine the conditions of their bodies once more. At the same time, he would test their combat abilities. He recommended that they meditate for half an hour to get their minds and bodies situated. Only by understanding the condition of their bodies would the cold god teach them better, and he would never allow his students to face the danger of losing concentration during meditation, just as Tang Wulin once had. The only abnormal thing that occurred during the strength test was Xu Xiaoyan's reaction to Tang Wulin's strength. Wu Zhengkong then asked everyone to follow him to have their mental power tested. In the background, Xu Xiaoyan was still busy freaking out and wondering whether there was a problem with the strength machine. Xie responded with an amused expression and said that the result of Tang Wulin's strength test would have been doubled if he had used his golden dragon claw. The statement only made matters worse for the girl, and she wondered whether Tang Wulin was actually a human-shaped spirit beast. The first to get tested was Zici, and his mental power score was 109. The result caused him to chuckle lightly. He was proud of the slight improvement he had made. However, he made a big deal out of it by saying that since he had broken through rank 100 of mental power, it signified a promotion from the spirit origin realm to the spirit communication realm. Therefore, there was no problem for his spirit soul to reach the 1,000-year cultivation rank. Next up was Xu Xiaoyan, whose mental power was 111. This result made Xie feel like vomiting blood. Although he was frustrated, he rationalized that the result was due to the fact that Xu Xiaoyan was a control system spirit master. As such, it was natural that her mental power was higher than his own. He insisted that besides that, the result did not mean anything. Next up was Tang Wulin, and his result of 212 shocked both Xu Xiaoyan and Xie, as both found it a bit ridiculous. This time, they both thought that the machine was broken. Apparently, Tang Wulin had moved from the elementary level of the spirit communication realm and had just entered the intermediate level. In Wu Zhengkong's opinion, Xici's reaction was not that exaggerated because mental power that surpassed the rank of 150 was the intermediate level of the spirit communication realm. A result that surpassed 350 was at the advanced level. One that reached rank 500 was at the spirit C realm. A majority of the world's top-notch powerhouses had a mental power at this level. Before the age of 20, the mental power of humans increased the fastest. Considering that Tang Wulin was only 10 years old, yet his mental power had reached a rank of over 200, the result was beyond excellent. This meant that it did not matter, even if the boy could not get any methods to cultivate his mental power. In other words, his mental power level gave him the foundation to become a top powerhouse in the future. Once Xu Xiaoyan had calmed down a bit, she gazed at Tang Wulin and said he was terrific. and it was no wonder that he was the captain of Class 0. CC, on the other hand, was still frustrated by his friend's drastic improvement in mental power. He even dared ask whether Tang Wulin had taken any miracle drug. After a moment of consideration, Tang Wulin realized that his drastic improvement could have been the result of him absorbing the enormous spirit force from the three-eyed demon ape. It was dangerous for him at that time, but after breaking through the limit of absorbing spirit force, his mental power underwent a great change, which brought about the unreasonable result that everyone was presently fussing about. Regardless of his improvement, Tang Wulin still retained the determination to work hard. Finally, it was Gu Yue's turn, and her result was 278. She made everyone drop to their knees with grim expressions, simultaneously conceding defeat. CC had almost forgotten that Gu Yue was the big demon king. Tang Wulin too had a similar feeling. He thought that he had been too naive and self-content. Xu Xiaoyan, on the other hand, wanted to pass out as she wondered whether she could achieve her goal within a month. Wu Zhengkong considered the result to be even more ridiculous than Tang Wulin's. He wanted Class 0 to become as scary as monsters could be. While the three were still recovering from the shocking result, Gu Yue turned, looked directly at Tang Wulin, and gave him a gentle smile. While Tang Wulin was briefly mesmerized, ZC was busy fuming about the fact that Gu Yue's mental power was almost 3 times greater than his own. In reality, he found it quite scary. Xu Xiaoyan, on the other hand, praised Gu Yue and said that she was very cool. Wu Zhengkong let everyone interact and bicker for a while. However, a moment later, he drew their attention and asked them to take a break, because they would soon begin the combat examination, which was the semester's first group standoff. The Cold God paired Tang Wulin with Xu Xiaoyan. Xie was paired with Gu Yue. Gu Yue gave CC a brief glance before plainly rejecting the pairing. She insisted that she wanted Tang Wulin to be on the same team as her. While ZC protested, Gu Yue explained that both she and ZC had 2 spirit rings each, while Tang Wulin and Xu Xiaoyan each had 1 spirit ring. Therefore, in order for the pairing to be equal and fair, ZC, who had the highest spirit power rank, and Xu Xiaoyan needed to be on one team. The Cold God dismissed her argument and said he had not at any point said that actual combat must be equally balanced. In response, Gu Yue sighed reluctantly and said she would just have to deal with being teamed up with ZC. Her response naturally made the latter protest. This is more so due to Gu Yue's obvious expression of disgust. On the other side, Tang Wulin asked whether Xu Xiaoyan's battle skills were similar to her brother's. She replied affirmatively and explained that they both specialized in long-distance attacks and were also elemental control specialists. Xu Xiaoyan explained that her first spirit skill was Ice Wheel, and although it was identical to her brother's spirit skill, she had better control. Moreover, she was more powerful at night. Tang Wulin glanced at her and said it was a pity that it was not yet nighttime. He asked Xu Xiaoyan to do her best and use all her power in the match. Xu Xiaoyan was flustered and felt an indescribable sense of security just by standing behind the captain. Once both teams had taken up their respective battle formations, the Cold God signaled them to begin the 2-on-2 combat test. ZC immediately jumped into action and charged toward his opponent, creating several after-images beside him. He made a proper display of the powers of an agility system spirit master. His skill confused Xu Xiaoyan, who wondered which of the copies was the original. Tang Wulin focused some of his spirit power into his eyes and deduced that the images were all fakes. Moreover, the real threat was not ZC, but Gu Yue's incoming fireball. Logically, the distance was too great for the fireball to traverse effectively, unless it was not exactly an ordinary fireball. At that moment, the big fireball split into 5 smaller fireballs and formed a straight line. They collided with each other from behind, and the last one fused into a single small fireball, causing the speed and energy of the attack to multiply. Tang Wulin had perceived the entire process and asked Xu Xiaoyan to retreat behind him. He activated his golden dragon claw and thrust it with all his might toward the incoming fireball. Gu Yue noticed his tactic and wondered whether Tang Wulin was truly not afraid of getting burnt. Meanwhile, Tang Wulin used his golden dragon claw to nullify the fireball. He quickly weaved the vines of his blue-silver grass and constructed a barrier that blocked the blast from the explosion. With such tactics, Gu Yue was confident that Tang Wulin had not been hurt. CC was impressed by Tang Wulin's battle tactics and said that his captain was really not afraid of death. CC jokingly warned the captain to be careful not to get an accidental afro. Suddenly, CC froze as his eyes remained fixated on Tang Wulin. He exclaimed at the scene before him, along with Xu Xiaoyan. Gu Yue alone remained calm. Before them stood Tang Wulin, whose fist radiated with a golden glow, and multiple vines of blue-silver grass intertwined around him. At his feet, there was a bright purple spirit ring. This revelation shook ZC to the core. He could not believe that Tang Wulin's first spirit ring was actually at the 1,000-year rank. Xu Xiaoyan was overwhelmed by this phenomenon and asked how it was possible. Gu Yue, on the other hand, silently gazed at Tang Wulin and smiled. She seemed impressed. The director had been peering through the classroom window when he noticed Tang Wulin's purple spirit ring. His face instantly contorted with shock. He was overwhelmed by the realization that Class 0 was really a gathering of monsters. He knew that because Tang Wulin's first spirit ring was purple, it meant all of his other spirit rings could not be anything less than the 1,000-year rank. The director recalled that he had recently questioned Tang Wulin's strength and Wu Jiankong's teaching ability, along with the significance of Class 0's existence. He realized that all the resources the EC Academy had pumped into nurturing the Class 0 was all worthwhile. Just then, ZC released an attack, the Light Dragon Cross Slash, which Tang Wulin promptly responded to and blocked with the vines of his blue-silver grass. He then followed up with his 1,000-year spirit skill, Bind. ZC gazed with astonishment at the incoming net and realized that if he got caught, it would all be over. Therefore, he retreated using another of his spirit skills, the Shadow Dragon Storm. CC successfully retreated and landed right next to Gu Yue. He expressed relief from having narrowly escaped capture. Tang Wulin looked at him with a smirk and said that it was unexpected that ZC would be able to escape the snare. He acknowledged the fact that his classmates seemed to have undergone thorough training during the month-long holiday. Gu Yue had a dull expression as ZC boasted about his speed. A moment later, when she looked at Tang Wulin, her expression softened. She gave him a sweet smile and a thumbs up. Xu Xiaoyan realized that Gu Yue had just praised Tang Wulin, who interpreted it differently. He knew that Gu Yue was literally about to turn up the heat. Just as he spoke, an overwhelming aura erupted from Gu Yue's body, and she momentarily entered the avatar state. Various elements gathered around her, including fire, ice, and earth. She used various elemental attacks to carry out indiscriminate bombardments of Tang Wulin's blue-silver defense from different angles. On the other side, Tang Wulin's blue-silver grass had also changed the rhythm to block all the incoming attacks. The director could hardly believe this was a fight between two 10-year-old children. He praised Class 0's strength inwardly and thought it was a class full of legends. Wu Jiankong had already spotted him at the window and asked whether the director wished to join everyone else in the classroom for a better view. Although Tang Wulin was fending off the attacks, he knew that the kind of stalemate that he was caught in was not good for him. After all, Gu Yue's cultivation was much higher than his own. Once he had a quick glance at ZC's position, he decided on a different approach to break through Gu Yue's long-range firepower. He resorted to attacking Gu Yue head-on. The latter watched keenly as Tang Wulin charged toward her. The cold god noticed that Tang Wulin had used the blue-silver grass to block all the incoming attacks, and all the boy had to do now was attack quickly. When he got close enough to attack, Gu Yue dodged and caused Tang Wulin to wonder whether she had become more passive. Just then, Gu Yue shot a bright purple ball of light toward Tang Wulin, who used the purple demon eye to examine the elemental composition of the purple ball. He was astonished to discover that the strange ball of light was actually a combination of ice and fire. He was naturally perplexed and wondered how Gu Yue had made the two extremely conflicting elements combine with each other to such an extent. As the purple ball flew toward him, he quickly considered his next action. If he were to dodge, his advantage would be lost. On the other hand, if he did not dodge, he would put himself in great danger. He quickly ran through the possible tactics that Zizi and Gu Yue could employ in response to his decision. Ultimately, Tang Wulin made a different choice. He used the might of his purple demon eyes to stun Gu Yue with a mental attack. At that moment, he deflected the purple elemental ball while Gu Yue was disoriented and momentarily lost control of it. Tang Wulin had actually used his spirit soul, Jingguang, to alter the purple elemental ball's trajectory. A moment later, Gu Yue had regained her wits and wondered about what had just happened to her. It was revealed that her attack had been sent towards Zizi. The latter screamed in panic and asked why Gu Yue was attacking him. Gu Yue was stunned and wondered how her elemental ball had changed directions. She looked up just in time to discover Tang Wulin's spirit skill, Bind, closing in on her from all directions. Tang Wulin was pleased with himself and was sure that Gu Yue had nowhere to escape. However, Gu Yue quickly regained her composure, and her expression was once again filled with determination as the blue-silver grass vines encircled her. She instantly vanished into thin air, causing Tang Wulin to exclaim in shock. What he had just witnessed was spatial control. Both the director and Wu Jiankong were surprised by her skill and control of the spatial element. While Tang Wulin rapidly scanned the area searching for Gu Yue, she suddenly appeared before him and prepared to unleash an attack. Tang Wulin felt conflicted because he could not defend against her using the golden dragon claw because he had no desire to hurt Gu Yue. On the other hand, the latter had condensed a ball of ice and had thrust her palm toward Tang Wulin's chest. Despite her obvious advantage, Gu Yue faltered at the last moment, and the momentum from her attack seemed to disperse. Tang Wulin had a fraction of a second to react, and instantly bound both of her arms with his blue-silver grass. Tang Wulin was clearly the victor, and sighed in relief when he had finally caught Gu Yue. Earlier, while Zizi was running away from the deflected attack, he slipped on a thin sheet of ice on the floor, landed on his head in a complete wipeout, and received the inevitable baptism of fire and ice. The cold god announced that the battle was over, and the winner had been decided. Xu Xiaoyan had apparently influenced the outcome of the fight, with the 2 times she had shot ice onto the floor at critical moments. When the result was announced, Xu Xiaoyan and Tang Wulin cheered. Gu Yue had a bitter expression, and asked Tang Wulin not to be too proud of himself. She said Tang Wulin had only won because she was afraid of hurting him, and as such, did not use her full power. Her words made Tang Wulin thank her for her mercy. Xu Xiaoyan, on the other hand, was helping Zizi back to his feet. A moment later, Tang Wulin spoke for his classmates when he welcomed the new girl into Class 0. The director, having witnessed the battle from the sidelines, expressed his complete confidence in Class 0. He said he would go and persuade the dean to increase the academy's investment in the class. Moreover, he asked Wu Jiangkong not to hesitate to ask for whatever he needed. In response, the cold god said that the children's diet had to be improved because the spirit essence was part of the body, and that at the children's current level, good nutrition was essential. The director sighed and said there would be no problem if they all ate regular portions. However, the request would prove challenging because of Tang Wulin's monstrous appetite. The boy just ate too much, being the infamous grassy rice bucket. The director feared that the boy would eat the entire EC Academy poor. In response, Wu Jiangkong argued that the director had personally witnessed the boy's power and his 1,000-year spirit ring. Therefore, he asked whether the director thought all that power came from nowhere. It was, in fact, the energy from food that Tang Wulin used to improve his strength, which was an amazing ability. Before the director left, Wu Jiangkong said that the EC city was rich in all kinds of seafood, and among them were all sorts of nourishing ingredients that the children could eat for a solid foundation. The director said that there was no problem with the request, and informed Wu Jiangkong that the academy was already investing more resources into Class 0 than the teacher initially thought. The director proceeded to explain that the cost of entry into the Spirit Ascension platform was already immense. Therefore, it was time for Class 0 to show its true worth. Afterward, he explained that it was the Dean's idea for Class 0 to enter the Sky Sea Alliance tournament. And even though they would not necessarily obtain the best results, it would be enough for them to reveal the existence of Class 0 to the people. As such, it was the Dean's desire for Class 0 to earn the award for the Outstanding Newcomers. Wu Jiangkong pondered momentarily and asked for the tournament's relevant information, which surprised the director, who had expected a refusal. The cold god explained that, at the moment, the children's energy was mainly focused on their cultivation, and that actual combat was a good way for them to temper themselves. Wu Jiangkong concurred with the director that the academy had made a considerable investment in nurturing Class 0. Therefore, it was their duty to go out and win honor for the academy, as long as the children's nutrition was kept up. When he heard this, the director was fired up and guaranteed that Class 0's diet would not be inferior to that of Shrek Academies. A while later, Class 0 reconvened in their usual classroom. Wu Jiangkong gave each of them some feedback about the just concluded battle. He began with Tang Wulin and said that the boy's skills needed to improve, and at the moment, the boy still had flaws, especially when he was hit by an attack. Finally, he encouraged Tang Wulin to find a way to adjust quickly. Tang Wulin quickly agreed and accepted the critique. Afterward, the cold god addressed Gu Yue and asked why she hesitated at that final moment. Gu Yue wore a dull expression and explained that they were all comrades and not enemies. Therefore, she had been calculating how much power would be enough to avoid seriously injuring the other person. Wu Jiangkong said that he understood and moved on to Shi Shi. The latter had already been sweating buckets, and unsurprisingly, Wu Jiangkong reprimanded him and said the boy ought to work hard. Otherwise, he would not be able to keep up with everyone else in the class. The cold god said so, as he smacked the boy on the head. ZC tearfully said that he had been working hard to cultivate during the holiday. However, he had no idea that the others would improve so much. As the teacher walked out, he reminded Xu Xiaoyan that she only had a month before dismissing the class. Afterward, he announced that the class would begin joint training on the following day, and that he would be their opponent. This time around, he would use his spirit skills. His last statement quickly brought down the mood in the room. Shi Si then inquired whether Tang Wulin had really witnessed their teacher using his spirit skills. Tang Wulin awkwardly replied in the affirmative, explaining that one move of the Frost Scar skill could strike them all down. Therefore, they decided to return to the dorms and discuss tactics. On their way to the dorms, Tang Wulin received a message from the Blacksmith Association requesting his presence. He promptly asked the others to go ahead of him and explained that he had to go to the Blacksmiths Association. However, despite his sudden departure, he offered his classmates some information about Wu Zhangkong's spirit skills, and only afterward did he rush toward the Blacksmiths Association. Judging by the message, it seemed like the matter was urgent. Once he arrived at President Mu Chen's office, he was asked to take a seat. The atmosphere seemed different than usual, and Tang Wulin wondered why both Sen Yue and Mu Shi were present. The president asked him to look at the piece of blue copperite and asked whether the boy could recognize it. Tang Wulin awkwardly said that he had forged that exact piece and asked whether it had been returned and if he had done a poor job. In response, the president said the opposite was, in fact, true. Contrary to the boy's assumptions, it wasn't that he had done a poor job. Instead, the job had been done too well. His statement startled Tang Wulin. President Mu Chen was clearly fired up as he explained that the piece of blue copperite had already reached the top tier of second-grade 1,000 refined metals. He explained that the decision to let Tang Wulin relax during the holiday resulted in an unexpected surprise. Once Mu Chen had calmed down, he explained that, in the blacksmithing world, those capable of performing the 1,000 refinements technique and creating first-grade items could be promoted to fifth-grade blacksmiths as long as their cultivation bases met the requirements. Mu Chen excitedly revealed that more than half the items that Tang Wulin had submitted in the recent jobs had achieved the level of second-grade 1,000 refinements, and that meant that the boy had already reached the level of a rank 4 blacksmith. Blue copperite was classified as a kind of rare metal that was composed of 30% copper and a variety of other trace elements, hence its name. The metal had excellent spirit power conductivity, so it was considered a spirit power amplifier, and it was one of the rare metals that spirit masters chose when making their battle armor. It naturally had a high content of impurities, and its internal structure was unstable, so there were many difficulties when refining it. Its properties had to be solidified, while the interior had to be uniformly dispersed. Once Tang Wulin was done reciting his knowledge of the metal, the president of the Blacksmith Association confirmed everything, before stating that Tang Wulin had achieved the second grade of 1,000 refining with that specific metal. He asked if the boy understood what that meant. After a brief pause, Tang Wulin said that he thought it meant more rewards and he could make more money. In response, Mu Xi scolded him and said all the boy ever thought about was money. Tang Wulin argued that it wasn't a bad thing because he did not know how much money he would need in the future, and forging was the only way for him to make money. A first-grade 1,000 refined metal was also known as a half-spirit refined metal. At that point, it would be suitable for combination with a spirit master and would produce excellent results. After some discussions, the president congratulated Tang Wulin for becoming a rank 4 blacksmith. The increase in his rank meant that Tang Wulin would start receiving assignments of a higher level, which would double his income, and if he could reach the spirit refining level, then his income would be even higher. Mu Xi sighed in exasperation once again when she realized Tang Wulin had been calculating how much money he could make. In response, her father, Mu Chen, chided her for saying awful things about Tang Wulin. He asked whether she knew the meaning of the saying, "The well-fed could not know how the starving suffer." Afterward, the president laughed off the interruption and explained that it was important for Tang Wulin to make a lot of money if he wanted to try learning how to perform spirit forging one day, when Tang Wulin wondered whether spirit forging would require a lot of money. The president explained that the boy would need many rare metals, which were expensive, and if the spirit refinement failed, the rare metal would be disposed of. Mu Chen laughed, saying that the process was super painful, and during that time, Sen Yue took 5 years to repay his debt, and Meng Tian still had yet to repay his debts, and it was no wonder he was recklessly accepting assignments. This information left Tang Wulin mortified. After a brief chat, the president said he wanted Tang Wulin to join the Sky Sea Alliance tournament as a representative of the Blacksmith Association. When the boy inquired whether he alone was required to participate, Mu Xi clarified that they were both required to join. The president explained that the Sky Sea Alliance tournament was held every 3 years and included the Mech Master competition, the Battle Armor, Spirit Master, and Blacksmith competitions, among others. The tournament was divided according to age. 15 years old and below was the junior category, 16 to 20 was the youth group, 21 to 30 was the adult group, and afterward came the upper age group. He informed the duo that they would both participate in the junior blacksmith competition, and they had one mission, to get the championship and return. Mu Xi watched on the sidelines as the idea fired up both her father and Tang Wulin. Later, Tang Wulin was required to conduct a forging test as a formality. His assignment was to refine a piece of blue copperite to the second grade, and then he would be awarded the rank 4 blacksmith badge. A moment later, Tang Wulin said that he was ready to begin. This time, Muxi was present, and although she was uncomfortable, she wanted to personally witness how the boy completed a second-grade 1,000 refinement task at such a young age. Tang Wulin took a moment and retrieved his 1,000 refined heavy silver hammers. He then opened his eyes and swiftly struck the metal, which surprised the president. The boy struck the metal a few more times, causing Sen Yue to wonder whether he did not actually need an initial examination of the metal. President Mu Chen noted that although the hammer was falling fast, each hammer strike fell when the intensity and the position were just right. He also noticed a slight purple glow in Tang Wulin's eyes. As Tang Wulin exerted himself to the forging, Muxi observed that the hammer strikes were quick and accurate. Sen Yue observed that the strike strength was perfect, and President Mu Chen concluded that the boy's skill was at a very high level. Finally, Tang Wulin raised the hammer for one last time, and the president realized the end was coming. The final strike would decide success or failure. When Tang Wulin brought the hammer down, a small beam of light shot from the blue copperite, a phenomenon that left the president astonished and slightly shaken. Right then, Tang Wulin declared that the 1,000 refined blue copperite was complete, before asking whether it had reached the second grade. While Tang Wulin was busy catching his breath, Muxi asked about the light she had seen at the end. President Mu Chen took the cue and responded by explaining that the light was called a spirit light, which meant that the piece of rare metal had acquired a spiritual nature. Sen Yue jumped in and explained that only second grade and above 1,000 refined rare metals could release a spirit light. He then wondered whether Tang Wulin had directly 1,000 refined up to the first grade. If so, it would not help keep the old guys alive. The president was still hung up on the beauty of that last strike. However, a moment later, he gained his composure and congratulated Tang Wulin for passing the rank 4 test. Tang Wulin asked whether he still had 1,000 refine 2 pieces of rare metal. However, the president told him that he had directly passed the test, which left Muxi a bit stunned. The president explained that refining a second piece was unnecessary because Tang Wulin had instantly refined the blue copperite up to the first grade and promised to reimburse the boy for the work the next time he received an assignment. Finally, he asked Tang Wulin to head back for the remainder of the month and to prepare for the Sky Sea Alliance tournament. Mu Chen said that the boy would not have to worry about his classes because the association would go to his school to help organize his schedule. During that time, Tang Wulin was to come to the association once a week, where he would be taught a few more skills for performing 1,000 refinements up to the first grade. On his way back, Tang Wulin realized Muxi was trailing him. Therefore, he asked whether she too was heading back to the East Sea Academy. In response, the girl pinched his cheek, causing Tang Wulin to wince in pain and complain about the same. Muxi contemplated that the fact that the boy could feel some pain meant that he was an ordinary person. Yet she wondered why his forging skills had progressed so quickly. While Tang Wulin was still hung up on the pain, Muxi proposed that if they ended up fighting over the blacksmith championship in the upcoming tournament, Tang Wulin should let her win. She explained that both first place and second place were awarded money, so he would receive the cash prize for both. Unsurprisingly, Tang Wulin's face lit up, and he immediately agreed to the deal. Muxi was caught off guard and said she was joking. She asked Tang Wulin if he actually understood what it meant to receive the first place award at the Sky Sea Alliance tournament. In response, Tang Wulin said that he felt the cash prize was a bit more practical than winning the honor of first and second place. Right then, Muxi was convinced that the boy only cared about money. She then gave him an inquisitive look and asked why he needed so much money. Tang Wulin hesitated for a moment before revealing that he needed the money to buy heavenly treasures to continue evolving his spirit essence's mutation. He shared that his strength came from this rare mutation, and then revealed his golden dragon claw, which left Muxi speechless. When she inquired what it was, Tang Wulin explained that it resulted from his spirit essence's mutation, and it had allowed him to join Class 0. Muxi wondered whether Tang Wulin was not concerned that she would tell her father because she did not consider herself a tight-lipped person. In response, Tang Wulin said he had not hidden his abilities from Mu Chen. His words instantly put Muxi at ease, and she sighed in relief. She then promised to have Tang Wulin's back while they were at the East Sea Academy. Tang Wulin argued that he was not the type of person who caused trouble. However, Muxi playfully asked who it was that had sent their roommate flying on the first day of school. She also teased him about liking senior sister Zixin. Her words caused Tang Wulin to become instantly flustered. The drastic change in his demeanor caused Muxi to laugh at him. However, Tang Wulin explained that he thought that senior sister Zixin was gentle and beautiful. Those words struck a nerve in Muxi, who asked whether Tang Wulin did not consider her to possess either of those qualities.